ITV. ITV. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thanks for joining us on ITV News at this time. I am Harry Igboje. The President of the 10th Nigerian Senate, Godswill Akpabio, has inaugurated 30 tractors, 5 bulldozers and other farm machinery procured by the Senator Monday Okpebholo-led administration as part of renewed efforts to reform and reposition Edo State's agricultural sector. The commissioning of the equipment follows the earlier 70 billion naira budgetary allocation to the State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security in the 2024 Appropriation Act. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbu has details.
God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Amen.
President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, inaugurated the agricultural equipment, which include 5 bulldozers, 1 low-bed trailer, 30 tractors, and other complements as part of measures supporting Senator Monday Okpebholo's agricultural reforms in Edo State. Senator Monday Okpebholo said that beyond the commissioning of the farm equipment, the event represents the fulfillment of his campaign promise to revolutionize the state's agricultural sector.
Thank Mr. President for standing by us and at every point in time. Because Edo people know that I don't have money. I'm a poor man. If Mr. President was not doing what he's doing for us, I don't think the shining you are seeing in Edo today, Edo can shine.
President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, commended Edo State's progress under Governor Okpebholo across the agricultural sector and other facets of the state's economy.
You have looked into the most important thing, which is stomach infrastructure. I want to congratulate you. I'm here to see that yes, indeed, Edo is shining.
Edo State Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Jude Wangwe, noted that the newly procured machinery is expected to shape the future of agriculture in the state and support efforts to address food insecurity.
This investment represents progress and possibility. They will enable our farmers to clear more lands, cultivate more crops, and drastically reduce the burden of manual labor.
Goodwill messages delivered by the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Agbabaku, former Secretary to the State Government, Pastor Sage Izeyamu, and Senator Adams Oshomole all commended Governor Okpebholo for laying a solid foundation for Edo's agricultural revolution. The event was attended by the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, members of the National Assembly, Speaker and members of the Edo State House of Assembly, the Secretary to the State Government, Umar Musa Ikilo Esquire, and other government functionaries. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
And activities marking the 2024-2025 Convocation and Founders Day ceremonies of the University of Benin will commence on Sunday, 23rd November 2025. The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Edoba Bright Omorigi, disclosed this while briefing journalists at the Senate chambers at the institution. Jonah Omorwa has details.
The University of Benin Convocation and Founders Day ceremonies are momentous occasions that celebrate the institution's rich history and academic excellence. Speaking on the activities lined up for the event, Professor Omoyege said it will commence with an interfaith service on Sunday, 23rd November 2025.
On Monday, 24th November, there will be a Founders Day lecture. We are proud to announce that our Founders Day lecture this year will be delivered by an illustrious alumnus and a member of the Federal Executive Council of our great country, the person of the Honorable Minister of Regional Development, Engineer Abubakar Momo, who is a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, himself a very distinguished alumnus, as I have mentioned. The topic of the lecture is Reform for a Shared Prosperity. The ceremony for the award of first degrees and presentation of prizes will hold on Friday, 28 November at 10 a.m. in the morning.
The Vice-Chancellor also highlighted some achievements recorded under his leadership, including course accreditations, infrastructural development, grants and intervention from the federal government, staff employment, and community development initiatives.
The wheel of progress is on course and moving steadily in the University of Benin. This administration is poised to deliver on its mandate of effective, practical teaching, sound learning, result-oriented research, and impactful community service.
A total of 14,083 students will be participating in the forthcoming convocation. The briefing was attended by principal officers and other senior staff of the institution. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The Executive Director, Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedo Nwose, has been commended for his immense contributions to the media industry. The commendation came during the 8th edition of the Best of Edo Awards 2025, held at the Victor Waifo Creative Hub in Nsete, where he was honored with the Media Icon of the Year award. Pius Nsowo reports that the chairman of the Nigeria Union of Journalists, Dr. Festus Alenke, Ambassador Lancelot Oduwa Imasuen, among others, were also honored for excellence in their various fields of human endeavor.
On behalf of Best of Edo Award, because certainly you are one of the best in your chosen area. Chief Elder Ogbedo.
The Executive Director, Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedo Nwose, received the Media Icon Award for 2025, surrounded by friends, colleagues, and family members. The Best of Edo Awards, established in 2018, aims to recognize and honor illustrious sons and daughters of Edo State who have distinguished themselves in their respective careers. The initiative is championed by Sir Paul Ofoni, the visionary and chief executive.
We celebrate not just achievements, but the spirit of excellence, innovation, and distinction that defines the Edo people across the world.
20 notable personalities of Edo extraction, accompanied by their families and friends, received various awards. The chairman of NUJ Edo State, Dr. Festus Alenke, was honored for his contributions to the growth of journalism, while iconic filmmaker Ambassador Lancelot Oduwa Imasuen, with countless movies and home videos to his credit, was also recognized alongside others.
For all the good work they are doing for our dear state and for humanity. Congratulations.
We congratulate you, our brother Chief Ambassador Dr. Lancelot Oduwa Imasuen.
Special Youth Impact Recognition Award. Congratulations.
The awardees expressed gratitude to the organizers for the honor.
I dedicate this award to my dear wife and my 4 children. children. And to independent television and radio that has given me the platform to operate that I am getting this recognition today. Then above all, to serve Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbenedion, the Esama of Benin Kingdom, the Esama of the universe.
I will first dedicate this award to Almighty God, and then dedicate it to the entire journalists in Edo State and Nigeria.
I stand here to declare that this is one of the greatest awards that I've ever been presented.
Prior to the awards, a documentary of the recipients were on display, which highlighted their impact and contributions. A major side attraction at the ceremony was a captivating performance by a young girl, Kimberly Ofoni, whose songs and poetry reflected a theme of the event, Ideas in Motion. The 8th edition of the Best of Edo Awards showcased fashion, entertainment, and networking opportunities. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
And operatives of the Edo State Security Service Corps have arrested 3 suspects in separate incidents involving burglary and the alleged sexual molestation of minors in the Ugbo and Esige areas of Benin City. Crime correspondent Jola Adeojo reports that the suspects have been handed over to the police for further investigation.
The first arrest occurred in the early hours of Saturday at Obomo Street in the Oguwenyi community, where operatives on routine patrol apprehended a suspect who allegedly broke into a building around 11 p.m., cutting away 3 windows, toilet seats, and damaging other fittings. He was intercepted around 2 a.m. and immediately taken to the Ugbo police station.
I followed somebody to go and work there. I was around so that in the evening I will be able to stay this one.
In a related development, 2 commercial tricycle riders identified as Jafar from Nasarawa State, who claimed he transported 4 men allegedly from Nasarawa to steal the materials, and Monday from Plateau State, were also apprehended at different locations after being cited removing window burglary proofs from an uncompleted building.
Kekemi they drive. They call me for inside company here. Do they lose Almaco? I never come here one day. This is my first time.
Meanwhile, operatives of the Esige sector arrested a 29-year-old man identified as Yomi from Kogi State for the alleged molestation of minors on November 3, 2025. Although the suspect denied the allegations, he was reportedly caught in the act and immediately handed over to the Esige Police Division.
At a piece, 90 days constant for my front.
Okay.
I want to say, maybe she ship now. As he can't ship, now she can't carry her hand, eat my police. I said, why they carry her hand, eat my police? I was telling me she shipped. She refused. So later on, at the point they asked her for the 9 days, they can't like my hand, say, me, I thought say, me, they carry her hand, eat my police.
Acting Corps Commander Richard Balogun reaffirmed the Corps' commitment to proactive patrols, timely interventions, and sustained community protection, especially as the festive season approaches. From Benin, Jola Adeojo, ITV News.
And with that report, we've come to the end of ITV News at this time. Thanks so much for watching. I am Harry Igbo. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
The Chinyambera dance is cherished as a living heritage by the Duma, Ndwa, and Changani ethnic groups of southeast Zimbabwe, as it helped to promote the country's rich cultural heritage of the people to the world. When the dance is performed, people gathered to enjoy the beautiful steps of the dancers. is historically performed by warriors before and after a hunt to instill confidence or celebrate success or even motivate after a failed expedition. The dance show Africa in true cultural nature as the costumes adorned with African reflection.
Okay, that brings us to the end of today's episode of Heritage on ITV, and I know as usual you had fun watching those wonderful dancers and those beautiful performances from Zimbabwe dancers. Well, next week will be another time for us to do same thing, same time, same station, and by God's grace it could be same face, but keep having fun and keep loving yourself, and know that all we do here and this particular time, it's all about heritage culture and everything you need to know about other people's culture and tradition. It could be yours next week. Until then, keep loving yourself, like I said, and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
And I've got my colleague here with me, Chukwu Funaya. Digwe Chukwu Funaya, it's good to have you on the show.
Same, it's great to be here with you on this wonderful Monday morning. I'll say you're looking dashing in one of my favorite colors. I've never seen a man look so great in purple.
Thank you, I'm flattered. I mean, I'm just over the moon with those compliments.
Okay.
Anyway, I take them as compliments. Thank you so much. Of course, from our Lagos Network studio, we've got another lovely, delectable lady there, talking about Messalina Unko. Mercy, thank you for being a part of the show this lovely Monday morning. How you doing?
I'm very good morning, Sunny Diego. Good morning, Chukwu Funaya. I mean, it's a beautiful Monday morning here in Lagos, beautiful weather, and that's it. You look good, actually. Look good, Sunny Diego.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Of course, from Abuja Network studio, we've got Kadri Joseph will be joining us much later. But major talking points across all media platforms, both the traditional media and online media, is the outcome of the PDP convention, which held
a lot of outcomes
on Saturday. A lot of outcomes.
A lot of outcomes.
Yeah, from the convention held on Saturday. We had one of our correspondents covering Southwest, Agboje Warrior, who covered that event. Heralding that event were pockets of controversy, serious political controversies that may cascade into litigations and counter-litigations, maybe defections and counter-defections, if you like.
Yes, and we've already seen that, come up even in the wake of Saturday and up until Monday morning, you know, starting from the appointment, the election of a former Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs, talking about the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Kabiru Turaki, emerging as the national chairman of the party, and then also the suspension of Wike, someone that has been in the face of the media for, you know, a lot of controversies recently, and even people have been talking about how he is a leech in the party, you know. Yeah, he's now been suspended for anti-party activities, which is not really far-fetched, you know. So we're hoping to see how things unfold. We've also seen Samuel Anyanwu being suspended also, and we've seen also people come out in the wake of this, very, very important people in the helm of the PDP affairs come to debunk this and saying that it was not spoken about in the PDP Governors Forum, and then it's all in our faces. Some party supporters, some faithful, will say that it's something that has been long overdue.
I've heard that. I've heard that too.
A lot of people are saying it, and then there's this other minority that's saying it is out of place. So we'll just see how things unfold per time.
Okay, interesting times ahead for the PDP in the build-up to the 2027 governorship election. Wike suspended. Ayodele Fayose, former governor of Ekiti State, suspended. Former national secretary of the party, Anyanwu, suspended. I mean, it's suspension galore. That's a major pullout from the convention which took place on Saturday and brought forth new leadership. How is the party going to survive all of these? Only time will tell. But of course, perhaps one of the biggest challenges the party will also have as a result of these is the challenge of defection. We've seen a lot of, you know, critical stakeholders in the PDP move to the APC. It looks like those who have been waiting in the wings may just see this convention outcome as a basis to now finally show openly.
And we've already started to see that. We've already seen the Taraba State Governor Abu Kefas coming out to announce that he will officially join the APC on the 19th of November after being asked why he's joining, and also he was asked why he's joining, and he said he's doing it for the interest of Taraba people, not personal gain. I mean, he's not supposed to say he's doing it for personal gain.
Let's get Ms. Selena, give us your take on, I know that's the subject from our Lagos Network studio on the PDP convention. Give me your take. What is the mood like about this convention outcome and the reactions and counter reactions that have been trailing it?
All right, Sanidi Kokoso. Before I begin, of course, I'm not here alone in the studio. Patricia Gilres is here. Patricia, good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Selena.
Okay, this is what we're also going to be talking about today from Lagos. You know, PDP convention just concluded, and we saw a lot of suspension, likes of Wike, FCT Minister, Fayose, and Anyanwu, and the rest. And what will it be like for 2027 forthcoming election? You know, it has got a lot of people talking after the fact that court ordered, you know, PDP not to go ahead with the convention, but they still went ahead with the convention. And, you know, I mean, the judiciary is the last, you know, people to speak. And I feel if the court has made an error, it is supposed to be adhered to. And the fact that PDP still went ahead to do the convention, a lot of people talking what is next for the party, what is next for PDP, you know, and we saw that the expel with the rest also got a lot of people talking what is next for them for the forthcoming 2027 election. And also we've seen a couple of defections lately, you know, people defecting from PDP to other parties, especially PDP to other party, you know, to the APC and to ADC. And it has also got a talking saying that the means that, you know, APC, I mean the ruling party, you know, stand a chance for the forthcoming 2027 election. The people are defecting from PDP and defecting from other parties to either APC or ADC or another party, but especially, you know, the APC. It has got a lot of people talking. And basically today from Lagos, we are looking at the just concluded PDP convention and also the people that was expelled, you know, and also Wike has been coming out to say that he wasn't expelled. You know, I went to the internet and I saw a couple of, you know, videos of him saying that it wasn't expelled, that it wasn't expelled. And a lot of persons are saying, okay, you're expelled. And some other persons are actually not in support, you know, of Wike being expelled. You know, some persons are saying, some governors are saying they are not in support of it. I mean, Wike and other and co that was expelled, some persons are not in support of it, while a lot of persons are actually in support of it, saying it is taking too long. I mean, you cannot be here and here at the same time. So, Patricia.
Whew, Ms. Selina, you actually have said it all. Over the weekend, we got a breaking news. PDP expels Wike, Fayose, Anyanwu, and others. Anyway, it wasn't breaking news, but the question is it long overdue or is it coming at the right time, Messi? If you ask me, it's been long overdue. This should have been done because Wike is neither here nor there. Like another problem we have, a court in Abuja asked that they shouldn't have the convention. But they went to another court in Ibadan and had the convention. So is this expulsion illegal? Or you laying by the mouth? We'll find out from our guest later on.
And Ms. Selina, right there in our Lagos Network studio. Joseph Kadri, it's good to have you on the show. The PDP convention took place in Ibadan, Oyo State capital, on Saturday. And that single event is reverberating across the country and even in Abuja. What's the mood about the outcomes of the convention, particularly with the news of the suspension of Wike and his cohorts from the party? Some say this is long overdue. What do you think?
All right, a very good morning, Doctor, and to our colleagues in Lagos. That event, it's a long time coming. It has come and gone with KT Tanimu, SAN, now at the helm of affairs, the new national chairman of the PDP. All right, before that happened, we saw so many fireworks, legal battle, and of course, at the end of the day, we saw 3 different courts, you know, 2 different courts, you know, from 3 different judges. Of course, that of the Oyo State is the State High Court. And then we have 2 federal high court judgments, one from 2 or 3 plaintiffs from Abia, Imo, you know, going to court to say, don't allow this to happen because we have not done state congresses. And then you have the former governor of Jigawa State, Sule Lamido, going to court and say, stop it because I was denied the opportunity to, you know, contest. I went to the secretariat to obtain form for chairmanship and I was told that they are done selling. And of course, when it went to Oyo State, the governor also rushed to the court and the court said you can have your convention. Now, this will take us to what the position of the Supreme Court says when it comes to issue of this nature. We saw the Labour Party dispute. We also saw the Anyanwu some months ago battle, and the Supreme Court say it is an internal affair of the party. So when you have such kind of judgment repeatedly saying this kind of issues, the party has a right to run its affairs the way it wants to run the affair, what option do you have? So one would say the Damagum-led group of the PDP was right to have, you know, go ahead with the convention based on the judgment of the Supreme Court. Now, if you look at the suspension of Wike, Fayose, you know, Samuel Anyanwu, and a host of others, if you disagree, to what extent would that work? That was a convention. That expulsion was an outcome of a convention. And if you watch that convention, you will definitely observe that it was a motion raised by a chieftain of the party, Bode George, and was seconded by a state chairman of the state, and it was put to voice vote. And the eyes have it. So what do you do? If Wike is disagreeing, the option he has is to go to court. If Anyanwu is disagreeing, the option he has is to go to court. if Fayose and a host of others, think that decision is wrong, the option they all have is to approach the court for redress. But as it stands, that organ of the party led by the substantive chairman, Umar Damagun, and of course we also saw a man of the PDP BOT, Senator Adolphus Waba, and a host of other chieftains of the party. The option those guys have in terms of contesting their expulsion is to approach the court. So this is the issues, and we hope in the coming days we'll see how they all unfolds. But we'll say congratulations to KT Tanimu SAN for coming on board.
Thank you very much, Kadri. I mean, very incisive analysis, particularly from the legal perspective that you came from to embellish the conversation. So it's a wait and see game, and let's see how it plays out and pans out in the days to come, and how the PDP will be able to resolve all of these issues and have a common front in the build-up to 2027. Our panelists will be here to help us make more sense of all the conversations as it relates to the outcomes of the PDP convention. But for those that have been suspended, the feeling is that this was long overdue, because you can't play what they call agada politics. You have one leg in A, you have another leg in B. How are you going to survive?
It really is agada politics.
Anyways, we'll take a short break. We'll be back in just a moment with the newspaper review segment. Our guest is Dr. Daniel Ekarafo, HOD Mass Communication Department, University of Benin. Please stay. Joining us on the program TMI on the ITV network, just in time now to look at what the papers are saying. Let's begin with the Guardian newspaper. Looking at the top stories there, it says 2026 budget delays spark fiscal spending concern, uncertainty. You want more of that story, get a copy of the Guardian newspaper. Okay, now let's move down a little bit. Tinubu deploys peace envoy to Plateau as DSS arrests arms dealer. All right. And then PDP's future in doubt after disputed convention returns to Raki, elects National Working Committee. More on these stories if you get a copy of The Guardian. Sad news there. DR Congo ends Nigeria's 2026 World Cup dreams. All right. Want more of these stories? Got a copy of The Guardian newspaper. And from The Guardian, we'll move on quickly to our next paper for review.
All right, so our next point of call this morning on our newspaper review segments, we have a Daily Trust, and a major headline there on Daily Trust says, bandits kill 3, abduct 64 in Zamfara. Also on Daily Trust newspaper, you get to see coalition will consider all options for 2027, and that is said by the PDP chairman. Also on Daily Trust, just up above there, you see Sokoto government confirms dengue fever outbreak on Daily Trust. And also on Daily Trust, on the sports segment, you get to see DR Congo and Nigeria's World Cup hope. Now, those are the stories on Daily Trust newspaper. Let's get to see our next point of call.
From the Daily Trust newspaper, we'll move to the Vanguard newspaper. Okay, let's begin. Let's go to Daily Sun. You already have that. Okay, we've got the Daily Sun. Major headline there. It says PDP crisis, battle shifts to states. Weakest men plot counter-offensive. Ibadan Convention, a jamboree, says Ayahu. South Zonal Scribe Turner dismisses expulsion claims, reaffirms loyalty to Wike. More on these stories if you got a copy of the Daily Sun, all right? Okay, on the Daily Sun as well, you have Tinubu's peace envoy to Plateau holds talks with critical stakeholders from 17 LGAs. Nnamdi Kanu sues NMA, demands 50 million naira damages over medical reports. All right, these are top stories on the Daily Sun. We have Dr. Dan, guest reviewer, with us now, the HOD Mass Communication Department. Dr. Dan, it's always a delight to have you on this segment. Apparently, the major dominant story is the outcome of the PDP convention, and some say the expulsion of Wike and his co-travelers was long overdue. Do you share in these sentiments?
Thank you very much. A very good morning to you this morning. The reality about the PDP crisis is that issue ought to have been resolved long ago. Yes, it is true that Wike has been suspended, but one of the things we should look at is if you look at the influence of the man over the party across the country, it has been very dominant. My take is this: if PDP cannot find individuals who are ready to fund the party, we may end up going back to this same crisis again. Because the reality is that the survival of political parties in the state, especially states where the party is in opposition, if there is no man or woman who is ready to provide the needed funds to organize party meetings and all the rest, the ruling party will swoop on them and the influence of the party will continue to wane. It's a good step in the right direction, with the hope that with the suspension of Wike and others, a fresh breath may come into the party. But we'll wait to see how far this can go. This is my take on the issue for now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dan, for those insights on that particular issue. Now, moving on to our next paper this morning, we'll look at the Vanguard newspaper. Let's take a look at Vanguard newspaper. One of the major headlines there says, as bank profits rebound to 2.5 trillion naira, manufacturers shun bank loans over high interest rates. That is on page 21. Also on Vanguard, Tinubu to appoint ambassadors soon, says the presidency. That one is on page 8. Also on Vanguard newspaper, you see electricity workers threaten nationwide shutdown. Imo transmission incident, a dispute, not abduction, says the police. Also on Vanguard, you get to see UK to allow Nigerians, other foreign students, switch to innovator founder visa. Now, those are the stories on Vanguard newspaper. Now, let's hear from our guest reviewer, Dr. Dan. Let's hear from you.
I will take on the issue of the appointment of ambassadors. The crisis between Nigeria and the United States, for instance, is a failure of diplomacy. Government, since this government took over, ambassadors have not been appointed. That created a sort of vacuum. There was no line of communication between the government and the United States government. All over the world where Nigerians are, where we have issues with people or the host countries, the problem has been basically the failure of government to have a diplomatic line of communication between government and the host nations. What would they have taken the government to have appointed ambassadors before now? They will tell you that they were looking for men and women who have the capacity to do this and that. 2 years into office, you don't have ambassadors in different countries. It does not speak well about the caliber of man who is in the presidency. We know that he's an astute politician, but for him to have kept the ambassadorial list up to now, I don't think it's a good politics for the nation. On the issue of the dispute between electricity workers and the police, one question we should ask is, what was the level of violence either exercised by the police that will warrant the workers to take the part of a nationwide solidarity to address this issue? The police officers in Nigeria again and again need regular training on dispute management and civil relationship. You and I know that most of the time when certain things happen, the attitude of many police officers is very desperate. They don't understand what it means to engage individuals on a conversation that will not result to physical violence or intimidation. But we learn these basics in our basic relationship with the civil population, we may not be able to make the type of change that we're expecting in this nation. You recall that about 5 years ago, there was protest over police brutality, owing to the fact that a police officer, an average police officer in Nigeria cannot engage you in a formal conversation unless it involves force. And this is not good for us as a people. Lastly, who will be willing to take loan from a bank when the policy issues in this country are not stable? Today, the economy is we appear to be stable. In the next few months, a government policy or action between government and some stakeholders will change the whole narrative. So if you borrow money and the economy is not good enough for your business to be sustainable, how do you pay back? So that is the reason why people will run away from taking bank loans, because they don't want to lose their property or what they stood as collateral for their businesses. These are the issues. I look forward to a country where when a government comes into office, we make deliberate efforts to sustain policies that will make for sustainability. This frequent change in policy affect businesses. This is what I will say with reference to the issue of loans from the banks.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dan. Let's take a look at what we have from the Daily Independent. It says on the front page, experts warn of fiscal instability as Nigeria's borrowing grows. And then, it will take 4 years for Wike to return to PDP, says Bode George. And then we have more stories for you on the Daily Independent. It says, time running out for Nigeria to tackle oil and gas methane emissions. That's one of the critical pollutant that is creating the challenge of climate change and global warming that we talk about every now and then. And then we have more for you on the Daily Independent. It says, Gumi Fort's call for his arrest, defense engagement with bandits. FG urged to apologize, reverse mother tongue policy. Disguise contract staffing creates safety blind spot at airports. More on these stories if you got a copy of the Daily Independent. But let's get your take on these stories as much as you can, Dr. Dan.
Report of the Senate inquiry into the financial dealings of the NNPC. There are reports of over 200 trillion in the hands of NNPC that is not accounted for. I want us to reflect on this. On one hand, government is borrowing to fund projects. On the second look, a state corporation that ought to provide the financial buffer for the country is involved in financial dealings that are not straightforward. 200 trillion is not small money. One would have expected that the government will sit down and insist that the NNPC, either the former GMD and the current GMD, but you realize that government is borrowing. I'm told, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I'm told that what his borrowing plan is or was. Government has already borrowed about 70 trillion. It's against the 10 trillion budgeted for. What does that tell you? The question we should ask is, even the money government keeps borrowing, what projects are they using this money for? Can we see these projects? Are they working? So if you have a budget system where the basic indices for its funding are not clear enough, the implication is that you will run into crisis. So those who keep saying the economy is getting stable We are not asking questions about the loans we have taken, the repayment plan, and how it can bring about a better system for all of us. If we don't address this, we will not move forward. As for Gumi, it is because the government has tolerated this nonsense issue over the years. That is why Gumi can come out to say, oh, he's justified in his action. If you listen to if you play back the tapes of this man, at a point he was supporting bandits. Oh, that they were the defenders of the northern interests. On another hand, he said, no, instead of killing them, we should negotiate with them. Where I normally feel sad is this. These criminals will infiltrate communities, kill children, and the same government will give amnesty to such individuals, give them money. What message are you sending to the children and families of those killed by these terrorists that are labeled bandits? What is the difference between a bandit and a terrorist? Is it not the same action they carry out? For Gumi to come and justify his action is very sad. He talks about negotiating with terrorists and that he has secured over 600. Question was you ask yourself is, or he cost about 600 to renounce banditry. What was the exchanges in all of this? These are questions we are not asking ourselves. A sane nation would have taken him into court long before now. But you and I know that government is complicit in all of this. If government is not complicit, the likes of Gumi would have been at the bar by now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dan, for your insights on that particular paper. Now, because we're pressed for time, let's move to our final point of call this morning. The Nation newspaper, the first headline there says, Tinubu targets interfaith, inter-ethnic truce in Plateau. Emissary meets Irigwe. Mieti Allah leaders secures breakthrough in Jos South farm disputes. Also on the Nation newspaper, you see inflation eases for 7th consecutive time. CPI down by 100 points. That's on page 3. Also on the Nation, DSS nabs major arms supplier to armed groups. Also, you get to see UK permanent residency seekers to wait for years. Also right there on the Nation, Oshun leads in voter registration. That's page 4. Akande Ayedatiwa has turned Ondo into industrial hub. On page 31 on the Nation newspaper, very quickly, let's get to hear from you, Dr. Dan.
Thank you. The Plateau issue has been an issue since we returned to them, even before we returned to democratic governance. It's just that in the military era, people did not have the courage to challenge the military in terms of the level of violence. If the president has taken the step of interfaith dialogue, inter-ethnic dialogue as a part of resolving the Plateau crisis, is a step in the right direction. But beyond all of this, I think some of the security challenges we have as a people can be better addressed if we engage, if we have state police. If we have state and community police, it will go a long way in addressing some of these issues. Have you ever asked yourself why government officials keep resisting the idea of state police? Some will say, oh, the state governors will use it to oppress their political opponent. We are in a society that is growing. Let us start it. When there are challenges associated with it, you can make necessary laws to address some of those challenges. But for us to keep running away from it, thinking that one police force will serve the interests of this entire nation, we may be daydreaming. That is one. Two, the fundamental issues about the Plateau crisis over the years, from the days of Dariye till now, the papers are there. Whether this government set up another committee, it will not address the issue. The courage to address issue is the problem. You recall that in Obasanjo's government, a Truth and Reconciliation Commission was set up to resolve this issue. They did not get to the root of the matter. So courage is needed by government to say this must stop. If we don't have courage, we'll continue with this part of politicking and we'll not get to the root of it. Thank you for having me this morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dan Ekara, Associate Professor of Mass Communication, HOD, Mass Communication Department, University of Benin. Thank you for always availing us your beautiful insight into some of these issues. Thank you so much. And that brings us to the end of the newspaper review segment. We'll take a short break and we'll get our conversation on course. Of course, my colleague Kadir will be joining us from our Abuja Network Studio to drive the conversation with our guests here from our Benin Network Studio. Please stay tuned. So good to have you join us again on the program TMI on the ITV network. On Saturday, former Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs and Senior Advocates of Nigeria, I'm talking about Kabiru Turaki SAN, emerged as the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Turaki emerged at the national convention of the party in Ibadan, Oyo State, where delegates from 17 states across the country cast their votes to choose national officers. But that wasn't the big news. The big news has to do with the expulsion of Nyesom Wike, Ayodele Fayose, and of course Sam Anyanwu, and I think another person, Dan Obiya of Edo State, from the party. We heard this morning a chieftain of the party, but they just saying it will take Wike 4 years to return back to the PDP, as it were. But we're also seeing some of the reactions trailing that incident. For instance, Governor of Plateau State, Caleb Mutfwang, has distanced himself from the expulsion of the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, from the party. Interesting one. And then I think it's the former governor of Taraba State that has also indicated interest to leave the party and join the APC. So hard times ahead for the party. I'm joined now by Fares Okbere, who is a chieftain of the PDP. Fares, thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you for having me.
We also have Bishop Austin Igbasen, who is a public commentator. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Frank Ohiosun is a political analyst, author, will be joining us online as we dip in this conversation. Fares, I know you probably will just conclude that these expulsions were long overdue as far as the party is concerned, but they are saying that they've not been expelled from the party. I mean, we see the reactions trailing it. Isn't this too much, a little bit too much for the party to handle against the background that the party is working towards 2027?
Well, I think it's, we'll call it a good radiance to bad rubbish, or whatever they call it, but the truth is that it was long overdue, like you rightly said, and you know, within the PDP structure, within the PDP family, there's been a lot of bad eggs who have long compromised integrity, sold their soul, and you know, helping the president to push Nigeria into a one-party state that the president, you know, is desperately trying to achieve. And I'm happy that some members of the PDP have realized that, you know, they need to take both steps in defending democracy, you know, because democracy is supposed to be for a system that protects the rights of not only opposition, but also the media, also civil society, and all of that. And allowing it to collapse into a one-party state would have been a great disaster. So the PDP, you know, removing some of these bad eggs, some of them, because there are still some others within the PDP who are still bad eggs that have not been removed. You know, particularly, you know, Wike. You know, Wike has been a very bad egg in the PDP. You know, has been a destructive factor in the PDP. You know, has been someone who has decided for his own personal interest, because the president has engaged him, giving him one of the biggest portfolios in his administration, you know, solely for the purpose of destroying the opposition for him. And that's what he was rewarded for by being the minister of the FCT. Now that has been removed for him because he cannot say he's a member of the PDP anymore. He has been expelled, you know, and we are hoping that, you know, we're able to fish out the remaining part X, remove them from the system, and let the opposition get its ass together and challenge the president. Nigeria is not going forward. Nigeria is not making progress, and we need a viable opposition. We need the PDP to be strong. We need the opposition to be together. We need an opposition that can speak for Nigerians. Because if the PDP collapses today, it is not only the PDP members who will suffer it. It's Nigerians who will suffer it. Because, you know, if you say you are practicing democracy, you need an opposition that will be able to stand its ground and say, okay, this is what, or provide an alternative for the people. If you don't have a system where there is no alternative for the people, then you are going to slip into anarchy. You are going to slip into authoritarianism, which is what we're experiencing in Nigeria today, where you see a governor in Kogi will come out and tell you that anybody who criticizes the president will be dealt with. You come to Edo, you see a governor who will tell you that anybody that does not wear the president's cap you should not enter ESCO meetings. You go to different places and you see the level of arrogance, the level of arrogance that is going on within the country, within the politics, whereby you see a president who comes into power in less than 3 months. They started campaigning for the next election that's supposed to be 4 years' time. We see all this nonsense going on. The INEC has not lifted the restrictions on campaigns, but you go around, you see billboards of the president everywhere. Okay. All the major roads, even in Benin, in Delta, everywhere. It's not supposed to be like this.
Okay. All right, let me pause you there. Bishop, you've been following these events for a long time, and finally, the PDP has summoned the courage to hold this convention. New leaders emerge, but not without the usual crisis that, you know, trace such convention. We saw the court injunctions, court orders, counter orders, and all of that. At some point, it was as though the convention wasn't going to hold. I was so sure the convention wasn't going to hold until I spoke with my colleague Agboju Ikwora, who was live at the convention ground. So what do you make of all of these in the build-up to 2027? And then you have these seeming tantrums against Mr. President that his party is trying to galvanize Nigeria into a one-party state.
To me, I look at it that one thing about PDP is that it's like PDP is under a spell. I can tell you for free. If you remember, you interviewed me on this same station during the campaign, and I think the PDP guy who was there was almost ready to tear my cloth that day when I was telling him the gospel truth that I have been following Trent even while he is still somewhere. Now, you look at what built up to what Wike is doing. You ask yourself question, my brother talk of selfish interest. What was the selfish interest? That this particular slot of presidential should go to the south. Do you call that one a personal interest? He contested as a normal party person. Even though if you said he failed, that slot of presidential candidate is for the South. How will you put your chairman as a northerner and also put your presidential candidate as a northerner? So that's why I tell you that the party is under a major spell. Even taking a decision of expelling these people at this moment. You expel Fayose when he was doing his birthday. You expel people who have contributed. Let us look at those who are expelling who now. How many of them have been consistent and loyal to PDP like that Wike they are talking about now? Do you know that every house needed a stubborn child? That when you, how do you manage your crisis? We are here when Obaseki was here in APC. He fought, and when he came again, when he finished with PDP, when all of us supported him, at the end of the day, when he wants to go, how did he nominate his candidate that contested here? Even with the trend of how his own candidate emerged, you can be able to look from far and see defeat ahead when the stakeholders that needed to be carried along. I'm a bishop of a church. I have people that are bad in the church. Do I throw them away? We have people that we know they are doing wrong thing. But what do we do? By the word of God, we bring, the Bible says faith coming by hearing, and hearing the word of God. We call them to order. We talk to them. There are some of them, we enforce something, they didn't take it. We still bring them together. So the question is that you want to do, there are ways you can manage these people. That's why I'm saying, let us start from the foundation. How many of them have been in the PDP since the PDP started? And they never switch over left and right. All the people that are expelling who now, How many of them? Fayose have been in PDP from beginning. He has never jumped ship. He has stayed consistent. All of us were here to see how Fayose fought the government of Buhari to stand still when everybody was not talking. We saw when Buhari placed Fayose and Wike on travel ban as a sitting governor. Where were those people today who are expelling these people? These are people that stood in as a sitting governor. The president placed them on travel ban. And these people came up. Why? Because they are always considered. Will you remember when Fanika Kayode's wife was arrested in Zenith in Ekiti State? Governor Fayose left his office to go there physically and tell them, I will seize your CFO. You must release this woman. These are people that fought and took us out of the authoritative government of that time. Now, how do you handle them? How do you talk about them? You can bring these people together and reconcile your people. To me, as an outsider, I tell you that even the issue of going to coalition, the calculation is that what they are doing is that you did a convention, and the first thing you do is to expel some people. That is the first, that you call it victory now. Expelling them is a victory. It's not a victory. I can tell you for free. What PDP is trying to do is eventually what you see in ADC is going to come back to PDP.
But they've been accused of anti-party activities, working as moles in the PDP for the interest of the APC. Isn't that sacrilegious in political space?
Let me ask you, sir. Even in APC, are people not working against APC who are in the same party of APC and they are working against their party? Is it a new thing today? What you do is that there are people you cannot edge out in a system, that you just need to manage them and understand them and give platform. Okay, like I tell you, the beginning of the crisis is that let it go to the south. What was wrong then? At least they went to pick somebody from Benue to be the chairman, somebody that have no political weight. And you could see the party drifting towards failure of 2023. But at the end of the day, the party will tell you, INEC did this one did that, but they never look inward to look at what are the areas. If people have listened to what Wike is saying that time, let this slot go to the south. How can a northerner be contesting when another northerner has finished 8 years under normal condition? A sane person, can you do that? Even one person, not talking of a party. And this guy shouted to the rooftop, and yet everybody said nothing happened. Nothing will happen. And yet we went to doom. Even our brother here in Delta was running around to be a vice president on something that even a fool can see that this ship is heading nowhere. So where do we call, when we talk of political party, we're talking about interest. And also we have gentleman agreement. What happened to that agreement? If you want to deal with a problem, you look at the remote cause and the immediate cause. How do we arrive here? Okay. We arrive here because somebody said, this is the slot of the South. And yet you cannot have a party that wants to govern Nigeria, and you have your chairman and your presidential candidate from one part of Nigeria, and you call it, you want to tell us that that party is a party that believes in all? Now, have we gone back to that area to deal with that issue? How many of them, how many meetings have they been able to call? You can remove as many as possible of Wike, but what benefit will you get from them? Because when you are taking a decision as a party, you will look at what is the effect of this decision on us.
Okay. Let me
as a party.
Let me get my colleague Kadri to join the conversation from Abuja Network Studio. Kadri, I'm sure you want to get our panelists here to ventilate the views on these latest development with the PDP.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sonny. Yeah, our panelists are doing just very well, but I like to look at this in three folds. Before the convention, so many things happened, which of course resulted to the issue of some of the members going to court, and the party says you cannot take us to court. Then you have during the convention, some members were expelled, about 8 of them. We have Wike, you have Fayose, you have Samuel Otom, Samuel Anyanwu, you also have Umar Bature, you have Danobi, you have Kamal Dean, and then I think one other person. And then that's during the convention. Then after the convention, you have some persons coming out to say they distance themselves from that pronouncement. And of course, we saw how the chieftain of the party, Bode George, read one section of the party's rules and regulation or constitution, saying they have erred. You know, a party member taking the party to court is an aberration. And as a result, he raised the motion. It was seconded, it was passed into voice vote, and then they were expelled. So to the bishop, this is what some people believe that it is long time coming. Do you allow somebody to continue to drag the party, in the mud, when of course you know that 2027 is just by the corner? Then to our other guests there, you know that the issue of court, the Supreme Court has addressed it severally, that issue of the party should be left for the party to deal with internally. If you have a former governor who knows that the deadline to obtain form is on the 3rd of September, and the governor waited until 27th of September to say, I want to buy form, is that not a violation of the rules that have been set for the purchase of form? And such a person still went ahead to go to the court and say, court, give me a judgment to stop them from going ahead with the convention, or they include me in chairmanship. Let's get your reaction to this.
So let's start with Bishop now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I felt is that you cannot allow somebody in a house to destroy the house.
Okay.
That is why I said the mechanism of the party to resolve issue, you have to exhaust it. You have to call people instead of striking somebody. There are people within a system that you know they can be a spoiler, and you don't also play into their hand as a party. What you need to do is that these persons that are agitating, what is the agitation? How many times have we called them together as a party and said, this and that, what are your grievances, and let us put it on the table and deal with it and be able to sort it. That's why I gave the example of Atiku at that time. Everybody was expecting him at that time to call the party, warning party, as a presidential candidate. But that one was ignored, that it doesn't matter, we're going to swim through. What I feel is that there is a problem. This guy is offended. There are some persons that are not happy. There is no party today in the world where you have everybody happy. But you just look at some stakeholder and you bring them together. That's why I gave the example of Obaseki at that time when Asue was to be the governorship aspirant here. How did that one emerge? But look at APC. They have an issue with their primary. And what happened? At the end of the day, they make it inconclusive. And eventually the person who is deputy governor today was the one that they said was declared winner at that time. But it was resolved within how many hours? And they did another primary. And the same person who was governorship candidate became deputy governor. And everybody silent. How do you deal with your issue? Now you talk of one party state. The same man who became president today, they took all Yoruba states were taken. Southwest state was taken by Obasanjo from him. Did the man shout to the rooftop? Everybody that is a politician must be strategic. Look at the strategy that Tinubu put in place and eventually recover Osun, recover Ekiti, recover Ondo State from later Gagu, and eventually the man took over all the state back to that party without shouting anybody want to turn Nigeria to party state. Was it not PDP that was in power then that took over all the southwestern state? But the man who remained in Lagos did not make noise, because politics is not by making noise and making rash decisions. It's about strategic planning. And look at who are this, who are that, and spoiler. Why did God say, look at the issues that are around us? God give us wisdom to be able to call some people to the round table and look at it. It's about interest. What do you want? how do we go about it? And we just deal with this issue. That's why I told you now. I told you of how Tinubu got all the Southwest state back without saying Obasanjo want to kill me. He was not making any noise. But gradually, without having the central power, he took over those states back again and stabilized. Today is a president. You say you want to take everybody. You have a party that every day your governors are leaving. Okay, the governor that have decamped now from PDP to APC, is it Wike that went to preach to them? That when you say you remove Wike now, say it's the cancer of your party. All the governors that have left, is it Wike that converted all of them into the party? Data has left, and you say it's not an issue, and you say the man does not have sense. This other one that have left, you say they don't have sense. Now, who is going to have sense in your party? And within the same governors that you are having now, you have more than 2 or 3 that are on their way out, and yet you say it is not an issue. And that is the best time you can send other people away, that you know that these people, if you manage them well, you can also use them to win those who are about to leave your party. That is what I'm saying. Internal structure of the party. Have you exhausted? Somebody is doing anti-party, the other one is doing anti-party. Do you not bring them? Look at the value of people. Politics is about what is the weight of this man. The man you are sending out of your party, does he have weight? We were here when a chairman who came from Benue that cannot win the front of his father's house was made a chairman of a party, and everybody saw that this man is a paperweight politician. Yet a party said they stick to him instead of bringing either a Southerner to be their chairman. And we are heading towards something. We saw the result, and we are looking at another one coming in 2027. We say we are taking decision. Do you know that laws, you check your law when you are taking decision, and you choose your fight? Okay. There are people as a party, you don't fight them because you know how to sort them out. That is what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that they don't have their issue, or they have not stepped on toe, or they have not taken some decision. But as far as I'm concerned, I think that you look at the weight of these guys to your party. What is their political weight? What is their loyalty over the years? Because party must reward loyalty. Okay. Those who are expelling them today, how many times have they moved out of PDP and returned back as converted prodigal son? But the people you are expelling now, ask yourself, have they ever left this party? All of us knew what Wike went through in the hand of Buhari for election. All of us knew what it took the whole world for the man to announce the winner of the election. We knew how many weeks it took us. Yet you say you are throwing that man because he has an issue today. If that is how God throw all of us away, how are we?
Just a moment. We'll come to you. Just a moment.
It's not balanced.
They will come to you. We'll come to you.
What I'm saying is that these people that are expelling Wike, how loyal were they to the party? Have we checked their DNA over the years? Okay. That the person you are expelling, Ayo Fayose, have been in PDP from beginning.
Is it about the distance or the years you spent, or about your activities and how it is promoting the party?
Sir, loyalty to the party from beginning.
Yes.
These persons have not left your party. They have been there.
All right.
When you talk about sponsoring and backing of the party financially, some of them help you to also get the state you lost back. Are we going to throw those appreciations into the mouth? Let
me push you there, Bishop. We have more people that are on the verge of leaving the party. Taraba State Governor Agbu Kefas has announced he will officially join the APC, apparently dissatisfied with the outcome of the convention. But from the legal perspectives, the action taken by the party is bound by the internal rules, the constitution of the party, and even the Supreme Court judgment, several of Supreme Court judgments about the internal working, internal activities of the party. This substantiates this expulsion. So what do you make of the reaction that have trade this expulsion?
Well, the Supreme Court in its own right has said several times in Nigeria that, you know, the actions of political parties are their prerogative. The political parties have their internal mechanism to run themselves, and the court should not be dragged into issues of political parties. The Supreme Court have said that over and over and over again. Now let's look at what my brother was saying just now when he said that the former governor of Jigawa State, take that for example.
Sule Lamido.
Yes. You know, the party came out and said, we are sending nomination forms for chairmanship. If you want to contest as the national chairman of the party, you have between now and September 3rd to buy your form and all of that. They set up a panel to do screening and all of that. After all of that has been done, you come out on the 27th. On the 27th of September, about 3 weeks after the closing date of the date that the party has put as the closing date for the
sales of form. Yeah.
You come back and you are saying that, oh, the party refused to sell form for you. You know, we cannot continue to entrench a system of indiscipline. When you talk about some of the issues that you see around political party, whether in PDP, APC, LP, you know, there's a consistent entrenchment of indiscipline that has been going on, where people feel, oh, that because I am this, I can do what I like, and I'm that, I can do what I like. So these people, there were committees that were set up. One of them was headed by our own Chief Tommy Kimi for reconciliation, for all of that. A lot of rooms were given to people to come to the table and say, okay, let's put some of these issues behind. But when you have a system of someone who is desperate, you know, to destroy a foundation because he's getting something from the president or from the other side, then it becomes difficult for you to put up any kind of reconciliation attempt, because people are already falling from behind. And that's what we are seeing. We are seeing it not only in the PDP, we are seeing it in the Labour Party as well. We're also seeing it in the ADC. People are within the system, within the federal government, you know, pumping money, pumping resources, money that should have been used to better the life of Nigerians, pumping it into destabilizing political parties. Let me give you a clear example. There was a report, you know, by two major newspapers in Nigeria who reported that, you know, that the president is paying up to 250 billion naira to a government that is defective.
No, but there's no evidence to back that up.
There's no evidence to back it, but the party, the APC, the presidency, and all of that have never. Go and check your records. They have never come out to say this is not true. Never. Let me give you another example. In Delta State, the former governor of Delta State was accused of embezzling over $1 trillion naira. The EFCC opened up an investigation against him. He was arrested, taken to Port Harcourt. What was the deal? Today, where's the case? He is going about campaigning for the president. The case has been quashed. In Kogi State, the former governor was accused of embezzling money. In fact, there was evidence that he used he sent money from the state coffers to pay for his children's school fees abroad. It was not even hearsay, it was fact. Today, the case is nowhere to be seen. He's out there campaigning and going around with the president. When millions of Nigerians are hungry, you have a system where the president, out of desperation, is willing to cover 250 billion naira to give to a governor to defect from his party to come and join him. And this is not money given to the states to work. This is money given to the governor as personal money, not even the one going to senators.
No, the president told you that.
Well, they have not denied it. They have not denied it. Nobody has denied it. Okay. Nobody.
Okay.
Let me finish that. Nobody has denied it. It's there. Nobody has denied it. As we speak, nobody has denied it. Not the presidential spokesmen have not come to say, oh, what these people reported was a lie. No. They have not denied it. We have a system where the president came in, and his whole idea is to transform Nigeria into a one-party state the way he has practically made Lagos State to look like. And we are talking about, it's what happened with this, what happened with that. We forget that, because Bishop said that in his church that there are also bad eggs. If you identify bad eggs in your organization and you're not able to deal with it, it tells a lot about your personality as a leader. Because sometimes when you allow indiscipline to fester on, when you allow indiscipline, because Nigeria is where we are today because of the gross indiscipline in the judiciary, in the police, in the lives of Nigerians. Everywhere you look at, you see indiscipline. You see people who are drinking water and throwing the rubbish on the street. You see indiscipline. Whereas when you go abroad, when you go to that place, you see a more disciplined society. in their political system, in their public life, in their personal lives. Now we are encouraging indiscipline. Somebody will go to another party. He will go to. He will be in a political party. He will take a position in another party's position and start using it to work against his own political interests. Go to his state and elect the party, the APC, in his own local government and put them as chairman. Drag his political party to court. When you know fully well that in the PDP constitution, in the constitution of the party, that you cannot take the party to court. And when we talk about the outcome of whatever happened in this convention, the convention is the highest organ of the party. It's the highest organ of the party. The convention does not need to set up disciplinary committees or anything. The convention is the highest organ. Whatever decision that is taken at the convention of a party is binding on the party. The court will not have power to come and say, oh, a convention, whatever they did in a convention is not avoided. No, you can't say that. The convention is the highest organ of the party. The delegates from all across the state have come out and said, these guys have been problem for our state. You are a minister in Tinubu's government, you are a member of PDP, and you have already endorsed the president for 2027, and you want to remain in PDP. And somebody is here rationalizing for you that you are a founding member of the PDP. Fayose has come out, went to an APC rally in Ekiti State and endorsed Tinubu and endorsed the APC governor there in the state. And you want him to remain in the party. You want to call those kind of people for reconciliation. What kind of reconciliation are you going to do with people who have already made up their minds to destroy the foundation of the party? There's no kind of reconciliation. Okay. So any attempt to reconcile those kind of people, you're just wasting your time.
All right, now we'll come back in just a moment. It's not over yet on this emergence of Turaki as the chairman of the PDP, the fallout of the National Convention. But we're looking at some of the issues that are ancillary to that decision. Our guest is still here. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Stay with us on the program TMI on the ITV network. Many thanks again for rejoining us on the program TMI on the ITV network as we continue our discussions on the outcomes of the just concluded PDP National Convention. That convention has brought forth a lot of things, but most topical of them is the expulsion of some founding members, some key members of the party. Our panelist here, Fares Okbari, a chieftain of the PDP. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you.
And of course, Bishop Austin Igbasan, public affairs commentator.
Thank you.
We actually thought that we could have Frank Hiosu, a public affairs analyst and author, join this conversation. We hope you'll be able to make it. Of course, my colleague Kadri is still with us on this conversation from our Abuja network studio. Okay, let's come back here. Now, the stage is set for a very interesting battle ahead for the PDP. And the action taken by the party is justified by its constitution. But there's something I'd like you to react to. We have seen a Wike who is one of the most outstanding minister in the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, whether anybody likes it. If you go to Abuja, you see the comment, you see the way people talk about him, even though he has found himself in very, very controversial circumstances. I mean, with the one that happened with the young naval officer not too long ago. But we've seen a Wike who has consistently and constantly worked against the interest of the party. In the local government election in Rivers State, we saw Wike aiding and abetting the emergence of all APC candidates in that local government election. In a state that has a sitting PDP governor. That's just one out of many, infractions. I mean, are these justifiable? Your argument is that he perhaps was robbed, or perhaps he was not given what was due him in the decision of choosing who becomes the presidential candidate, especially zoning it to the south. But is it something he should hold on to for this long against the interest of the party? If he's saying, whatever he was aspiring for was for the betterment of the south, not his personal interest. If he didn't get it, why didn't he just put that behind and work for the overall interest of the political party that he belongs to.
Like my brother said here, on the comment I made, that even in my organization, in our organization, there are bad heads.
Yes.
And he cannot even say in his family there are no bad people. And why I don't, that one does not say I'm a bad person. When I see somebody bad and I'm talking to the person, persuading the person, instead of using stick to break the head of the person. If God give opportunity for the prodigal son to come to his father, I, as a bishop, I cannot send anybody out of church. There was somebody that was selling alcohol that was in our church, in one of our branch. The whole street, he said, you want to come and join this church. This church is good. I should remove the woman from the church. I told them I will not remove the woman because I want the woman to change. Today I prayed for the woman, and the woman is blessed. Today she's a dealer. At the end of the day, I told them, I said, I didn't expel her from church. Today she's a dealer selling car. She no more sell alcohol. That is how a good leader should do. I cannot send somebody
transform
else.
people.
Yeah, transform people.
But when you find people who can't be transformed, who are beyond transformation, what happens?
Why I'm saying this one is that he said he tells about my kind of person.
Okay.
That's what I want to clear.
No, I wasn't talking about you, sir.
No. You quoted what I said.
No.
And you said if I cannot send a bad person out of a system, it also falls back on my kind of person.
About your character.
So that I need
but
to
he said that he didn't mean it.
I'm an author.
No, he said he doesn't mean it that way.
I'm an author.
Yeah.
I'm an author. I've authored 198 books. So when somebody is talking, I read logic on how to break your sentence.
No, if
that one.
If he says that he didn't mean it that way. No, hold on, Bishop, hold on. I want us to leave here, on the same note with which we started the conversation. He is saying here and now that he didn't mean it that way. He was actually talking about the context was a political party. And that's exactly what I'm even talking about now. That Wike now, that is a major subject of discussion, is in the party. And these are the activities that he's doing. I'd like you to take it off from there, Bishop.
Yes. What I'm saying is that this is when you say somebody is acting somehow, you ask yourself, that's why I talk about remote and immediate cause.
Yes.
That why is this person talking and doing this? Are you telling me that in the whole world now, minus the Almighty God, there are no people who can speak to Wike and Wike will listen to them? Are we saying he's somebody that no human being can talk to?
It could be that he's on a revenge mission. I haven't lost that in that election.
What I'm saying is that I'm not saying that he should be president. And that is not the bone of contention that they should give it to him. But the fight was that let a Southerner be your presidential candidate and let the chairman. Now, since you have chosen Atiku, let the chairman go. Do you remember that was the last fight? That let the chairman go. Since we have now said we are using a Northerner, let the chairman go. They said they can't let the chairman go. So, do you say that Wike want to become chairman of PDP as at that time? No. He might want to be a president. And since that one has been given to Atiku, the issue is that change our chairman. So I come back to say, whatever that action you have mentioned now is not a good action for your party. Now, number one is that this is not the first time that you will appoint. Let us get beyond this level of every sitting governor or president must bring everybody from his party. If you remember late Yaradua, after they announced and he said, I concur that this election was flawed with a lot of irregularities. I'm going to start electoral reform. Now I give and leave to Buhari to bring people to the government. Buhari said he's not bringing anybody, that he's not part of that government. He's not going to be this. That is not, it is wrong for us to have the mindset that, doctor, if you become governor of Edo State now, you cannot pick somebody from opposition to stand with you. Picking somebody from opposition show how large your heart of leadership is, and that you also believe in other people who know what you don't know. There is one of the ministers today that all of us knew that when they were asking him questions by the Senate, he's one of those people that abused Mr. President throughout the campaign. Today the guy is a sitting minister, and the president prevailed on National Assembly that this guy has something to offer. Despite all the stupid things he has said about me, that is leadership. Wike must not be crucified that he was made a minister of FCT. Let us go beyond this politics of if you are APC, if you are PDP, we must destroy ourselves. You cannot pick no good thing from my side that can come in. For a leader to pick somebody from opposition is a leader that have largeness of heart and believe that somebody else. That's what I quoted one of the ministers who abused Mr. President on tweets throughout the campaign. He's not a member of APC. But Mr. President look at his CV and know that this guy can contribute to my government. He prevailed on the National Assembly to screen him, even when they were reminding him all the stupid things he said. He said, please, all what we need is the capacity of this guy. Look at what the guy is doing in this government today. The capacity he brought it inside. What I'm saying is that for him to be made a minister is not a sin, but the action of working against the interest of his party, I didn't support. But what I'm saying is that when we have such an issue, there are platforms we can reconcile. Okay, you say Wike is bad. As tough as Wike is, as stubborn as Wike is, Mr. President is managing him. And yet, Mr. President is not a chairman of his party. Yet, he managed him.
What are his actions towards his party? His actions, to what extent are his actions benefiting his so-called party, the PDP?
I can tell you.
We shouldn't be concerned about that.
I can tell you for free that all those who won the election are also PDP members in that party. I can tell you for free. Let a PDP man here, a PDP man there, verify it. If you say Wike is working for the interest of somebody that is coming afresh, it is a lie from the pit of hell. All those who won that election are people with him from PDP who are having DNA of PDP in their system. These are things. It's something that is verifiable. All the people that won the election, are they new people who were in his opposition when he's not a madman? They are not his opposition. They are his men who have been in PDP and following the trend of what is happening. What I'm saying here is that there is an issue. Do we say Wike does not have somebody that can say, please stop fighting? Is that what we are saying? But the judge now is a senior man who had been a former governor of Ondo State. We all knew what he did in our state when he was there that time. He's talking at this old age. He's one of those who said if they win the election, he's going to leave Nigeria. Now he's talking, as an elder statesman, he has been in Port Harcourt when Wike was in government. What has changed now between now? What I'm saying is that there are issues. We identify issues. You remember this Wike was here when Obaseki was in government, and we are doing election here. And Buhari brought about 6 APC governors here to intimidate the election. But Wike life was even at risk. He was out here in this Edo for the man to win election. So all those labor, we want to throw it away. People you say they are wrong, they have some capacity you need in your party. Are we saying that this Wike, there is nobody in this world that can talk to him and say, okay, this is the issue you are talking about. We are addressing it now. Let it be 60, let it be 40. 60 interest to you, 40 interest to your party. Oh, 40 to you, 60 to your party. If party cannot resolve their problem, and it is how to govern Nigeria that is their issue, then where is the capacity to solve Nigeria problem? Where is the capacity? If we cannot solve this Wike issue, people that are not less than 16, we cannot manage them and keep them in the party, and we say we must throw them away, not looking at yesterday. Where were those people who are expelling Wike now? When Wike was in Edo State with us here, when Buhari won the election to go the other way.
Okay, all right, let me
Ganduje, all of them were here, all here in the street of Benin.
Now we'll take a quick
when Wike was kept on house arrest.
We'll take a quick commercial break. It's still TMI on the ITV network. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Stay tuned. Us on the program TMI on the ITV network as we continue to X-ray, analyze and review the outcomes of the PDP National Convention, which brought forth a new national chairman. But of course, that has been dwarfed with the expulsion of key members of the party who have been speaking and reacting to the latest decision. Let me come to you now, Fares. We're here now. The feeling is that those expelled from the party are what you can call political heavyweights, have the capacity to hold their own anytime, any day, as far as the political space of Nigeria is concerned, particularly with the fact that we are pushing towards a major election in 2027. Don't you think this is going to have far-reaching implications for the party in the election itself?
Well, the truth is that the damage that this so-called heavyweight is doing to the party is more than the whatever assumption of heavyweight that they are. Let me give you an example. In 2023, there was a general election in Nigeria. a presidential election in Nigeria. And the Labour Party won 12 states. Of that 12 states where they won, they had not a councillor. They didn't have a councillor in, I'm not even talking about a governor, I'm talking about a House of a Rep member, I'm not talking about a senator, I'm not talking about a commissioner. They had not even a councillor in one ward. Of the 12 states that the Labour Party won, go and check. Go and do your research on that. So, you know, sometimes when we say people are heavyweights, we call this, oh, heavyweight. Heavyweight this, heavyweight that. It's just, we are giving too much relevance to some of these heavyweights. The people that matter in a democracy, what matters in a democracy is the people. And it was proven in 2023. It was proven that when the people decide that they want to go this way, it is very difficult to change it. We've seen it over and over again. We saw it in 2020 during the NSAS struggle. You saw it when the people have made up their mind over a particular issue. It is the people, because democracy is about the people, not about a particular heavyweight. So you can't say you are a heavyweight and all you are doing is destroying. If Wike was doing to the APC what he's doing to the PDP right now, the president will not manage him. You can't say the president is managing him. No. He is doing the president's bidding. So that's why the president is keeping him. If he was going about destroying the foundation of the APC in different states, the president will not manage, the president will not condone him. So he said the president is managing him. What context are we talking about? He's managing him because he's helping to destroy his opposition? He's not doing anything for the president that you say is extraordinary. That's the truth. And you can't say you are a heavyweight and all you do is to destroy a foundation and institution. Because in Africa, what we have mostly is weak institutions and strong men. And we are the one who encourage it. Because we want to see that big man who we think that he's the one who is ruling, who is the one who is controlling. And we undermine the people. And we continue to undermine the power of the people. What is the population of registered voters in Nigeria? What is the population of the ruling class? If you put the members of PDP together, the members of APC, ADC, Labour, the members, registered members of political parties together, it doesn't make up 1% of the population of Nigeria. If you put the population of politicians, governors, House of Rep members, senators, councillors, in all the 36 states, local government chairmen, it doesn't make up 0.1% of the population of Nigeria. So there is nothing like heavyweight. Elections will be decided by the people.
So the expulsion doesn't mean anything to
it. It doesn't mean anything because what they've been doing, in fact, if it's for any reason, it means that the PDP have taken a bold step in trying to put their house in order. Okay. Because you cannot have people who are consistently, you can't be in a party. You say you're in a party. If you want to leave the party, leave the party. You can't say you're a member of a party. Because Bishop went back to say, oh, if we go back to the foundation of the crisis started from when Wike was not giving the presidential ticket or something like that, or it was supposed to zone to the south. There was a primaries that was done. In the primaries, the Wike, nobody said the primaries was rigged. Nobody said it was rigged.
They accepted the outcome of the primaries.
It was a free and fair primary. It was done on national TV. Everybody who came out, the delegates came out, they voted. That's the beauty of democracy. They came out. See, today Wike cannot tell you that it was rigged. No. He can't tell you that it was rigged. Whatever happened after the whole process was within their indoor power play. But the truth is that you go out there, you voted. In that night of the primaries, he held the mic and said he will support whoever emerged from that primaries that day. Okay. He said it with his own mouth that he will support whoever emerged from that primaries. Then maybe one or two things happened after then.
He tried to become running mate to Atiku.
Free and fair primaries. That's what I'm talking about. The primaries that produced Atiku or whatever it is, I may not have supported him. I may not have wanted Atiku to win. I didn't support him for that primaries. Yeah. You know, I wanted somebody else. Yeah. But the truth is that the primaries came and gone. Somebody else emerged.
All
Look,
right.
even within the APC, a lot of people did not support the Tinubu. Look at the vote Amechi got. Amechi got about 30% of the vote. It tells you that it was divided.
Yeah.
But, you know, somebody emerged.
So everybody has to accept that fact.
You have to, in the party, in the
All right,
party system, you have to
let me
accept
take
it.
a final word there, Bishop.
He didn't, Wike did not dispute that it was a rigged election. What Wike said is that you have won now, let chairmanship go to the south.
Okay, which he rejected.
Yes, and the man rejected
On
and
what
he refused
basis?
to come. Let the chairmanship
On the
of
basis
the
of
party,
equity and fairness.
How can you
On
be
the
having
basis of equity
presidential
and
candidate
fairness.
from north and you have the chairman of the party
You have
from north?
a president who is, you have a president now who is a Muslim. You have a vice president who is a Muslim. And you as a bishop have not said that it's wrong.
Sir.
Is that supposed to be right?
No, what happened?
In the history
No,
of the
what we're talking about,
democracy-
that's for the APC's decision.
That's
the
It's
APC's
the
decision.
thing
No,
we're talking about.
it's the APC's
What I'm-
decision.
what I'm
He's talking about the party.
You can't tell a party to
PDP.
remove a national chairman because
Sir.
you didn't win.
Sir.
All right, he has the floor.
What I said is that equity is that chairmanships from south, presidential candidate from the north. Let us go. You remember there was a meeting after that convention where the presidential candidate emerged. That okay, and the meeting was that now Yocha Ayu should step down. But Atiku held his ground that he would rather go with Yocha Ayu. And what I'm saying is that as a party, what I'm saying is that I believe very strongly. We have mentioned, I've told you about Mr. President, how he tactically and strategically won back the Southwest without making noise. What I'm concerned about is that it is very easy to remove somebody from party. Is the easiest. Look at the way they did it, very easy. But I can tell you that 2027, this decision taking will affect their 2027.
All right, thank you.
We will still be here alive.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This is where
I will
call
remind
it a
you.
wrap on this segment of the show. Fares, thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
We'll link you up with our Abuja Network studio where Kadri is on standby with our next guest. And from there, we'll transit to Lagos with Ms. Selena to continue these conversations. Kadri, over to you.
All right, it is still the program, this one on ITV. Now we take a look at this that has to be religious in nature, and it is the Holy Ghost Christian Center annual conference. And they have one of the senior part of the studio to take us to what 25 edition holds and who to participate, and of course what they will be expecting when they participate. I have with me Pastor Peter Adelani. Very good morning, Pastor Matthew Adelani. You're welcome.
Thank you much.
So just what 2025 Holy Ghost Christian Conference annual convention is about.
Okay. We want to give our glory to God. It's our culture every year. The whole essence of it is to give praise back to God for sustaining us and for keeping His work in our hands. And I'm here to represent my zonal pastor, who is the coordinating head of all our churches in the northern region, Dr. Ayo Tegbe, and who is heading all the churches in Abuja in particular. So of giving thanks back to God. When you look at it, we've been existing in Abuja this year, mark 25th year. And HCC came to Abuja year 2001 precisely. And we want to bless the Lord, 2001 thereabout. So I want to thank God this 25th year is so special to us. And the people of God, we have come together that we need to do something very special to give thanks to God and to spur our people to desire more God, and so that they are for next year will be better. You look at it, it's a milestone. 25 is not something small, and every year we do this, but this year in particular is very good. And we are grateful to God. Even Holy Ghost Christian Center as a ministry going to clock 30 years by next year, so which means the one coming will still be more elaborate, more than this. But for this, we have resolved to give thanks to God and to hear people's towards
see natural harvest from God.
Yeah, so we're saying a double-barrel event, give thanks to God, and then to make some kind of request for 2026. Yeah, so you've spoken at length when it comes to the issue of Thanksgiving, but I'd like to ask, what do you thank him with? Going to make a request while thanking him, what is the possibility of that?
Thank you very much. You know, in every settings, even those that are not of Christian faith, everybody knows the essence and importance of giving thanks. And it means you are showing gratitude to the force behind your success. You are giving thanks to the one that makes all we are doing to be able to be achievable. And we're going to thank God with all our heart, with all our life, and with our resources and with our time. And that is why in the state of Abuja, from this Thursday, from 19th or 20th to 23rd, it's going to be all through to thank God. And when you look at anyone that is reasonable, we know that we hold God in love, because he's the force behind all our success. We have a network of churches across the world, and the northern one is doing very well. They are helping us. Souls are saved. People are renewed and generated. Take note that there is no singular human effort that could do this. It's only God, because he holds the heart of man.
So in this convention, who are expected to be in attendance?
By God's grace, God's servant, the chair of Holy Ghost Christian Center globally, Dr. Amos Fenwa, and his amiable wife, Lady Fela Fenwa, is going to come to chair the program. Also, we're expecting Dr. Olumide Emmanuel. He's a senior pastor of his own ministry. He's one of the seniors in the land, and he's been a long-time friend of the ministry, minister to us. Dr. Joseph Shiju from United States Church, is the zonal pastor of all our churches in the United States, is coming. We have a lot of other ministers that will minister in song. We have Taiwo Balogun is coming. A host of them are coming to be a blessing. But also Dr. Ayo Tegbe, who is the host, and Pastor Dorcas Tegbe, they are the host in Abuja, with all of us that are all under the assembly. So, and we pray that God will take control.
So, and I ask again, you are expecting Christians to be there, non-Christians?
Yes, it's open. It's Thanksgiving. It's Thanksgiving. If it's anything Thanksgiving is open unto all. Pagans need to come.
You have to emphasize that it is open.
It's open unto all.
So that it won't just be that it is only for members. Holy Ghost,
it's not only for a Holy Ghost Christian Center members alone. This is open unto all. Please, everyone, join us from 20th through 23rd. Join us to thank the Lord and celebrate. God has done a lot of things in Abuja. When you look at it, when my zonal pastor started pastoring the Abuja, it was one, and God started adding to us. A lot of parishes, and we are doing wonderfully well. And one of the things, in our Thanksgiving, we don't want to domesticate it alone. We want to just open it so that a lot of people will come. So we celebrate and thank God together. And I know that one that cares to attend, God is going to do something special.
From 20 to 24 days.
Yes, from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is the grand finale. By 5:30 p.m. on Thursday, 5:30 p.m. on Friday. Then Saturday, we're going to have a morning session. By 10 a.m. Sunday, the grand finale, we're starting by 8 a.m. So the door is open to all.
There's any special requirement from those who wants to attend?
Oh, there is. Just come as you are. And I like to make it public that we have made a lot of logistic arrangements in every area. So anywhere we want to come, we have arranged for vehicles that will convey people from different areas.
Like from which area to which area?
Yeah, from people coming from Lugbe, we have stationed buses along that route. People coming from Kuje, we have stationed buses coming from that axis. People coming from Kubwa, we have buses. So people coming from area Maraba, Yanya, thereabout, And we have some other in-house arrangement people within the metropole that they can also contact us. We'll give them the number of who they will contact so that they can benefit from the logistics arrangement.
This is very, very interesting. And I don't know if you have the number of hand, so you can just call it for those who are watching. Okay. So they can just note it. You can give me a number if that's possible.
Okay, I will.
Because in an event such as this, and people are listening, transportation or other logistics are made available for free. Yeah. I mean, nothing should hinder, Christians and non-Christians to take advantage of this year's convention to attend. So let's have the contact.
All right. Thank you very much for the everyone that want to join us from all walks of life. The number to be called is 080 760 1672. I come again, 00 760 72.
Okay, now before we go, we look at appearance. Very, very important.
Yes.
What kind of appearance are we looking at? Modest, native, English?
I think when we are coming to worship settings, everybody know the decent way. So if you want to come in native, come in a decent native. You want to come with corporate. And all the ministers of God, I want to particularly emphasize this on Saturday morning. Is coming to do impartation service for us. To the glory of God, God has helped. I'm tree where I can say and wish you all. Because God's servant is coming to impart us massively with grace, particularly today morning from 10. Make sure you don't miss it. Make sure you don't miss
it. It's on Friday.
Yeah.
Friday
on
Thursday. Thursday, Friday is 5 p.m.
Yes. In the yes. So we have windows to rest and prepare for the finale.
All right, so before we go, what are the expectations?
To another level, and in addition, that what seems difficult to be grace after impartation will come upon someone and they will do exploit for the Lord, because the Bible says those that know their God, they shall be strong and they shall exploit. We are here occupying for Christ till he comes, and I know every soul that will be touched. Maybe some people have some cases of fire of the Lord. They will be met and their life will be fully restored and turned around.
I must thank you for your time with us on the show this morning. Okay, viewers, you have heard it clearly. The 2025 Holy Ghost Christian Center Annual Convention is kicking off on the 20th of this month. You are all expected to be there, irrespective of your background. Even some pastors and ministers of God are also expected to be there. And so much that he has said is what you should be expecting. Bondages will be broken.
Shackles will be broken.
Yokes will be destroyed.
Yes.
And so many more, so to speak. So thank you so much for your time with us on the program this morning. This is where we'll wrap up the discussion, and Lagos will take it over from here.
It's a beautiful Monday morning. Thank you so much for staying with us this beautiful morning on ITV. And this morning, we would be having a very interesting topic, and of course, our guest here that will be helping us analyze this particular topic is seated here. And of course, I am to be anchoring this program alone. I have my guest, my co-anchor, Patricia Gabriel. Hello, good morning, Patricia.
Good morning, Merceline. You look so pretty this morning. Good morning, and thank you for ITV this morning. You can actually watch us.
Got it. What do you make of the PDP decisions, to expel Wike, Fayose Anyau's, and others at the Independence Convention, Ibadan Convention? Is it pure anti-party activities, or is it more about consolidating power?
Well, thank you. First and foremost, the run-up to the Ibadan Convention has been rife with a lot of orders, coachmen, and the rest of it. And I think the Ibadan Convention did what a normal should do, all right? When you have people who are not in line with the party constitution, you sanction them. But whether they have the powers, because they said don't hold that convention, and they went ahead and did. I mean, there's another court in Ibadan that said go ahead convention.
Exactly.
So I think, and foremost, is it too little too late, or is it necessary, the action of sanctioning these party leaders? If you look at it, you find out that the people like Ayofa, Nyesom Wike, Chief Dan Obi, and the rest of them, their body, their spirit has left the DP. So they are not just the body, the carcass. That is that they are just in the PDP, so that whatever they want to do, they can do. I mean, still have the rights to do, as it were, so that the other one will not say, okay, you are members of our party. I think these are the things that could have been done earlier than now, even immediately after the general election in 2023.
Are you saying the explosion should have been done earlier than that?
Yes, this is what should have been done. I mean, it's the same body judge who moved the motion. Body judge is as guilty as Wike. In the last general election, he actually campaigned for Labour Party openly, while Wike campaigned for the APC. Wike did not even campaign for the APC. He didn't show himself to campaign for anybody. Only during the election that he decided to work the magic for the president to get the River State, as it were. All right. So he couldn't get Wike to campaign for anybody. It was just the only people Wike campaigns was the PDP, was Atiku as at that time. Without Atiku campaign, have his state campaign in River State, but he allowed the rest of the parties have it. So this thing should have been done much earlier.
Chief Godwin, okay. You said these things would have been done much earlier. Yes. Yeah, that's what some persons actually are saying. And let's talk about the fact that the court ordered for them not to hold the convention. And we all know that the judiciary has the final say. And PDP, they still went ahead to do the and we saw that governance attended, in like different PDP governance, they attended. And knowing fully well that in our country, the judiciary has the final say. What is ahead to do the convention? What do you have to say about that?
The people that the organizers of that convention put out in some, you realize that the Supreme Court said that the court have no decision to stop any party activities. Party activities the party leaders should resolve their problem. The recent court judgment about what happened to Anyanwu and the rest of it. All right. So the Supreme Court, which is the apex court, watches and of any party is the court. So if the Federal High Court could give that and could say, okay, wait until this, INEC don't go and what power where do they derive their power? Highest court in the land said court cannot meddle into the parties.
But they went
to so as much as the iron side says the court has said it, because they are now two sides, Wike side and the market, and the market this side says this is what we're about. The Supreme Court says the court do not have legal standing to meddle in twice. All right? Why should the court? Why are you taking us to it? Because at the end of the day, you can still get Supreme Court judgment that he gave earlier concerning the party issues.
Okay.
So the two sides are now holding their grounds done. Preachment of the current.
Okay. Godi, do you think, say, this can become illegal, and how damaging could this court intervention be for PDP's preparation for 2027?
PDP has been down on its knees. Look at all the by-election that has been done. You find out that PDP, who usually be is either the key opponents in the elections or the key opposition in the elections, are now being relegated. The recent concluded election in Anambra. When I look at the list and I find out that PDP candidate was not even in the...
He was there, but he was...
That's why he wasn't even in the question. So it's not as if the people, in fact, whatever they are taking may be a recipe for bringing PDP back, as it were. But because the lacuna is that with the recognized the newly elected National Executive Council, are they going to recognize it? But when you have people like Wike and the rest of your party who do not want the breath, to a point, PDP Anambra State was using its fund to beg people to come and buy. People thought PDP formed with the longest spoon in the world. So it's not today that we are talking about the actions. The PDP is on its knees. If, for me, as a political analyst, if you ask me, I will ask people like Wike to say where they belong. Choose your fight. Are you in APC or in PD? Make that known. You can't be APC at night and PDP in the morning.
Okay, Godi, let me go straight to the a lot of Nigerians will be asking right now. Do you think he's going to accept this, or he think he's preparing something to come and hit back?
Wike is an egoistic person. He's not going to take it. You know that. What is to do is going to that he goes to court. He uses judicial powers and wants to do this, he wants to do that. Wike about PDP. And I think it about PDP. Neither do every other persons that are playing an ostrich, all right? Because I think Wike play ostrich. You can't hide your head in the sand and think your body is also eaten.
So you see him defecting?
I don't see him defecting. He just want to play spoiler. He's not going to defect. Because if he defect, the PDP will rise again. You will not have any to want to go against PDP. All the things they are doing is for the election. And I keep saying it, that after the 2027 election, you will see how people want to rescue, because himself, you know, he will not be given a position of power. Because the people know is the kind of power he can wield. So he knows that, give him that. He's not going to. So he wants to PDP as a bargaining tool for anywhere that is going to.
But so you're going to say that, or are you saying he's a mole?
I wouldn't call him a mole. He is a well-known person who has made himself known. He's not hiding. He's someone who is still here. He will be here giving you support. If he's a mole, he will not say that somebody should step down for President Tinubu. That is well. He must not say that. He must tell President to not go in. But at night, we'll go back and tell him what I was saying is not true.
Several governors in person of one, they've publicly distanced themselves from expulsion from this Wike expulsion. What does that tell us the balance of power?
These are the governors who are afraid these are the first-time governors
who
are afraid that the federal government may use it in denying them. These are the government that are going to want to go trust to the APC. What do you expect? A person who is brokering this for the APC is Wike. Is the one that is like, if you cross over, is sick. So you don't expect them. Why is are you not why I'm not joining them? Because he's serving his tenure out, and he's chairman PDP Governors Forum. He doesn't care. He wants to be the president of this country. So if you want to be president of this country someday, you can't just obviously cross to APC.
Okay. We know that the SDAs hold significant grassroots structures and in their different states. How will this affect PDP in 2027, if there's any chances at all?
It's saying the very first problem that PDP had is ADC.
See.
Yes.
Okay.
The very first problem. Now, before we get problem. All right. Now, I think PDP chieftain should think about 2027.
They shouldn't think about 2027.
What they should think about now is to rescue themselves. Ensure the party.
Wow.
2027, they have lost that they meant to make the elections. Now, we have seen another of court cases. It may take the almost end of next year, which is election is next year. All right? 2027. So what ground to make? So I feel if the PDP come together and release a statement that we are supporting President Tinubu 2027 re-election, the party PDP will cease.
You think so?
I know so. Look at all the parties that are pouring in presidential candidate in 2027. They are all a problem. From ABGA, who have obviously come, they are supporting you in 2027. So if that happens, I'm saying all of these crises will end after 7 elections. Most of the crises in these parties will disappear because those in the current president together will now want a different platform to advance on political.
You mentioned that the PDP, they don't stand for this 20 election at all. What do you see? The whole coalition.
If you ask me, stand than PDP. Let me. I was in perspective.
Okay.
They've obviously become the main opposition, not in terms of the members of.
But they are also having problem of the presidential candidate.
That's what I'm telling you. They have a grasp of their problem, not hydra-headed like the PDP problem. The problem is that can spend the whole 8 months for convention only to what? All right, that will not be the case of the ADC. The ADC people, what the people are talking about, the problem of the ADC is who is going to bail the cat, who is going to be their presidential. That is the only problem that they have. They don't have problem by organization. They don't have apart from the Kachuku, who is a very featherweight, who's doing the bid of the same minister of Wike, the ADC. But that kind of power because why the problem is big. Who are opposing are still in PDP. They are strong, have money, and they can do whatever they want to.
Okay, Godi, many Nigerians see this as the boldest disciplinary action the PDP has taken in years. It as a sign of internal strength or crisis, and this action came at the right time or it's late.
I think this is the first time, actually, in political circle, that Wike has been rough. All right. I feel him go too far. This is the first making. They are putting them in opposition, trying to himself. They've always been on the front foot. Whether it's PDP strengthen or it's going to help PDP weaken, first time the Wike camp is statement showing that they are the victim. Whether it's going to help the party.
So it's a good step.
Of course, it's a good step. That's why I said in my earlier remark that it could be too little, too late.
Because a lot of persons
yes, too little, too late. Because that's why I said to you that PDP, instead of trying to win an election at the national level, they should come at the state and put not to sink. Because if the person, I'm coming, Patricia, if the party sinks, it might be too late, it might be too dangerous to state it.
Okay. You have just said it might be a little too late for PDP. For
actions.
The actions they have might be a little too late as against 2020 elections. What if they are preparing as against 2033?
As for the election, against the trust, the Nigerian party, as against how, because a political party is no political party that can, if it cannot exercise discipline. All right? I mean, you have seen that in the pattern, it's clearly stated that people are obviously engaged in party activities should be sanctioned.
Yeah.
And this is that. We all saw it. If we are not affiliated political parties, saw that these people, the party couldn't do it. Will the big stick? So you allow it fester until it threatens the existence of the party. Because Ibadan Convention was slated to be a platform to bring back the party big way. Because those PDP to the PDP still in discussion with them to come. And that's why some of them have not officially unveiled themselves in the ADC. As it so happened few weeks to the after everything has been put in place. So they decided to put the. When you look at all of this yourself, is the other person is the PDP a party? Since I'm not I'm not affiliated to any political. Is the party I can vote for, like Nigerian Labour Party, 23 elections.
Okay, Chief Gode, I want you to tell me at this point that PDP they are right now rolling the elders on national figures to prevent further fragmentation.
First, I think of Goodluck Jonathan,
okay,
the former president of this country, on the platform of PDP. The former president is still alive today, Obasanjo, under the Buddha and I mean step in sincerely a party to be from God. Because you cannot discuss with someone who already have a case in court. What do you discuss with him? This to get from that, because if you continue to do the case in the court's verdict, the verdict could be pro or against. All right? So leaders, former leaders, the former president, secretary to the state government, national chairman of the still in that party, should come together and have a different arm of in that party, step in and body to the table. But I think it's a tough call.
Okay. It's tough call.
It's going to be a tough call because most, you know that former Olusegun Obasanjo associated from cool engaging in political. He's now a statesman. The former president Goodluck Jonathan has also said that until recently when we started seeing flying around, that I want to come back and the rest of it. So If you look at the former vice president, the some of them have come to other action parties. So it's going to be a tough call, but if this must be resolved, this is the way forward.
Okay. Because we saw some of Jonathan's the convention.
Of course. So is name people wearing his pictures and the rest of. I don't think Jonathan wants to start election in a party. If party won it, he lost in 2015. All right, I don't think this could be predominantly sponsored the way parties and politicians are being. But I feel the way we need to bring back is a party. The late Ogbo, the former and one of the People Democratic Parties, one declared in a convention PDP forces.
I think PDP is supposed to be the main transition party to the ruling party. No, you know, I believe is still the main opposition party. Start saying that at this point, PDP are rather they are not the main opposition party.
If you truly the main opposition party, they still
is.
The only party that's another governor is and Labour one. The only PDP that has more.
So let me quickly ask you this question from program. As a media, how do you think the explosion will shape perception of PDP heading into any elections? It doesn't have to be the 2027 elections. Looking further from 2020.
PDP has lost ground. These states have been lost to the APC, the Akwa Ibom, Delta, Bayelsa, Rivers is neither here nor there, so you know where it's going to. You see, Taraba has been a traditional PDP state, all right. Adamawa has been a traditional PDP state, all right. With the aid of Atiku Abubakar, then. So the PDP has lost so much ground in terms of their strongholds.
So quickly, you don't think these people that you have just mentioned inhibit the stand back to PDP? Just a quick one.
Well, if PDP finds its ground, you still see people coming back. You still see people come because they did. If always like to, in fact, in 15 elections, they like some key what them.
It's so bad for you. And as a lot of people, you know, stand a chance for this for 2027. Maybe after the 2027 election. Okay, who knows that they should put their house in order. Let's keep our fingers crossed to see what happens. Patricia?
We keep our fingers crossed.
All right, thank all our viewers for staying with us today. TMI this beautiful from our Lagos Network studio. I am Marcelina Unkwa. Do stay with us as we hand over to Benin for TMI.
Good morning and welcome. This is CMI Socials. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe, and here's what's making waves across the social media space. Now, on the top of the list is the recently concluded PDP convention. Now, at the convention, the Nigerian People's Democratic Party, PDP, proceeded with its national convention in Ibadan, Oyo State, on November 15 to 16. 2025, despite court orders and boycotts by several governors and delegates. The convention expelled Nyesom Wike, Ayodele Fayose, Samuel Anyanwu, and others for anti-party activities while electing Kabir Turaki as the national chairman with 1,516 votes. Now, Governors Amadou Umaru Fintiri and Caleb Mutfwang have gone online to criticize the expulsions, underscoring persistent divisions within the PDP particularly. Now, let's get to see a snippet video where these party members were actually expelled from the party, and then we'll get to take the social media reactions as regards it.
Senator Samuel Anyalu, Honorable Umar Baturi, Adeni Ajibade, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Senator Mao, Honorable Austin Wachaku, Abraham Ama, George Dana, Chief Dan Obi, with the expulsion as by the motion read heavily by our elder statesman, citing our constitutional provisions as enumerated, that is Chief Olabode George, and heavily seconded by my chairman, Sis Adamu Bunga. Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Yes, so that's the snippet which basically characterizes the voting and expulsion of these prominent party members, talking about Fayose Wike and Samuel Anyanwu. Now let's see the social media reactions that have stemmed from this story. Now for the first reaction, which is actually a very crucial one, from Caleb Mutfwang, it says, "At this crucial moment for our party, I believe pursuing expulsions is neither prudent nor constructive. What the PDP needs now is calm judgment, unity, and genuine reconciliation. The move to expel Barrister Nyesom Wike, Ayodele Fayose, Samuel Anyanwu, and others was not discussed." Well, that is the comment from Caleb Mutfwang. Now let's see what Amadou Umaru Fintiri has to say. I, Right Honorable Amadou Umaru Fintiri, Governor of Adamawa State, wish to categorically state that I dissociate myself from the position of expelling the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Governor Wike, from official PDP. I believe that this decision is not in the best interest of the party, and I will not be party to any attempt that could further plunge the PDP into unending crisis. Let's get more reactions on this story. This next reaction reads, "This is a major turning point for the PDP. You can't build a winning party for 2027 with people pulling in different directions. Discipline is the backbone of any strong political movement. And if the party is truly serious about restructuring and winning back the trust of Nigerians, then decisive steps like this are unavoidable. Now, the real question is, will this usher in genuine reform and unity, or are we just witnessing another chapter in the long cycle of party drama? Time will tell, but one thing is clear, 2027 just got more interesting." Let's take the final comment on this story. The final comment reads in part, "I can see a lot of people blaming Wike because of their hatred for him. Logically and without prejudice, let's sincerely read this. The late President Buhari, who was a Northerner, spent 8 years as the president of Nigeria. After him, PDP still felt it was appropriate to give the presidential ticket to another Northerner in Alhaji Atiku. Did it make any sense? Where is the fairness? To make it worse, both the chairman and the presidential standard bearer of the party were from the north at the time. Please, How did this make any sense? Well, that is what that statement reads in part as regards the expulsion of these party members from the PDP. Now, let's move on to the next social media story that has taken the social media space by a storm. This one is an unverified report, but however, it's found a way to, be the crux of conversation this morning on the social media space. This report claims that the Nigerian Navy Lieutenant A.M. Yerima, known for confronting FCT Minister Nyesom Wike over a land dispute, was allegedly trailed by 2 unmarked Hilux vans driven by men in black on Sunday evening in Abuja. Now, according to unnamed military sources and also some unverified social media and even news reports, the vehicles reportedly followed him from a NIPCO filling station off Airport Road to Gado Nasco Way, but he allegedly escaped using evasive maneuvers. However, FCT Police Command says it has no record of such an incident, and neither the Navy nor Wike's office has issued any confirmation, leaving the story unverified and even possibly inaccurate. But as I said, it's all over the social media space right now. So let's see the reactions as regards this one. First, let's get to see what the police command has said as regards this. Now, first, the statement of the spokesperson of the police command, SP Josephine Ade, PPRO FCT. Her press release says the attention of the FCT police command has been drawn to publications circulating on social media alleging an attempted assassination on Lieutenant Ahmed Yerima. The command wishes to categorically state that no such incident has been reported or recorded anywhere within the FCT. The public is advised to disregard this false information and desist from spreading unverified claims capable of causing unnecessary panic. For the safety of all residents, the command urges the public to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activity to the nearest police division. You may also reach the command headquarters through our emergency lines 0803-200-3913 and 0806-858-73114 for prompt response. Signed, SP Josephine Ade, ANIPR, Police Public Relations Officer, FCT Command. Now let's get to see other reactions as regards this particular, unverified story that's trending on the social media space. This one says someone is clearly baiting the military into anarchy. There is an unmistakable element of manufactured outrage in this Wike Yerima saga. In hindsight, I found the reactions from Irabo, Buratai, Baduru and Matawale troubling. They should be toning down the rhetoric, not amplifying it, because situations like this should never be escalated unnecessarily. Media houses reporting that Lieutenant Yerima was targeted for assassination is both premature and reckless and irresponsible, especially without any investigation. We must not use this fine young officer with his entire career ahead of him as a pawn in any plot to destabilize the country. Let's take the final social media reaction as regards this one. This final reaction says they attempted to assassinate him. He didn't report to the police, but other security agencies. And the police is saying it's fake news. So if someone attacks me and it is reported in SM or newspaper, it is fake news because the police didn't have a record of such. This one poses a question, and that's the final take on that particular conversation. Because we're pressed for time, we'll have to draw the curtain right here on TMI Socials today. And from TMI as a whole, our 3 network centers, we say a very big thank you for joining in, and also to our very insightful guests for their remarkable dispositions. I am Chukwufumnanya Digwe. Thank you so much for watching. Have a lovely day ahead.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Mignot, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, I mean, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany, but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing, the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas. There's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna-Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy. Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
It's Law and You, the program that brings legal issues to the people and the people to the law. Today, we shine the spotlight on accountability in governance, a cornerstone of democracy that ensures those entrusted with power do not abuse it or abandon their duties. But what happens when public officials fail to perform? Are citizens helpless observers, or does the law empower them to demand change and seek redress? From petitions and, of course, public interest litigations to recall processes and legal sanctions, this edition explores the legal remedies available to citizens when elected or appointed officials fail in their duties. We will be speaking with legal minds and, of course, rights advocates on what the Constitution says and what the court can do and what you, as a citizen, must know. And don't forget, you stay with us on Law and You as it unfolds the power of the law in the hands of the people. My name is Philip Omao Gyukbo. We'll be looking at accountability in governance and, of course, legal remedies, that the citizens can explore. We will also have the opportunity to have the presence of a custodian of the law in the person of Emmanuel Obakolo. Big thanks for always having time to be part of the show.
Good afternoon, Philip. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right, let's quickly set the ball rolling. A lot that needs to be done as regards getting it right. We have a system that needs to, work effectively. But first of all, what is accountability in governance? And how does it apply to the citizens demanding this? What importance does it have for citizens to demand this from the government of the day?
Yeah, accountability, as pronounced, is to give records. So accountability in governance is the presentation of records on government's administration to the people and how those records have been properly handled by those in government. That is just accountability. So accountability is to ensure that the people understand and have knowledge on how governance is being carried out on their behalf by those in government.
Okay, but what is the importance? Why should they do that?
Yeah. If you look at governments, from the definition of democracy, it's a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That is what democracy is. And now, government is a machinery of governance. So, those who are in government, they are managing the wealth of the nation on behalf of the people. And as such, they must give account of how those resources that are made available by the people on the people, so that the people will now understand and have knowledge properly on how governance is carried out. And this government, the governance must be on the benefit of the people. That is all. That is the singular reason why there must be accountability in governance. You don't go into administrative spree or financial spree on how to just spend public fund without being accountable to it.
Okay, do you see a disconnect in between, as in the aspect of the government functionaries, backing on the accountability project to make sure that they give account to the people and render their still worship, and again the aspect of the people, those who are being governed, demanding this? Do you see a disconnect?
Yes, I see a disconnect, because if you look at the provisions of the Constitution, the extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which upholds and observe and also demand practice of the separation of power, which is spelled out of and enshrined in section 4, 5, and 6, is all about accountability. And also, if you look at section 85, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, we provide for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation. The essence for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation is to provide for accountability, because he is the one who will audit government accounts, he audit government expenditure, and now know how money or monies that belong public fund has been used, administered, or utilized for the benefit of the people. So there is now a disconnection. Why do I say so? Because even the legislative arm, who ought to carry out oversight function in ensuring that the executive, which is vested with the power to perform executive function, and also the runnings of government on behalf of the people, are doing that as spelled out by the law. Unfortunately, we have a legislature, particularly in this Fourth Republic, that is so lackadaisical and a rubber stamp. So wherein instead of them to carry out their function, they are busy carrying out the lullaby of on your mandate we shall stand. That is not the reason why they are elected. That is not why a legislative function. The legislative function is to ensure that accounts and accountability as rendered by the executive are done on behalf of the people, even to them, properly, so that the people can now be beneficiaries of government expenditures and the runnings of government.
Okay, when you say the legislative arm seems to be failing in that, let's draw a dichotomy, because I understand separations of power, by Montesquieu has brought a situation where the legislative arm, make laws, and of course why the executive implement these laws, and then the judiciary, interpret and settle disputes, between all of this. Are you saying generally that the legislative arm under the system we operate in Nigeria is faulty to a point where any elected official seems to be tilting towards executive?
Yes, and I did say that with specific reference to the current legislative arm of government we have.
Did you say that, or do you say that as regards the officials or the system of practice?
It's not the system, because the Constitution does spell out how.
It's a constitutional provision.
And I also told you about section 85, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, which also provide for the office of the Auditor General.
So it is not a problem of the law?
It's not a problem of the law. The law is there. Is the performance of the law now. And the legislative arm also have what we call oversight function, to question how public funds are being used. But here we are. We have a legislative arm of government with a specific reference to the National Assembly, who approves all manner of laws. And the same National Assembly does not take time to ask questions on how those laws are used for, the performance, how the executive arm of government, what they be able to administer those laws, and how it has been of benefit to the people of Nigeria. There's no question with reference to that. And that is why you see that it appears that there is no accountability to the people of Nigeria. And that is one of the weak point, pitfalls of this administration that we have just now.
Okay. But what do you see as a causative factor? Because everything seems to be placed on a vote. The ayes have it, or the nay.
With specific reference to public funds, it is more than the question of the aye or the nay have it. It is more than that. And that is why I repeat, I did say that the legislative arm has a duty of oversight function, because the people cannot gather like a Portuguese assembly to begin to ask questions on what their monies are used for. It is their representative, both the Senate and the House of Representatives now at the federal level, and the state houses of assembly at the state level, and the legislative arm of government at the local government level, who carry out this functionality on behalf of the people. And here we are. Their performance is abysmal. It's a near zero. Abysmal. That is the right word to use. And that is why you see today that even government after government, there is no form of accountability, and there is no how the people could ask questions. However, the Freedom of Information Act has provided another leeway for individuals or group of individuals to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Well, in case you're just coming across this program, it's Law and You, and we are all about accountability in governance and seeing what legal remedies are available for the citizens to, find a way to put a task on the public officials demanding accountability, of course, stewardship on the public office. And I've been speaking with Emmanuel Ogbakpolo. Well, Emmanuel Ogbakpolo raised some very, very vital issue as regards, finding a lasting solution to this. It was on my mind. You made mention of the fact that the people are giving their powers to the Legislative Assembly, their representatives, for instance. And then you also did not fail to say that even when or if these representatives fail to carry out the functions stricto sensu as they demand or request, then they also have another avenue to explore, which is the Freedom of Information Act. Now, how can they do that? Can you deploy how this mechanism works?
Yeah. Section 3 of the Freedom of Information Act does make provision for an applicant, is a citizen now, can make application to any government institution to ask questions or to get information from that institution with respect to the day-to-day runnings of government, even where it is strictly financial.
Exactly.
Now, but that act also provides for exemptions. The act provides for exemptions where a citizen may not have the right, or an applicant, stricto sensu, may not have the right to ask for information. And note, what are those? What is these exemptions? Exemptions are provided for in section 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19 of the Freedom of Information Act. Section 12 specifically provides for defense, that you cannot come and make inquiry or get information with respect to defense. And I think that is commonsensical. That is understood. But where it has to do with accountability on how government is being run, with special reference or specific reference to public fund, that information must be made available to that citizen. And where the act again goes further to say where that is refused, that applicant or that citizen has a remedy. Where section 25, he cannot make an application to court for court to grant order to get that information.
We'll get there gradually. We'll get there, but let's explore what you just said. You have a way of troubling my mind, and of course I don't know if you're also doing same ripples to the minds of the viewers. A situation where we look at it where an electoral act is specifically establishes the provisions as regards any concept or how a thing should be done in terms of accountability, and then there's still another way in which such a person or citizen cannot you know, explore, you know, in details or directly or, you know, totally from that same, you know, function. It seems to my mind that it's an attempt to kill an initiative ahead of the purpose. I don't know how you explain that.
Well, the law has a golden eye, and the law sees the past, the present, and the future. That is the position of the law. And I think that is the singular reason why the law makes provision for exemptions. Because...
But when you say the law, men work on the laws.
Yes.
Before it becomes a law or before they become laws, they were once bills. And so men work on it. So what is the guarantee that the men that work on this do not deliberately work on this in order to, you know, protect their patrimony, their personal aggrandizement that may, you know, they may want to seek from the common good that law or that bill, you know, is seeking for in a law. I don't know if you get me.
Yes, you may not, that may not be, that cannot be removed from that fact.
Because we've had this with the Electoral Act.
It could be to protect.
Where the Electoral Act, some part, anyways, I'm not to speak on it, you know, seems to protect those who are even the political actors.
Yes, when you make reference to Electoral Acts, you discover that in electoral matters, they are so unique and special to the extent that even the interpretation of the laws in marrying the functionality of the electoral officers and their performance in an election gives a wide protection. What do I mean by that? There are the courts in even interpreting the law with respect to electoral acts may not consider the actors of their functionalities, of their performance, but may consider what is known as public interest or public safety. That again, to some of us, we may question that what do we mean by public safety, where there is an infringement on the rights of the voter or the electorate. Where the right of the voter or the electorate is infringed upon, is violated, do you not say that whatever interpretation you give is for public safety? That is another question begging for answer. That even the courts have not been able to give answer to. But however, we've witnessed a lot of abracadabra, legal abracadabra, but with special reference or specific reference, to my mind, to the last 2023 general elections. We've seen it. Before now, we've seen that the court visit the law strictly on electoral matters. But just now, we've seen how there is protection with respect to that. But again, let's look at the subject matter. I did say that the Freedom of Information Acts provide for exemptions, and those exemptions are specified in sections 11 to section 19 with the removal of section 18 of the Freedom of Information Act, and that you can go to court as a remedy, section 25. Now you can see that even that law, the Freedom of Information Act rather, also has given the court responsibility to make order with reference to information as applied by an applicant or a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So it's still within the wisdom of the court to so grant or to refuse. Again, we may have the challenge of interpretation in the nearest future.
Thank you very much. But you just raised an issue that needs to be explained in total, because there's this aspect of, you know, getting allocations that the federal government has given to each state, for instance, in their monthly revenues, of course, monthly allocations from the federal government to the states. We've always seen it where it is not properly broken down. We can hardly, have, reports on the monthly, allocations that each state gets from the federal government. All we can get from the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee most times are usually the total amount, that is being disbursed from the federal government to the states, but not the specific amount that each state gets month in, month out from the federal government. And that what you have to get it from the Accountant General of the state to have a well-explained copy or copies of how the state gets month in, month out allocations from the federal government. Should it be so?
Yes, it ought not to be so, because we have seen that with specific reference to the way the executive carry out the day-to-day runnings of administration in this country, it has shown that there is no transparency. In a climate where there is transparency, there ought to be a breakdown. Even the Constitution makes it clear for there to be a breakdown of how public funds are distributed or shared amongst the federal government and the 36 states of the federation. But here we are, some executive maneuverings are being carried out so that the people of Nigeria will not know that. And now, if the people of Nigeria do not have access to that information, what about their representative at the legislative angle of it? Or
do they have access?
Government? Do they have access? If they don't, do they ask questions with respect to that, or they are engaged in frivolities? So that is why the freedom, I think, that the Freedom of Information Act now makes provision.
That's the importance.
Individuals, citizens, group of citizens to make application.
Yeah, because it's
get that information.
Yeah, because it's not every information that will be on the public space.
Yes.
So, but that Freedom of Information Act can also help.
Yes.
If you seek or require such information that may not readily be on the public space, so that you can easily access such,
Yes.
Okay. Okay, but how fluid or how accessible is the office of the Attorney General, for instance?
It's accessible. It's a public office. You can make your application.
Okay.
And the Freedom of Information Act also saw the possibility of the institution wherein that application is made to refuses to grant that application or request as made. And the Act now provides for, in section 25, that you can go to court to seek a redress so that the court can grant an order. And once the court grants an order, you bring that order to them so that they can furnish you with whatever information as specified in your application.
All right, this is quite a sensitive topic, and we will not be able to exhaust it in one episode. But in the next episode, we're going to be looking more into, the sanctions, or how the citizens can be able to, access, remedies, these legal remedies, in tackling or finding way where the provisions of the law can, make sanctions on non-performing public officials that are found wanting in terms of not being able to, satisfy the public or the citizens in respect of giving account of their still worship. And that will be done basically, next week. But before we round off on this, let's look at the aspect of the legislative arm, for instance, that you raised. This is an important arm of government that helps to oversee, deploy, that helps to, look into oversight functions, of the executive. Now, how can we strengthen this body in order to be able to, help in accountability of the executive?
The law is clear with reference to legislative oversight, and that the legislature, their function as provided for by the Constitution is not just to make laws. Like we have agreed, they also have
oversight functions. Yes.
to perform.
Yes.
And when they refuse,
but they are lagging in that aspect. Like what you said, they are lagging in that aspect.
Yes.
So how do we strengthen that arm? But first of all, what could be the causative factor, and how can we strengthen that arm for it to be found, living up to expectation?
With the kind of legislative representative we have, and the unique structure of Nigeria, democratically, legally, and otherwise, we may have just one function or one role to play, and that is where you discover now to the citizens, where the citizens of Nigeria discover that the members of the legislative arm of government are not carrying out their functions as legislative arm. In the next election, don't vote for them.
Okay, you are talking about, before that, we could also, explore the aspect of the recall process. And of course, sanctions that may also be given on that. But well, that would be what we will be having same time next week on Law and You. Well, a big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. Basically, that's what we're going to be looking at in the next episode, because we want to look at the recall process. How is it done? And of course, sanctions that will be given on non-performing public officials. How would that be carried out? So, big thanks for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be.
My name is Philip Omo-Oguipo. We'll see you same time next week.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, 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 certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
News tonight. President Bola Tinubu warns judges against sale of justice, systemic corruption. New PDP chairman meets police over anticipate down with Wike's faction during inauguration. Uniben announces activities to mark 2024-2025 Convocation and Founders Day ceremonies. Executive Director Operations ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbede Onwu was suspended for outstanding contributions to media industry. NIIA DG Professor Gosa Osage calls on private sectors to join to reach $1 trillion economy. Many thanks for joining the news on the network service of ITV. I am Joyce Ikogu. I've been joined by Sonny Jikosen from our Network Center.
It's always a pleasure to be with you on the ITV Main News.
Many thanks. And also joining from our Lagos Network Center is Joshua Ukata. Hello, Josh.
Joyce, good to have you on the network news tonight.
Thanks, Josh. All right, let's set sail. President Bola Tinubu has cautioned the judiciary to purge itself of deep systemic corruption, warning that justice must never be for sale. The president issued the warning Monday while speaking at the opening of the 2025 All Nigerian Judges Conference of the Superior Courts in Abuja. As State House correspondent Ikarata reports, the president declared that his administration will give strong, tangible and sustained support to the Nigerian judiciary, insisting that the integrity of the courts remain the foundation of the nation's democracy.
Gathered here at the National Judicial Institute for the All Nigerian Senior Judges Conference are key players and stakeholders in Nigeria's judiciary. Speaking, President Tinubu warned that corruption within the judicial system would destroy the nation at its core, stressing that justice must not only be done but must be seen to be fair, timely and untainted. He said Nigeria's courts have historically served as the stabilizing force in moments and praised judges for situational. He noted, however, that public confidence in the judicial process has waned and that concerns about delays, integrity, and access to justice must be confronted head-on.
Justice must never be for sale. The bench must never become a sanctuary for compromise. Corruption in any form or any arm of government weakens the corruption in judiciary, destroy it to the core. Government loses its integrity and democracy loses its foundation.
He said this administration is committed to modernizing judicial infrastructure, expanding digitization of court processes, and enhancing better working conditions for judicial officers. President Tinubu also stressed that no reforms would be meaningful without unwavering integrity, calling for firm and transparent disciplinary mechanism within the judiciary. In her remark, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun, reaffirmed the judiciary's commitment to internal reforms, judicial discipline, and the full adaptation of technology-driven justice delivery.
President Bola Tinubu's warning that justice should not be for sale is apt, coming at a time when many are questioning some judgment delivered in the judiciary. But the big question is, would the judiciary introspect and purge itself so that the sanctity of the judiciary would be sustained? From the forecourt, Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, Amikaro Atta, ITV News.
In other news, the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Kabiru Turaki, SAN, says he has reported the planned inaugural meeting of the new National Working Committee of the party to the FCT Commissioner of Police, vowing to protect democracy with his blood from intruders. Political correspondent Joseph Kadiri reports that the national chairman stated this on Monday, meeting with the police in Abuja.
Days after emerging as the leader of the party, the new National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, led by National Chairman Kabiru Turaki, SAN, is at the FCT command of the Nigerian Police to report its planned committee meeting and to request police protection to ensure miscreants are kept away from the party's national secretariat at Wadata Plaza. He says he will not allow anyone who has no business at the secretariat to gain access.
The decision taken in a national convention overrides every other decision that has been taken by any organ of a party. Our national convention had taken a decision to expel these elements from the party, and so they are no longer members of our party. And so we have reported the moves they are making to the police, because we don't want any situation where there will be breach of peace. To defend our party, to defend this nascent democracy, we are prepared to lay down our lives. We will go there to move into our headquarters to conduct our official functions, and if anybody tries to prevent us, then we pray for them.
He also mentioned that the Commissioner of Police assures the party of readiness to prevent any breakdown of law and order at the Secretariat.
The CP had given us assurance that they will do everything it takes to ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order. And that is our expectation from it. We will be there hoping that the police will make sure that they give us all the ample protection that we're entitled to under the law.
This development coming after the notice of the weakest faction of the party party to DOT and National Working Committee meetings at the party secretariat on Tuesday, 18 November 2025. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
Still talking politics, the African Democratic Congress says activities of the party will no longer be business as usual, assuring that its operations will be anchored on character, courage, competence, discipline, and integrity. The national chairman of the African Democratic Congress, Senator David Mark, stated this on Monday at the unveiling of the party's new National Secretariat complex in Abuja. Political correspondent Joseph Kadri reports that the party described the new building as a physical testament to members' collective resolve to build a greater nation.
Here are members of the African Democratic Committee for the unveiling of its National Secretariat complex amid fanfare by the national chairman, Senator David Mark. The national chairman, in his speech, said it becomes the operator of the political movement and reinforces the democratic foundations upon which the country stands. He maintains that it will no longer be business as usual.
Let today symbolize the rise of a stronger, more disciplined, more visionary, and more people-oriented political party with only one agenda: to serve Nigeria and to serve the people. My message today is very simple and is very clear. This is not business as usual. Everything we do going forward will be anchored on character, courage, competence, discipline, and integrity.
In a press briefing, the National Policy Secretary notes that every member of the party will be bound by its rules and regulations.
And in the coming days, we are going to release our ethical principles and philosophy. That if you are a leader or a member or official of ADC, these are things you must do. These are things you cannot do. Look, we're not doing this because we just want power in 2027. We are doing this because we see an opportunity to reset Nigerian politics.
The high point of the event was the unveiling of the Secretariat.
The unveiling of the ADC Secretariat here in Abuja by its national chairman, Senator David Mark, is with its anthem as well as its motto, which is Arise and Shine. The sole aim of this is geared towards 2027, when the ADC plans to take power from the APC government led by President Bola Tinubu. How this will pan out, only time will tell. From the ADC national headquarters here in Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
For more news on ITV's network, we now join our Benin Network Center. Over to you, Sonny.
Thank you once again, Joyce. From Benin Network Studio, the atmosphere in Eho, administrative headquarters of Ounde local government area, took a new turn as party leaders, elders, and supporters of the All Progressive Congress APC gathered to welcome engineer Lewis Akharayi, who formally announced his intention to contest the Ounde chairmanship seat ahead of the 2026 local government elections. Ofure Aneto has details.
APC leaders and supporters from across Ounde Ward 1 converge here to receive a man many describe as a consistent pillar of community development long before he stepped into active politics. Addressing the gathering, former chairman and party leader Honorable Alari Roland said the council needs a leader who understands the struggles of the people, adding that Akharayi's entrance into the race has rekindled hope for the grassroots.
Government chairman, and he's our son, he's our brother, he's our friend.
In his remarks, the chairmanship aspirant, Engineer Louis Akharayi, said Ounde must choose development over neglect and leadership that is present rather than distant.
I come here today not as a politician. I come here as a son. I want to come and say, this one now waiting I want to for my people. The cry where my people don't cry is enough. Now this one at the time for us to turn things around for good.
Supporters at the event expressed gratitude in the aspirant's vision, describing his declaration as timely.
I don't know you before, but I understand that you are flagging up. I said I must be here to give you my support.
Aharaye, known both locally and internationally for his engineering accomplishments and his humanitarian support systems, also congratulated Governor Monday Okpebholo on his 1 year in office.
Use this opportunity to thank our able governor for this opportunity where he give me, because now him and see we trigger that, night prepare that thing in me.
From Eho, Umuode local government area in Edo State, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
Activities marking the 2024-2025 convocation and Founders Day ceremonies of the University of Benin will commence on Sunday, 23rd November 2025. The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Edoba Wright Omoyege, disclosed this while briefing journalists at the Senate chambers of the institution. Jonah Omowa has details.
The University of Benin Convocation and Founders Day ceremonies are momentous occasions that celebrate the institution's rich history and academic excellence. Speaking on the activities lined up for the event, Professor Omoyege said it will commence with an interfaith service on Sunday, 23rd November 2025.
On Monday, 24th November, there will be a Founders Day lecture. We are proud to announce that our Founders Day lecture this year will be delivered by an illustrious alumnus and a member of the Federal Executive Council of our great country, the person of the Honorable Minister of Regional Development, Engineer Abubakar Momo. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Himself, a very distinguished alumnus, as I have mentioned. The topic of the lecture is Reform for a Shared Prosperity. The ceremony for the award of first degrees and presentation of prizes will hold on Friday, 28 November at 10 a.m. in the morning.
The Vice-Chancellor also highlighted some achievements recorded under his leadership, including course accreditations, infrastructural development, grants and intervention from the federal government, staff employment, and community development initiatives.
The wheel of progress is on course and moving steadily in the University of Benin. This administration is poised to deliver on its mandate of effective, practical teaching, sound learning, result-oriented research, and impactful community service.
A total of 14,083 students will be participating in the forthcoming convocation. The briefing was attended by principal officers and other senior staff of the institution. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, has been bestowed with the Rotary Club Premium Leadership Award for his humanitarian service to the people of Edo State and the world at large. The president of the Rotary Club of Benin Metropolitan and former Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Elizabeth Ativier, who presented the award, also inducted Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa into the Rotary Club of Benin Metropolitan. Deborah Ogbefun has details.
For your tremendous work in the area of humanitarian services and youth development. So congratulations.
The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Idahosa, receiving the Rotary Premium Leadership Award from the President of the Rotary Club of Benin Metropolitan, Rotarian Elizabeth Ativier, in the conference room, Government House, Benin City. Rotarian Elizabeth Ativier, who led other Rotarians to present the award, said the Premium Leadership Award is in recognition of the Deputy Governor's philanthropic gesture and humanitarian service.
Rotary is all about service above self, service to humanitarian and community, and that is where your heart is. And we felt that it would be very perfect for Rotary Club of Benin Metropolitan to partner with you.
Deputy Governor Right Honorable Idahosa was also formally inducted into the Rotary Club of Benin Metropolitan under District 9141 by the Assistant Governor of the club, Zone 20, District 9141, Rotarian Samson Olayiwola, along Rotarian Elizabeth Ativier.
To make you as a member of the world, you can present
Addressing the Rotarians shortly after receiving the award and induction, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa described the honor as a call to higher service to humanity.
I'm so grateful for this opportunity, a higher opportunity to serve humanity. We'll look for other time to discuss extensively and areas of urgency where I can come in. But for now, I want to thank you. I want to thank all of us that have made this event possible. Thank you and God bless you all.
Right Honorable Idahosa also received his membership certificate and code of conduct as a member of the Rotary Club of Benin Metropolitan District 9141 in Government House, Benin. Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
The president of the 10th Nigerian Senate, Godswill Obot Akpabio, has inaugurated 30 tractors, 5 bulldozers and other farm machinery procured by the Senator Monday Okpebholo-led administration as part of renewed hope, renewed efforts to reform and reposition Edo State's agricultural sector. The commissioning of the equipment follows the earlier 70 billion naira budgetary allocation to the State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security in the 2024 Appropriation Act. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbu has details.
President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, inaugurated the agricultural equipment, which include 5 bulldozers, 1 low-bed trailer, 30 tractors, and other complements as part of measures supporting Senator Monday Okpebholo's agricultural reforms in Edo State. Senator Monday Okpebholo said that beyond the commissioning of the farm equipment, the event represents the fulfillment of his campaign promise to revolutionize the state's agricultural sector.
Thank Mr. President for standing by us at every point in time. Because Edo people know that I don't have money. I'm a poor man. If Mr. President was not doing what he's doing for us, I don't think the shining you are seeing in Edo today, Edo can shine.
President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, commended Edo State's progress under Governor Okpebholo across the agricultural sector and other facets of the state's economy.
You have looked into the most important thing, which is stomach infrastructure. I want to congratulate you. I'm here to see that yes, indeed, Edo is shining.
Edo State Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Jude Wangwe, noted that the newly procured machinery is expected to shape the future of agriculture in the state and support efforts to address food insecurity.
This investment represents progress and possibility. They will enable our farmers to clear more lands, cultivate more crops, and drastically reduce the burden of manual labor.
Goodwill messages delivered by the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Agbabaku, former Secretary to the State Government, Pastor Sage Izeyamu, and Senator Adams Oshomole all commended Governor Okpebholo for laying a solid foundation for Edo's agricultural revolution. The event was attended by the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, members of the National Assembly, Speaker and members of the Edo State House of Assembly, the Secretary to the State Government, Omar Musa Ikilo Esquire, and other government functionaries. Kingsley Uchegbu, ITV News.
The Executive Director, Operations, ITV Radio, Chief Elder Ogbede Nwose, has been commended for his immense contributions to the media industry. The commendation came during the 8th edition of the Best of Edo Awards 2025, held at the Victor Uwaifu Creative Hub, Benin City, where he was honored with the Media Icon of the Year award. Pius Osawo reports that the chairman of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Dr. Festus Alenhe, Ambassador Lancelot Oduwaye Maswe, among others, were also honored for the excellence in their various fields of human endeavor.
On behalf of the President of Edo, because certainly you are one of the best in your chosen area. Chief Elder Ogbede Nwose.
The Executive Director, Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbede Nwose, received the Media Icon Award for 2025, surrounded by friends, colleagues, and family members. The Best of Edo Awards, established in 2018, aims to recognize and honor illustrious sons and daughters of Edo State who have distinguished themselves in their respective careers. The initiative is championed by Sir Paul Ofoni, the visionary and chief executive.
We celebrate not just achievements, but the spirit of excellence, innovation, and distinction that defines the Edo people across the world.
20 notable personalities of Edo extraction, accompanied by their families and friends, received various awards. The chairman of NUJ Edo State, Dr. Festus Alenke, was honored for his contributions to the growth of journalism, while iconic filmmaker Ambassador Lancelot Odua Imaswen, with countless movies and home videos to his credit, was also recognized alongside others.
For all the good work they're doing for our dear state and for humanity. Congratulations.
We congratulate you, our brother Chief Ambassador Dr. Lancelot Odua Imaswen.
Special Youth Impact Recognition Award. Congratulations.
The awardees expressed gratitude to the organizers for the honor.
I dedicate this award to my dear wife and my 4 children, and to independent television and radio that has given me the platform to operate, that I have gotten this recognition today. Then above all, to serve Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbenedion, the Esama of Benin Kingdom, the Esama of the universe.
I'll first dedicate this award to Almighty God, and then dedicate it to the entire journalists in Edo State and Nigeria.
I stand here to declare that this is one of the greatest awards that I've ever been presented.
Prior to the awards, a documentary of the recipients were on display, which highlighted their impact and contributions. A major side attraction at the ceremony was a captivating performance by a young girl, Kimberly Ofoni, whose songs and poetry reflected a theme of the event, Ideas in Motion. The 8th edition of the Best of Edo Awards showcased fashion, entertainment, and networking opportunities. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The federal government has again received commendation for sustaining key developmental projects across northern Nigeria. The Public Enlightenment Movement says the impact of these projects is visible and continues to improve lives across the region. Kano State correspondent Abdul Ibrahim reports.
From road rehabilitations to power, education and agricultural support programs, the Public Enlightenment Movement says federal government interventions in northern Nigeria are yielding measurable progress. The coordinator of the group, Nuh Abdullahi, highlighted several ongoing initiatives, noting that the projects are real active and directly benefiting communities across the region.
We present second phase of our program, showcasing new projects and continued progress. Among these is the 1,068 kilometer of Sokoto-Badagir Superhighway by 2, which is 2,136 kilometers, which will connect Sokoto, Kebbi, Niger, Kwara, Ogun, Oyo, and Badagir in Lagos State. This road will strengthen trade, travel, and unity among our people, and will open new economic opportunities to the northern Nigeria and beyond.
Nuh Abdullahi urged citizens to remain attentive to positive reforms being implemented nationwide rather than being swayed by the political sentiments. He emphasized that the national development should remain a collective responsibility. The group also reaffirmed its commitment to monitoring and promoting public awareness of the government projects, particularly those aimed at improving livelihood in northern Nigeria. Abdul Ibrahim, ITV News, Kano.
For more on ITV Main News tonight on the ITV Network, let's now join Joshua Okata, who's standing by in our Lagos studio. Joshua, over to you.
Many thanks, Dr. Sonny Duke. And of
course, moving on from our Lagos Network Center. The need for both the public and private sectors to develop coordinated plans to ensure that Nigeria becomes a $1 trillion economy has been advised by key stakeholders in the trade sector. This position was reached at the 2025 Trade and Investment Forum organized by the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, NIA, in Lagos State. Igboje Warrior reports.
Stakeholders at the forum in their various presentations stressed that achieving national economic goals requires committed effort not only from but from the private sector. The Director General of the Institute of International, Professor Egos, said the nation of President Bola is working hard to strengthen and grow the nation's economy.
This meeting that we're having today,
General of Customs, Babatunde Olumo, noted that the service is taking steps to drive trade and investment, not just revenue generation. Former Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Chief Dr. John Isemede, also emphasized the need for Nigeria to promote real value-driven trade.
The CGC was able to identify in the process of strengthening the access to global markets, making the Nigerian economy $1 trillion economy by 2030.
Monetary policy is not aligning with the fiscal policy. Trade is not aligning with national planning. Now, the private sector abandoning their job to go and be looking for position in the government sector member. And government, you look backward. Those who have employed as ambassador, give them target.
The 2025 Institute of International Affairs Trade and Investment Forum has its theme, Reform to Result, Building a Trade-Ready Nigeria in the Emerging Global Order. From Lagos, Igboje Korea, ITV News.
The Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASMA, has confirmed the death of one person and the serious injury of 5 others in a car accident around Majidun, Inward Ogolonto, directly opposite the MRS filling station in Ikorodu area of Lagos State. According to a statement signed Director of Public Affairs and Enlightenment Department, Adebayo Taufik, the accident involved a Volkswagen commercial bus with registration number EPE 494XM and a stationary tipper truck. Preliminary investigation revealed that the commercial bus chartered to convey passengers scheduled program in Ogi experienced a sudden brake failure. The driver, who was reportedly driving at a dangerously high speed, lost control of the vehicle and forcefully collided with a tipper truck parked by the roadside for diesel purchase.
You're still on to the ITV main news tonight, so we'll take a short break. More stories after this break. Please stay. Many thanks again for rejoining us on the ITV main news tonight on the ITV network. The Reverend Andrew Agumeno Medical and Gospel Outreach Foundation, also known as the Rural Mission, has again demonstrated its unwavering commitment to humanity during a 6-day gospel crusade, which featured free medical outreach and surgeries in Igara and Unemekbedo in Akokwedo local government area of Edo State. The medical outreach took place at the Igara General Hospital at the Unemekbedo Primary Healthcare Center. Fosa Wangwe has details.
The Medical and Gospel Outreach Foundation, led by its president and mission director, Reverend Andrew Agbohinio, and supported by lead surgeon Dr. Philip Osho, combined healthcare and spiritual intervention to impact the lives of women, children, men, and the elderly. About 1,000 persons benefited from the program, with 10 surgeries successfully carried out in Igara, while 28 surgeries were recorded in Uneme, Ekpedu. Ailments such as hernia, appendicitis, lipoma, and excision cases, among others, were treated with several requiring surgical procedures. Many souls also embraced Christ during the outreach. Beneficiaries commended the organizers, noting that it was their first time experiencing such a program with quality healthcare services in their communities. Speaking during the outreach, Reverend Andrew Agbohinio emphasized the foundation's mission to meet both physical and spiritual needs.
Our vision is to reach out to the less privileged of our society. We visit prisons, orphanage. I did similar program recently at Oko Prison, where we did about 50 surgeries, and we saw about 350 inmates, and we gave free glass to about 250 inmates and staff. Recently, before we came here.
Major challenges we are having. Number one is transportation. Number two, the drones take much expenses from us.
Dr. Philip Osho also explained that the outreach aims to support the less privileged. Partners in the outreach include UBTH, Vision Spring, Igara's Descendants Union, UK, Sonny and Kemi Agumbiade Empowerment, and other well-meaning individuals. With a growing reach and unwavering purpose, the Reverend Andrew Agbohinio Medical and Gospel Outreach Foundation remains committed to extending healthcare hope and healing to the most vulnerable across rural communities. From Igara, Fosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Meanwhile, Akoko Edo Local Government Council Chairman, Right Honorable Alabi Bliss Oshonogwe, has commiserated with the Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Chief Barrister Maria Olabisi Daomi, on the passing of her mother, who died in the early hours of today, 16th November 2025, after a brief illness. Oluwafemi Farayola has details.
In a condolence message, Akoko Edo Local Government Council Chairman, Right Honorable Alabi Bliss Oshonogwe, noted that the late mother of the Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Chief Barrister Mary Olabisi Daomi, lived a fulfilled and exemplary life, evident in her remarkable track record and strong passion for education. He stated that Mama will be deeply missed, describing her as a God-fearing woman who showed compassion to everyone she encountered. Right Honorable Alabi encouraged the bereaved family, especially the Honorable Commissioner, to take solace in the fact that God alone gives and takes life, adding that Mama is now resting in the bosom of the Lord. The council chairman further pledged to remain in close contact with the family as preparations are underway to accord Mama a befitting burial. He prayed for the peaceful repose of her soul and God's comfort upon the entire family. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
The mother of the Honorable Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs, Chief Bisi Daomi, actually passed in the early hours of yesterday. And now moving on, the Ojowe and elders of Ewosawe community, Wunde local government area, Edo State, Comrade Omoigbe Omoige, popularly known as... We'll take that story again. The Ojowe and elders of Ewosawe community, Wunde local government area of Edo State, have refuted media reports alleging that their community is part of Ugomoson community and under their governance as well as administration. Emmanuel Akbolo reports that the elders and indigents who spoke in unison maintained that they have existed as an autonomous community sharing boundaries with Ugbayon and Igwehana communities and will remain so. The report is presented by Jonah Omowa. We'll bring you that report in the course of the bulletin. In the meantime, the Okaigele of Ewonika community in Ovia Northeast local government area, Comrade Omoige, popularly known as ATM, has congratulated the executive governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, on his 1 year in office. Comrade Omoyege also commended the Deputy Governor, Honorable Dennis Idahosa, describing him as a dependable ally whose dedication has strengthened the governor's vision for a better Edo State. He applauded Governor Okpebelo's achievements across key sectors, citing visible progress in road construction, including the state's first flyover bridge, improved healthcare delivery, education development, and a renewed focus on agriculture. The Okaigele further praised the administration's fight against cultism, youth empowerment initiatives, and the payment of the judgment fine to Tony Kabaka Adu over the wrongful demolition of his hotel by the previous administration. Comrade Omoyege described Senator Okpebolo as a silent achiever and transformational leader whose governance has brought renewed hope and unity to Edo people. He prayed for God's continued guidance, wisdom, and strength for Governor Okpebolo and his deputy, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, as they steer Edo State toward greater development, peace, and progress. The ITV Main News continues in just a moment. Please stay tuned. Thanks again for staying with us on the ITV Main News tonight. Elders and youths of our whole community in the local government area, Edo State, have appealed to His Royal Majesty Ewai II, the Oba of Benin, and the Edo State Governor to intervene in what they described as persistent oppression from their neighboring community, Uselunao. They alleged that security operatives reportedly acting on the instructions of Uselunao have invaded their community, arrested youths, created panic among residents, and forced many to flee their homes. Jolade Ojo has more.
Members of our whole community recall that the Palace of the Oba of Benin had on May 6, 2024, resolved a long-standing boundary dispute between Aho and Uselunao after a thorough investigation by palace chiefs. However, according to the community head, Pa Ihubuan Iren, and other concerned resident, the crisis has persisted despite the royal pronouncement. They allege that Uselunao is attempting to install a new Okaigele within Aho territory and that in an effort to enforce compliance, military personnel were allegedly mobilized to invade our brutalizing and arresting some youths.
Sinunao and all the boundary with the chief concord, I all get the peace. Nice, Oba don't talk. Wait till Oba talk, you know if he change. But Sinunao, they don't want wait till Oba talk. Make the thing may exist. Now they use soya police to the drive of our people.
Efforts to reach representative of Uselunao community for comment were unsuccessful as they could not be contacted. However, an elder from the community, who preferred not to be named, dismissed the allegations, saying Aho people are crying wolf where none exists, and insisted that Uselunao has no interest in crisis with his neighbors. From our community, Jola Diljo, ITV News.
We're bringing you more stories after this break on the ITV Main News tonight. Stay tuned. And that's the size of the ITV Main News tonight. Thank you for staying with us. Good night.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy. Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
My name is Evan Sunokoge. Well, when we talk about Donald Trump in the past few months now, it's something that is been so much about African issues, and the way Donald Trump has always reacted and said things about Africa as a continent has been so disturbing. Now, recently, we understand that he has said that the United States of America is not going to be at the G20 summit, which is supposed which is intended to start on Saturday. That's only 22nd of this month of November through to the 23rd. That's just a one-day summit in Johannesburg in South Africa. Well, he has said that the U.S. is not going to be there, and world leaders are already making reactions and counter-reactions. Well, on this program today, we're going to be looking at the first ever summit, G20 summit, that is going to be held in Africa. And we understand that when we talk about the G20 now, we're talking about a group of some 20 nations of the world. And it is an international forum that brings together the world's leading economies to discuss global economic issues. And it consists of 19 countries and the European Union. And they're representing about 80% of the world's GDP and 2/3 of the population. Then also we understand that the G20 summit aims to promote global economic growth, stability and cooperation, addressing issues like investment, and also addressing issues like financial regulations and also climate change, among other issues there. Issues of development are also discussed when it comes to the G20. Now, the nations that make up the G20 are Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, India, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Mexico, and Russia. And the others are Saudi Arabia, South Africa, and South Korea, Turkey, United Kingdom, and the United States, and also European Union. So these are the 20 countries that make up the G20. Well, unfortunately enough, Nigeria is not among, but for the fact that the African continent is there, and also South Africa is also there. I think when we begin to talk about the G20 now, whatever happens to the African continent, then of course it will spill over to Nigeria. So on Saturday, there's going to be the G20 summit in South Africa. Now, how will Africa as a continent benefit from this now? What does it hold for the African continent? That's what basically we're going to be talking about today on the program African Discourse. And to look at all these issues with us today, we are so privileged to have a guest. Ahmed Mamodu is going to be joining us virtually this afternoon all the way from Houston, That's the United States of America. He's going to be joining us. Anyway, let's quickly see how some of the issues are now. Talking about the G20 summit, some of the information that we are following. We understand that Donald Trump has reacted that he's not going to be there, and it has to do with the white supremacist movement that has to do with land ownership and all that. The Africans' issues in South Africa. So he has said that he's not going to be there, that the U.S. is not going to be represented at the G20 summit. And the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, has also made a counter reaction that it is the loss of United States of America if America is not going to be at the G20 summit. Then also, there is also this other narrative, that comes from South Africa. Some South Africans are reacting that South Africa cannot host the G20 summit because of issues there and all that. We understand that some parts of Johannesburg is going through some underdevelopmental issues and all that. So for a country like that to be having those issues and thinking of hosting the G20 summit is, questionable. Remember, I told you that when we talk about the G20 now, we're talking about countries, 20 countries, 20 countries in the world, economic, superpowers of the world coming together to be together as a group. Well, later on, we're going to be looking at some other issues as it relates to the information that we need to gather. But quickly, let us welcome our guest on the program this afternoon, Mr. Ahmed Momodu, who is joining us virtually from Houston, all the way from United States of America. Mr. Ahmed Momodu, good afternoon.
Good morning, Evans. I greet you and I greet all the viewers and everybody over there in the studio. Thank you for having me on the show.
Okay, you're welcome. Now, Nigeria may not be part of the G20, but for the fact that it resides in a continent that is fully represented when we talk about the G20, obviously, whatever happens, to the G20 somehow will snowball into our developmental space as a country. But away from that now let us look at South Africa hosting the G20 this year, 2025 edition of the G20. Now, how do you see it? What's, at the end of the day, what do you think is going to come out from the hosting?
Again, thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to share some of my thoughts on this issue. So your question is, what do I think is going to happen with the hosting by South Africa of the G20? I believe you've laid a robust foundation for the discussion. There are 20 powerful countries of the world who make up the G20, including one bloc, the European Union. And now they've added a second bloc, which is the African Union. So what has happened now is that Africa is represented twofold through the African Union and through South Africa's membership of the G20. Now, as it relates to South Africa hosting the G20, what has happened is that because of the focus on South Africa, some of the issues, particularly about urban development and the challenges for resettlement of the people who are likely to be affected by urban renewal projects, so that the hosting of the G20 is successful, has created the awareness that there's a housing crisis in South Africa. What is that housing crisis? There are government blocks, apartment complexes, blocks of flats, so as we call them in Nigeria, high-rise buildings, over 100 of them, that are not just abandoned, they've been completely left to the whims and caprices of gangs that are now in control of all these properties. And so these gangs have hijacked them and they're using them as centers for either crime, for theft, for drug trafficking, etc., prostitution, and so on and so forth. So the government of South Africa is trying to reclaim the narrative by reclaiming some of these properties from destitution and neglect. And it's going to be an uphill battle at this time because they've left it so late in the game to try and do this. That's one of the things they have, is that the funding is just not there to be able to reclaim these properties and put them in proper perspective before the G20 summit is held. How does this lead to a challenge? The challenge here is that the hosting city It's just a one-day summit. But with the hosting city, they want to be able to assure that there will be security, there won't be any untoward development by any of the criminal gangs, and that nothing is going to inflame or cause an embarrassment to the hosting city, because this is the first time that Africa has been granted this right. So South Africa is trying to put their best foot forward. They are trying to make sure that the hosting is successful. And a lot of all these challenges primarily depend on whether there's enough funding to be able to do it. It's something that they should have addressed a long time ago, but now pushed to the wall, they are trying to address it as quickly as possible.
Let's look at the U.S. because U.S.'s approach to issues of Africa has remained a great concern. I mean, recently we've seen some moves coming from the White House, particularly, Donald Trump, expressing concern over the security issues in Nigeria and all that. Now, ordinarily, one would have thought that he seems to be interested in issues in Africa. But this recent move now, whereby Donald Trump has said that the U.S. is not going to be part of this, summit in South Africa. Now, what does it tell about U.S. approach to issues of Africa? I mean, some analysts are beginning to look at it that is one step forward and 3 steps backward. How will you react to Donald Trump's, position about the summit in South Africa?
Evans, let me take it from where you said 1 step forward and 1 step backward. That simply sums up what we have to tolerate with the Trump presidency for the next 3 years. Because generally what you see with Trump is moving forward and going backward at the same time. But more importantly, what you need to understand is that the face of the United States is just going to appear for 1 day in Johannesburg. If Trump refuses to come, it doesn't mean that the United States is completely disengaged from the G20 or the talks. This is just the lead up to what they call the heads of government meeting. So there's a lot of background work that is going on. And whatever it is that Trump says, America cannot afford to either ignore South Africa, it cannot afford to ignore Africa, and of course it cannot afford to ignore the G20. All that they are simply doing is trying to promote themselves to the Africa dependent on the West than it is on the East. Now, what you are seeing is the American response to the East's growing influence in Africa through infrastructural development, financial commitments, aids to Africa, etc., etc. You are witnessing a time where the West is declining in power, and at the same time it is declining, the East is rising in power. When you say the East, we are talking of the Asian tigers, of course, we are talking of China, etc., etc. China's imprint in Africa cannot be ignored. China's imprint and movement in Africa is moving at pace. They are helping with infrastructural development, financial development, manpower development, and most importantly, raw earth minerals, which is abundant in Africa. So what you are seeing is Donald Trump and the US trying to push back and making sure that their foothold is not completely eroded by this encroachment of the East in Africa. And how are they doing this? Not just through bluster, they are doing it through threats. You saw how he came out the other day and threatened Nigeria with military action. All of these things, and they look isolated, but it's a continuous pressure that the United States is trying to exert on Africa through any means necessary, because the loss is going to be enormous. We're talking about resources in excess of $3.5 trillion over the next period of years. So what you are seeing is America in real time reacting to the pressures that the East is putting on its foothold in Africa.
When Donald Trump has said it now, he is tying America's absence now to the recent land use policies in South Africa, whereby the white Africans, the white Africans minority in South Africa are being deprived to land ownership, according to Donald Trump. That's the reason why he's saying that U.S. is going to boycott this G20 summit. But some analysts are of the opinion that this seems to be more personalistic rather than, because we're talking about G20 now, we're talking about nations of the world. Don't you think that Donald Trump may be a little bit, maybe personal in this whole absence of U.S. from the G20? It's more of a personal vendetta, don't you think so?
Yes, I do agree with your analysis that it's more of a personal vendetta. And this is something that has been very unfortunate with the Trump presidency. He personalizes everything. If you look at even what is currently going on in local politics, a lot of his allies have turned against him over one issue or the other, and they are generally personal. But how does he relate to a personal thing as it relates to his relationship with South Africa and Africa? The issue is he has always had a dim view of Africa. He has always had a dim view of the race, the black race. Let's call it a spade. His documented history of not just racist comments, but even racist actions as it regards to Africa and Nigeria. He famously called Nigeria a country of, I don't even want to repeat that word, but going beyond that, rather than engaging diplomatically, what you find with a Trump presidency is personal attacks. If you recall how he personally attacked the president of South Africa when he had him in the White House the other day, he went to the extent of even telling the Liberian president that he speaks English well, as if he's not even aware that Liberia is an English-speaking country. So what you are seeing is not just the personal approach that Trump has, which is sometimes very caustic, very buffoonish, very undiplomatic, but it now comes down to a point where he wants all the world leaders to come to him and seek approval from him before making their decisions, which a lot of African countries are pushing back. Nigeria is pushing back. South Africa is pushing back. A lot of the Sahel countries are pushing back. They are saying that we are independent, sovereign countries who will make decisions in our best interest. Let us not also ignore the fact that recently, a lot of these countries have been moving towards the BRICS countries. And the financial movement means that the stranglehold that the United States has had on the world through the dollarization of the world economy is gradually slipping. We've had situations where even Nigeria, as you will probably be aware, has had trade relations with China, for example, where rather than using the dollar as the median currency, we are now directly trading in yuan, and it is going on in other countries. So rather than engage diplomatically and offer something better than what the East is offering, Trump has decided the best thing is to go around bullying everybody. And a lot of these countries are not having it. We are going to assert our independence. We are going to assert our sovereignty. And you are going to see more of this as it keeps on going. And hopefully, sooner than later, he will come to an understanding that this is not going to fly. We need to be engaged as partners, not as underdogs.
Okay. All right, so the program is still African Discourse on Independent Television, and our special focus this afternoon is looking at the G20 summit, whereby South Africa is going to be hosting the world. G20, great nations of the world, made up of 20 countries, superpowers in terms of political power and, of course, economic powers of the world. So they're going to be in South Africa, in Johannesburg on Saturday. It's just a one-day summit, Saturday, Sunday, of this month of November 2025. All right, so we're going to take a short pause now. Then when we return, we are really going to look at what this means to Africa as a continent. Now, some persons are already making their postulations that it is the time for Africa to leave the sidelines. I mean, this is a pure leadership for Africa now, to maybe now define the political policy of the world or economic policy of the world. So we'll take a short pause. When we return, we're going to be looking at all of that. So we'll be right back.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, thank you one more time. The program's still on your television, African Discourse on Independent Television. And our focus is looking at the G20 summit in South Africa, whereby South Africa is going to be hosting the world. And that's a very good one. Now, against the backdrop that nothing good can come from Africa, those are some of the talks that we hear when we hear, how economic analysts and, political analysts tend to describe the continent Africa. But away from that now, Ahmed Mamadou, let us quickly look at what this actually means for the continent. Because a while ago, I just said that it is perhaps time for Africa as a continent now to leave the sidelines, to take the world in terms of leading the world political policies and economic policies. Now, the big question we ask to that is, do you see Africa as a continent as being able to fit into that shoe? I mean, let's say from this summit now that Africa will rise up to lead the world in terms of political leadership or economic leadership.
So this is a good question, Evan. So let us address it from 2 points of view. We'll talk about the economic, like you rightly pointed out, but more importantly is the commodities leadership. Now, what has happened is that we've gone from being on the menu to actually being on the table. What this means is that now Africa can promote itself. Africa can demand for better negotiating skills as a bloc, using the African Union as its pivot. So what is going to happen is that you are going to find that Africa is going to assert itself more in areas of where it has strengths. Let me give you an example. There was recently a study that was conducted, and it said if there's going to be a third world war, it's going to be about natural resources. And this war, even though might not be a physical war, the extent to which Africa is going to dominate is that Africa is the last continent that has abundance of freshwater sources. So if there's going to be a world war, either a third or fourth world war, it's going to be about all of these resources and who controls them. Africa is currently sitting on the largest deposits of freshwater. You can go to most African villages and just dig the ground, put your hand in and drink the water. That doesn't happen anywhere in most of the civilized world because they have to recycle their water. They have to use wastewater and turn it back to consumable water. So that's just a highlight of where it is that this is going. Now, if you put that side by side with the fact that most of the resources that are being used to industrialize the world currently, we're not talking about the old gold and all that kind of thing. We're talking about rare earth minerals that is in abundance, not just not in any particular part of Africa, but it's spread all over Africa. We have the abundance of it in Nigeria, we have the abundance of it in South Africa, and so on and so forth. So what you are seeing is the opportunity for Africa to assert itself, to insist that when there's any discussion about Africa or the future of Africa, it has to be involved, not just involved, but to have a say and a direction and an input that is more fundamental than just being directed in which direction to go. Now, this is going to happen in ways that we had previously not seen happen. Africa is going to be part of a global economy that is going to be robust and is going to open up the whole of Africa to negotiations with former superpowers on a level, on a one-on-one level, not on a master-slave level, but on a one-on-one level where they have to come diplomatically, they have to come open-handed, they have to come sincerely, because there is the counter of the East, there's the counter of the Asian tigers, there's the counter of China, who is going to be watching and going to say, look, if they offer you this, we are going to offer you Z. If they offer you A, we are going to offer you B. And that is the level that Africa is going to be. We now have access to global finance. We have access to some of the loans that have been outstanding back from colonial days. We even have access to renegotiate some of these loans. So it's a whole vista of things. It's impossible to sit down and enumerate everything. But what needs to be taken away is that a new dawn has come. Our voice will be heard, not as underdogs, but as equal partners who have something to bring and something important to say.
This is perhaps not the first time that we are having Africa as a continent meeting the world. I mean, most times we see the UN General Assembly, like the last one whereby United Nations celebrated 80 years anniversary. Now, some African countries, most African countries, I should say, were there. Nigeria was there, represented by the Vice President. Now, most times when Africa as a continent and maybe its countries go to, a forum whereby they meet other nations of the world, you hear of debt relief and all that. Now, most analysts are not too comfortable with that. And perhaps you may also want to agree with us on this program today that the superpowers of the world are not too comfortable with that. Now, what I'm trying to say is that whereas you hear, superpowers of the world, giving advancements that they have made in terms of economic advancements on the global scale and all that. But on the other side, you hear African nations pleading for debt relief and all that. Now, I want you to look at that vis-a-vis what seems to be a major problem to the continent now. I mean, we talk about the trade imbalance in Africa today. I mean, recently we saw Donald Trump coming in as the U.S. president, how imports tariffs, being increased from certain percentage, shooting above 15-18% for African nations. So with all these countries, with all of all these issues, do we see Africa as a continent taking something out at the end of the day after this summit?
So one thing that cannot be overemphasized is that with these emerging economies, particularly with the strength of the commodities that we are bringing to the table, it gives us a lot of leverage. It gives us a lot of bargaining power. How we choose to use that bargaining power and how we choose to leverage on some of these advantages is what is going to have to challenge the minds of the African elite. We are talking about commodities in excess of trillions of dollars that Africa currently sits on. You mentioned debt profiling, you mentioned debt restructuring, you mentioned also the history of debts. Now, there was a study that was held in the US some time ago, and then they came to the conclusion that if the United States had to pay back for slavery, for example, we'll be talking of excesses of trillions if they had to pay any kind of reparations. So on the back of this is the leverage that Africa has to say, yes, we do owe you some money, but how are we going to be able to move forward if this debt overhang does not allow our economies to grow? We are not able to build infrastructure. We are not able to develop human capital. And this overhang is so crushing that it affects the GDP of the countries advertently, and it reduces our ability to make growth for our people. These are the discussions that Africa has to champion, and we have to come at it with a clear-headed approach, because whether they like it or not, there is so much that Africa has in abundance that the world is coming to look at. Just the fact that it has agreed to come to South Africa and allowed Africa to host this event is an indication of where they are going. On a countermeasure, there's Turkey that is pushing against Africa. There's the East that is pushing against Africa. There's India, Russia, there's China, the EU. All of these are contending forces that the G20 has to understand that we have partners that we can discuss with in the event that they are unable or unwilling to make the provisions that we need so that Africa can develop for Africans. So we are at an advantage, but it has to be a conversation that has to be had openly, intelligently, and with a clear focus on making sure that we are getting what we deserve and not what they are willing to give.
All right, so we'll go for another short break. Don't forget the program is still African Discourse on Independent Television. We'll be right back. All right, thank you one more time. The program still on your television, African Discourse on Independent TV. Now, we are looking at the G20 Summit that is going to be on Saturday in South Africa, in Johannesburg, to precise, whereby Cyril Ramaphosa, their South African president, is going to be hosting other nations of the world. Our guest this afternoon is Ahmed Mamoudou. Join us virtually all the way from Houston in the United States of America. Now, Ahmed Mamoudou, little wonder, what do you think? We started by looking at the absence of U.S. at this summit, but little wonder, at the end of the day, What do you think is going to be the quality of this summit without the United States of America? What do you think is going to be the quality?
So Evans, looking at it on a larger, let's expand our view a little bit. This lack of interaction is not just with the G20. It's not just with African countries. It's with our neighbors. The Trump presidency has decided an isolationist policy. A withdrawal from globalization is their main focus at this time. If you look at the relationship with the US currently has with our closest neighbor, it's one of practical animosity and hostility. We are practically at loggerheads with Canada. There is no relationship to speak of with Mexico. And even some of the other South American countries have been completely dead. He constantly deprecates on them. He calls them countries of low quality, where they export their worst characters to come and invade the US. So it's not just, it's all around the world. Look at the relationship that the US currently has with most other countries around the world. There's all this animosity, there's this hostility. So I think the world has come to an understanding that for the period that Trump is the president, they need to look beyond the US to look for other partners that are willing to engage better, engage more robustly, engage more diplomatically, rather than this ad hoc engagement where people are called names and bullied and threatened with some kind of military action or the other and coerced. So we are looking beyond, the world is looking beyond America's control of resources, America's control of either the diplomatic channels or the economic channels or even the financial channels. By de-dollarizing, we have the BRICS trying to bring up their own currency. EU was trying to promote its own currency at a time. And then we have bilateral countries that are trying to trade one-on-one and cutting off the dollar. So the impact of all of this is the pressure that you are seeing that is being applied to the American system, and is the response that you are seeing that Trump is putting out, where he's trying to kick back at the isolationist policy that he's putting, and then getting kickback, and then refusing to be cowered into the position that he has put himself. So this is going to continue to happen at least for the next 3 years. So we are going to see other countries from the influence of the United States directly or communicating directly. That's what is going to happen, in my opinion.
A while ago, you were looking at practical challenges, practical issues in South Africa, whereby, as it's told now, that South Africa faces a huge amount of infrastructural problems and all that. Now, some analysts are of the opinion that perhaps South Africa wouldn't have accepted to host this summit because at the end of the day, I mean, the whole world coming to South Africa now. At the end of the day, it may mean that South Africa may not be allowed to host a future international gathering. I mean, going by the position of things in South Africa. What is your take on that?
So Johannesburg is more of an economic capital of South Africa than the political capital. So there's that. And then there's also the fact that there's no country in the world that is completely isolated from having this kind of infrastructural challenges, housing challenges. If you even come to the United States, there are cities in America where, for example, if you go to New York, there's the Bronx. That's a slum area. But when you are hosting something on this level, there's the dual challenge of not just projecting your country, but using that opportunity for infrastructural development. So what is going to happen is that the world is going to come to South Africa, and a lot of the challenges that South Africa has is going to be highlighted, and it's going to give them the opportunity to discuss with other partners in ways to develop some of these infrastructural deficits. So it's a two-pronged approach. South Africa, yes, has a housing problem. Yes, they do have infrastructural problem. But as they invite the world to come and see, they're also going to tell the world that these are the opportunities that are available to you if you want to come and invest. Now, imagine if one of the Asian tigers, for example, let's say Taiwan, decides that they want to invest in the infrastructure or the housing development. Because like I pointed out earlier, we're talking about over 100 housing developments that have been taken over or have been completely abandoned, but they are in the city center. They are very economic, they are very strategically placed, they are also an avenue for development. So it's a two-pronged approach. And I believe that South Africa is going to use this opportunity, not just to showcase the opportunities that they have, the challenges that they have, but to be better for it. If you remember when Brazil wanted to host even just the World Cup the other time, they had to develop the slums, they had to develop a lot of areas. So it's not a challenge that is unique to South Africa or any part of the world. It's something that happens across the continent, but the governments must be seen to be doing something and be using that opportunity to develop the country.
All right, so we understand that 2 years ago, 2023 to be precise, India hosted the G20 summit, and India is also going to be at this summit. So I don't know, but analysts are perhaps of the opinion now that the hosting of the G20 somehow brings some economic relief and all that. So would we want to say on this program this afternoon that I think right from 2-3 years or 5 years down the record now, India's economy, their political space and all that seems to have improved. So is it in any way connected to hosting the G20?
Well, in terms of the fact that it highlights whatever the investment opportunities are, and it attracts foreign investors, there is also the showcasing of what is possible in an economy. Now, one thing we need to keep on emphasizing, Evans, is that we have what is known as a youth boom. Africa has the largest population of the growing population. It has the largest population of the youth population. All these things are domiciled in Africa. If you recall, a lot of Western countries, they warehouse or they outsource a lot of their international operations, voice operations, let's be specific, voice operations, internet operations, out of office operations in Africa. They do it for Kenya, they do it for India, they do it for Turkey, etc., etc. So as Africa becomes more and more attractive for some of these investment destinations, you are going to see an improvement in the lives of the Africans who are involved in these areas. Let us focus on things like the internet and the boom that brings. A lot of outsourcing is going on. A lot of outsourcing is going on, not just in Nigeria, it's going on in different parts of Africa. So this is going to be South Africa's opportunity to showcase the talent it has, the youth boom it has, the infrastructural development required for it to be a good partner in development, and then to even depopulate a lot of other developed economies. So there are even economies in the world who are developed, for example, Italy, that has a population growth that is almost depressing its own growth. And there are opportunities for them to diversify, for them to come out and build outside of their country. So this is an opportunity, yes, for South Africa to showcase what is available, what people can come and invest, and how they can make investments possible for themselves and for the people who will come in.
Okay. Now, a while ago, we ran through the members' countries of this G20, and we saw that Nigeria is not directly a member, except the fact that Nigeria is part of a continent that is a member, that's Africa now. But if you look at some nations that are members, take for example, you have Argentina, Australia, Brazil. Now let's pay particular attention to Brazil, and maybe let's see now Turkey. These are two countries, even if you like Mexico, these three countries, they are full-fledged members of the G20. Now, in terms of population mass, in terms of natural resources, these three countries may not have what Nigeria as a nation has. Now, what are we going to suggest for our country, Nigeria, to be a direct member of the G20? I mean, if we have nations like Brazil, like Turkey and Mexico being direct members, Nigeria is not, direct member. So what are we saying about Nigeria?
So, Evans, interestingly, what happens in this kind of multilateral engagements is not necessarily a requirement to be a member directly before you can influence either the direction or the course, or to even make appreciable gains in your own economy. The countries that you mentioned rightly, if you also want to recall, they are also members of BRICS. Nigeria is trying to be a member of BRICS. We will continue to push, of course, to be a member of the G20 and expand it. But in the meantime, our voice is united in the African Union. And there's no way that you are going to talk about the influence of any country in African Union without mentioning Nigeria. If not first, second, at least we will be the third. So we can also find our voice, we can also find our direction, we can also find interest and push our narrative through the African Union. And I'm sure that with the membership of the African Union as an equal partner in the G20, our voice will not be lacking, our interest will not be lacking. All it takes is robust engagement and to continue to push our leadership in the African Union and by proxy, leadership on the seats of the G20. Nigeria has a robust economy. Nigeria has a very large youth population. All of the things that the G20 is trying to find in the larger Africa, Nigeria has in excess and in abundance, all of these things. We have the rare earth minerals, we have the population, we have the size, we have the intellect, we have the youth development, we have capacity. So Nigeria is actually even is a mirror focus of what the G20 is looking for in Africa. And we must continue to process and push our power through the African Union, and then everything will be successful. Going with time, of course, going with time, we need to look for membership. That is somewhere along the line. But let us use this current opportunity to make our voice heard through our seats in the African Union and G20.
Yeah, but Mamadou, now, why don't we also look at something that we seems not to be paying attention to as a country, and even perhaps on this program, we seems not to be paying attention to it. I mean, we are looking at the SDG goals, the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, recently, we understand that this is 2025, and the SDG goals is supposed to the limits of it now is supposed to be at 2030. That's about 5 years from now. Now, recent studies have shown that while most nations of the world have actually attained these SDG goals, Nigeria is still far from it. I mean, when we talk about most nations of the world now, obviously we're talking about most G20s of the world, most nations that are members of the G20. Now, Nigeria is not close to the attainment of the SDG goals. We are talking about Sustainable Development Goals, and SDG goals seems to be the major thing that is being used to see whether you can be a member of the G20 or not. We are not close to it. This is 2025. 5 years from now, most nations would have left the G20 goals and maybe talking about other things. Nigeria is nowhere to be found when we talk about the SDG goals. So what should we do? What do you think are the issues?
So the challenges that we have are not unique to Nigeria. We have challenges for the development, sustainable development that are institutional, not just institutionalized. There's a challenge in development across all of Africa. We have a situation where our booming population, sometimes lack of industrialization, even carbon emissions. We're talking about challenges like how to develop sustainably in a way that also allows us to harness our own raw materials. Use, for example, in this analogy, most of the countries that are currently SDG compliant, they had growth that allowed them to come through places that we are not allowed to use. For example, the United States developed on coal, and then it moved to other minerals before it moved to nuclear, and now it is going back to make sure that everything is with developing the world sustainably. We cannot just jump leapfrog from where we are to where they are without getting some kind of transfer of knowledge, transfer of technology, and they are withholding a lot of these things. So these are conversations that we have to continue to have. These are conversations that this kind of platform allows us to have with other countries and tell them that, look, we are falling behind, but we need your assistance, not just financially, infrastructurally. We need your clean technology that will help us to grow and will help us to attain sustainability that will allow us to be members competing on an even scale with other members of the country. Nigeria has a lot of work to do. We have 5 years to catch up. I don't see us doing it, but I see us being on the path of sustainability if we engage through the EU, which is currently our seat, and make sure that these goals are continuously highlighted by the current administration and pushed through.
Talk about the current administration, but some analysts are of the opinion that the current administration seems to be focused more on how to retain, power. I mean, the 2027 presidential election. You take 2027 from 2025. That's about 2 years from now, and that is perhaps going to be just 3 more years to the time limit of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal year. So my fear, and perhaps the fear of some analysts, is that Nigeria may not even be there. You may have said that some of the factors that would have enabled Nigeria to attain these SDG goals are being hoarded by developed nations. But you and I know that most of the issues are self-inflicting. Self-inflicting is that from the way things are back home, Nigeria seems not to be on the right track. Nigeria seems not to even be moving towards making desperate attempt to attain these goals. Don't you think so, Ahmed?
So Evans, it's important to remember that as far as politicians are concerned, once they win one election, they've started preparing for the next election. So I think you are even late in your calculation in saying that we have 2 years. The present administration started calculating for 2027. Immediately they won the last election. So, but how does Nigeria fit into this narrative, and how do we gain? What we need to do is to keep on, there's the institutionalization of some of these developmental goals. And we do have a lot of institutionalized, let's call them bureaucratic structures that are pursuing these goals. Even though we are falling short, we still have strides. We are still headed in the right direction. Now, government is a continuum. We don't expect one government to be able to meet all the developmental goals and attain them before its termination. But as long as there are strides in that direction, then we have a pathway. Now, you highlighted and you pointed out that those SDG goals are the measure by which countries are accepted into the G20. It is not just the attainment of the goals. It is that you have a pathway to the attainment of the goals, and you have institutionalized those pathways that allows them to take you as a serious, either an upcoming partner or an observer nation, as the case may be. But as long as we're able to put our voice through with the African Union, I think for now we are fine. Whatever else we are falling short of, we can develop. If this administration is not able to meet all of the challenges, which you and I have already agreed they are not going to be able to, as long as the goals are institutionalized and they keep on being pursued, I think we're on the right path. Rome was not built in a day, and Nigeria will not be built in a day. But if we keep asking the administration to do what is right and ask our governments to continue to push us in the right direction, I see us getting there one day. It might not be next couple of years, but eventually, with what Africa needs, what the rest of the world needs from Africa, they will continue to look for partners. It might not be partners in places like the G20, but also even on a bilateral level. Now, you cannot put away from the fact that some of these member countries also engage Nigeria and Africa on a bilateral level outside of all of these formal joinings of the G20, the United Nations, EU, etc., etc. So there's also that. We have a relationship with Turkey. We have a relationship with Mexico. I think they even just recently started direct flights to Brazil. Argentina is in scope. When you're in Brazil, you are practically in Argentina. So some of these things are on a bilateral level, and we need to keep on pursuing as many of these avenues as possible that allow us to better the lives of our people.
So as the whole world, I'm tempted to say the whole world. Well, even if I say the whole world now, somehow I'm correct. But as the G20, come to Africa, to South Africa, so what are your parting words? What do you think as a continent we need to watch out for as this summit holds on Saturday?
So this is very interesting. What are we going to be able to take away from this summit? we need to be able to let the world know that we are finally on the table, and this table, we are going to ask for our own share. We are not going to be apportioned what they think is necessary for us. We need to come out clearly. We need to come out with a voice. We need to come out with a clear and concise voice. We are not going to divide ourselves into 55 countries asking for 55 different things. That's not going to work. That's not going to help us. We need to be able to come out in one direction and use the the African Union mandate and say, this is what is the most pressing thing for the continent at this point in time. I believe that one of the things that they are going to pursue is some kind of debt rescheduling, access to multilateral loans from some of these multilateral donor agencies. They are also going to look for reduced terms, reduction in the interest rates. They are going to look for avenues of the migration. There are so many issues that affect Africa as a whole that this is going to give us an opportunity to speak as one voice. We are going to talk about some of, if I was there, I would talk about some of the inherent problems that Africa has had as a result of colonialism. So some of these are conversations that need to be had in a robust fashion. But more importantly, I think at this initial juncture, because this is going to be an annual thing.
Thank you, Ahmed. Yeah, I want to say thank you because of time now. Now, some of the facts file that we are following concerning this summit is that the group of 20G was founded in 1999, so following the Asian financial crisis of 1997. So that goes to show that for the past 26 years, the G20 has been on. And kudos to South Africa and Cyril Ramaphosa, the South African president, for giving the opportunity to host great nations of the world in South Africa. There are some members of the G20 that have not hosted, for the past 26 years that the G20 has been on. But kudos to South Africa, giving the opportunity to host. So I want to say big congratulations to South Africa, and also we also want to say to these other nations that they are welcome to our continent. So I want to say thank you also to Ahmed Momodu for joining us on the program today. A very big thank you. Your contributions have been so educating. Thank you so much for the program. Well, this is where we end the program today, African Discourse on Independent Television. Until same time next week when we return with another topic and with another guest. My name is Evan Sunokuge.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney? The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney? The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
We expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney? The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Nigeria faces a severe housing crisis marked by significant deficit and high costs, particularly for low and middle income earners. The housing deficit is estimated to be at least 20 million units, with an additional 5.5 million people needing housing each year, requiring at least 550,000 new houses annually. This deficit is compounded by high housing prices and rents, which have increased faster than general inflation, making it difficult for many Nigerians to afford adequate housing. Nigerians' housing deficit is substantial, with estimates ranging from 20 to 28 million units, according to a real estate expert estimate. How housing prices and rent, especially for low and middle income individuals, are major barriers to accessing adequate housing. A lack of viable mortgage system and high interest rates hinders home ownership, particularly especially for those in lower income brackets. The housing crisis has led to the growth of informal settlement with substandard living conditions. Rising costs of building materials such as cement further exacerbate the problem. Nigeria's housing sector faces a multifaceted crisis. Addressing this requires a multi-pronged approach that includes government intervention, private sector participation, and innovative financing solution to make housing accessible and affordable for all citizens, according to the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development.
Let me just speak of Benin City, where I reside. You see, the menace of agents has become a menace. Agent is something that is known because they help you to, you may not be able to go around the town to look for houses that are vacant and all that. So these agents are supposed to, bring people who will come. They know all the houses that are supposed to be free. They're supposed to be like a liaison, a middleman between the tenant and the landlord. And in those days, they used to possibly collect 10% of whatever you are going to pay as your annual rent. But I want to tell you that these people are not even collecting more than God. God in the Bible collects 10% as tithes. I can tell you for free that this agent now, they collect as much as 30%. The landlord would have told them they will ask you for agent fee. They will ask you for agent fee 30% of what you are paying. Then they will ask you for caution fee. They will ask you for agreement fee. And to be very honest with you, in many cases, this caution, these agreement fees, they don't even go to the landlord. Is there a law governing agents in this country? I really don't know. It is something that the government may need to look into, because these agents, they are devil's agents. They are frustrated.
Challenges in cities like Lagos and Benin City. Navigating the murky waters of rental practices dominated by estate agents or house agents is unprecedented. Prospective tenants find themselves ensnared in a wave of unexpected fees, especially for house inspection, leading to frustration and financial strain. Some agents will ask as high as 30,000, 25,000, 20,000, 10,000 or 5,000 depending on the area.
It's alarming with the rate these persons are going. Some of them are very greedy. They take advantage of tenants in certain properties. A situation whereby an agent is demanding more than 10% from you, that is criminal. I know some states they allow more than 10%, but to my best of my knowledge, Edo State, the standard is 10%. That's what an agent should collect. Then, as a tenant, if you are paying for a rent for any property, ensure to ask. Let them give you a breakdown. They shouldn't just tell you 1.5 million, 2 million for a property and you just pay. No, even if you have the money. You are not the only person that will be renting house. Other persons, because once you make this thing a norm, make it a norm, it will become a standard. Before you know, every other person will be seen as a normality. So I will advise potential tenants, when you want to get a place, ensure you ask them, let them give you a breakdown. They should tell you the amount for the rent. They should tell you the amount for if there's a legal fee. They should tell you the amount for the agency. Like I said, standard 10% is fair enough. Then if there's a caution fee, they should tell you. Any other fees, service charge as well, maybe managing the place in terms of lights, bills and utilities, that's my service charge. Any other fee or bills outside any of these that I've just enumerated, it is illegal and it is criminal.
What they do, they will make it difficult for tenants to take your house. Number one, they will go and put different fees. They will do agreement for the landlord that owns the house. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And they will shield the tenant from you. Not until he enters your house, you won't even know your tenant. So the person that's coming to take your house, and that can put the owner of the house in jeopardy, and they can give him problem, because as the owner of the house, I need to know who's coming to my house, but they will shield the person. And the different fee they collect from intended tenants or tenants is too much. At times they say caution fee. They will tell you this fee, that fee, that fee. So I understand in a house that somebody went to rent, they made him to pay 200,000 naira caution fee, agent fee, this fee, that fee. Jehovah, for my house, on my head. And it is high time government begin to regulate their activities. Some time ago, Lagos government have to climb on these agents, and it's high time that those state government come out and look at this thing holistically. Because I saw a house that somebody went to rent, 2-bedroom flats, 1.2, 1.4 million. in this building. And that is outrageous. An agent collected up to 100 or 200 of that. That's so much. As they say, 800,000 for one parlor and a room. Jesus. So, number one, they are responsible to an extent for astronomical increase in house rents. Number two, they also cause problem between landlord and tenants. In that, before a tenant gets a house, you don't know it, you will just come there and say, this is my new tenant. Whereas if you had interviewed the person, maybe you wouldn't have given him your house in the first place. And number three, they are also making things difficult for the tenant themselves. A tenant that went to hustle for 150,000 to rent room and parlor, you come and give him other bills, then he will not be able to get this thing. So
missed and the need of owning a property of your own, because the way some of our agency are taking it now is just somehow the agent will just skyrocket some locations and tell you this is how much they are giving this location. For instance, now we needed an apartment in, let's say, Uselu, Gbowo, Saple Road houses. The owner might just say, okay, let me give it lesser price, but the agent will place that property in their care. We just say, no, this is what they are renting in this location. This is how much we used to give property, 2-bedroom flat, 3-bedroom flat, as the case may be, a room and a parlor, unit self-contained, as the case may be. They can say, okay, this is what we are giving in this location. This is what we are giving. But that is not in the mind of the original owner of the building. So that's the reason why we are urging all the agents, we call them freelancers at a time. In all, they are called agents. Those agents, please, just take it easy with our citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because most of us, it's not that easy to just school out the money. You hear some persons will just say, okay, this house per annual is 600k, as the case may be. It will just say, okay, now agency is 450,000. It's not encouraging. It's scaring people away out of the city of Benin. So we are using this medium to encourage our agents to make sure, please and please, take it easy with our people in the city of Benin. They are supposed to be regulated by the state or the federal government of Nigeria. There should be a punishment, but not now, because there is no law guiding them. It is when the Edo state government now decide, or the House of Assembly now decide to say, okay, let us look for a way to fix it. Then they can now say, okay, now we are going to pass a law. If there is no law, there will be no offender. So that's the reason why, not until we have a law that is guiding this set of people, this set of persons, this body, then there can never be an offender.
Searching for a home in Nigeria has become a frustrating ordeal as many prospective tenants face an uncertainty reality. Estate or house agents demanding hefty fees for limited property viewing, while leading clients to properties are often failed to match that requirement. This exploitative practice, as investigation revealed, doesn't just drain finances but leaves tenants feeling trapped and misled. As the housing crisis deepens, the integrity of Nigeria's real estate market seems to be teetering on shaky ground.
We have some issues with them. Some of them, they jack up the rent for certain houses beyond even what is prevailing in that area, because each area has its own rental value. But they jack up the prices, and there are two things about this. It makes it impossible for people who would have afforded the house normally not to get a house. And then secondly, the landlord is deprived of rent for the period he's waiting for somebody to take up the house, not at his price but at the agent's price. And some of these agents, they are not appointed as agents by certain landlords. They just go to a house that is empty, they just take the picture and they put it on their platform, and then they advertise it as a house. And then some, they collect rents, and then they start looking for a house for the intending customer. So while they are running around, that intending customer is in pain. So these are some of the unwholesome practices of some of the agents. And some even collect money, and at the end of the day, they don't give the customer a house, and they cannot even refund the money. And sometimes you take them to the police station and they start refunding the money in bits and pieces instead of the lump sum that was given to them. I think the activity should be regulated, honestly. And some of them do the work of agent, they do the work of barristers or solicitors who are supposed to write agreements. Some of them write agreements and some of them steal the stamp of the lawyer and they are fixing there and just put any signature. We have had many of these issues, and I hope that the government and even the professional body of estate valuers and agents will look into this issue.
There's a lot of deficiency in the areas of housing in Edo State. Why do I say that? Is that the cost of housing is being affected because of the demand. You can see in some areas, the very moment construction is being done in any building, before that building is completed, some persons have already made payment for that building. That is to show that the demand of rentage is very high. People need this property, they are desperate in need of it. And because of that, there is now inflation in the cost of housing. The landlord, there is no regulatory system to regulate the cost of building per areas or per environment or per the size of the building. So landlord just wake up to put a fixed price on their property the way it suits them. Just because maybe the next street there's a certain price the landlord are charging, so they now build their home, they will just give it price higher than the other one because the number of persons that is asking for the property during the construction is high. To be honest, the agent in Edo State, their activities are very, very terrible. So I believe the government and the judiciary, they have to step in. Because for example, there is a time that the NBA, they come together and they said that there is a fixed price for the lawyer. The lawyers has a fixed price, maybe 5%. If it's above so amount, it's 2.5%. So there's still room for you to negotiate with your lawyers. All these are professionals. They have their own regulatory bodies. And also the government has to step in because roadside agents will just give fixed price. Sometimes they are even trying to aim higher than the owners of the property. You will see a property for 1 million naira. Agent will tell you that agent fee is 300,000 naira. You don't know how much they buy block. You don't know how much they sell sand. You don't know how much they sell cement. You are even trying to share the same profit with the owner of the property. So the government have a lot of work to do. First of all, let all agents be profiled and let them
maximize profit. Many house hunters desperate to secure a suitable home pour time and money into multiple inspections only to be shown properties that fall far short of expectations, whether due to poor location, subpar amenities, or prices widely exceeding their budgets. This troubling pattern has drained and has tainted what should be a straightforward house hunting experience, turning it into a frustrating cycle of financial strain and unmet promises. Some agent will promise you won't pay until they secure an apartment for you. It's a lie. Once they collect your money and send you listing you can't even consider, then they disappear once you reject a few options. The financial bleeding doesn't stop these housing agents into collecting commission on every rent paid, further compounding the financial burden of prospective tenants. Why agents are often viewed as primary culprits, finding a review that landlords are equally complicit in this exploitative web. Many landlords, fully aware of agents' dubious tactics, deliberately channel prospective tenants through these middlemen, knowing it will pile extra charges on renters. Though this arrangement may seem like a convenient way to streamline tenant selection, it raises serious ethical concern around transparency and fairness. By relying on agents who extract inspection fees without proper accountability, landlords doesn't directly fuel a system where tenants are financially drained and disillusioned even before securing a home. Across social media platforms, a storm of outrage has erupted from victims of this exploitative racket. Numerous posts recount experiences of exorbitant inspection fees levied under false pretense that left prospective tenants drained and demoralized. Many describe these drawn to properties through glossy, deceptive listing only to meet with vastly different realities during physical inspection. Shabby apartments, noisy environments, and poor maintenance often replace the pristine visual showcased online, sparking frustration and heartbreak for those desperate to secure a home. Beyond financial strains, the emotional toll is undeniable. Tenants feel trapped in a system skewed heavily in favor of landlords and agents, an ecosystem where renters' vulnerability is exploited while accountability remains elusive. Adding another disturbing layer to this crisis is the revelation that some landlords or their relatives now disguise themselves as estate agents or house agents to exploit tenants directly. This deception strategy bypasses professional intermediaries, allowing landlords to pocket inspection fees while maintaining a false image of legitimacy. Another deceptive tactic haunting the rental space involve fake house agents who lure desperate tenants with suspiciously low inspection fees. Operating without legitimate listing, these scammers flood social media with eye-catching property art, targeting vulnerable renters searching for affordable homes. Once a tenant shows interest, the demand varying fees for property inspections, often without having any real properties available. Some victims report being taken to random buildings with no rental vacancies or properties in their conditions unfit for living. These conaties thrive in a dangerously unregulated market where anyone can pose as a real estate professional without credentials. The allure of quick, easy profit often overshadows the lasting damage inflicted on already struggling families in need of homes. By posing as agents, they lure unsuspecting tenants into believing they are dealing with professionals, not the property owners themselves. Some even create fake online profiles or use aliases to maintain this illusion. Another deceptive tactic haunting rental space involve fake house agents who allure desperate tenants and suspiciously low inspection fee. Operating without legitimate listing, these scammers flood social media.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney? The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney? The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney? The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney? The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy. Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney? The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Very good morning. Big thanks for joining me on the AM News on ITV. I am Philip Omogyupo. The president of the 10th Nigerian Senate, Godswill Akpabio, has inaugurated 30 tractors, 5 bulldozers, and other farm machinery procured by the Senator Monday Okpebholo's led administration as part of renewed efforts to reform and reposition Edo State's agricultural sector. The commissioning of the equipment follows the earlier 70 billion naira budgetary allocation to the State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security in the 2024 Appropriation Act. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchebu brings details.
President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, inaugurated the agricultural equipment, which include 5 bulldozers, 1 low-bed trailer, 30 tractors, and other complements as part of measures supporting Senator Monday Okpebholo's agricultural reforms in Edo State. Senator Monday Okpebholo said that beyond the commissioning of the farm equipment, the event represents the fulfillment of his campaign promise to revolutionize the state's agricultural sector.
Thank Mr. President for standing by us and at every point in time. Because I don't people know that I don't have money. I'm a poor man. If Mr. President was not doing what he's doing for us, I don't think the shining you are seeing in Edo today, Edo can shine.
President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, commended Edo State's progress under Governor Okpebholo across the agricultural sector and other facets of the state's economy.
You have looked into the most important thing, which is stomach infrastructure. I want to congratulate you. I'm here to see that yes, indeed, Edo is shining.
Edo State Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Jude Wangwe, noted that the newly procured machinery is expected to shape the future of agriculture in the state and support efforts to address food insecurity.
This investment represents progress and possibility. They will enable our farmers to clear more lands, cultivate more crops, and drastically reduce the burden of manual labor.
Good messages delivered by the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Agbabaku, former Secretary to the State Government, Pastor Sage Izeyamu, and Senator Adams Oshomole, all commended Governor Okpebholo for laying a solid foundation for Edo's agricultural revolution. The event was attended by the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, members of the National Assembly, Speaker and members of the Edo State House of Assembly, the Secretary to the State Government, Omar Musa Ikilo Esquire, and other government functionaries. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
The atmosphere in Eho, the administrative headquarters of Owonde local government area, took a new turn as party leaders, elders, and supporters of the All Progressives Congress gathered to welcome Engineer Louis Agarayi, who formally announced his intention to contest the Owonde chairmanship seat ahead of the 2026 local government elections. Ofuri Anito tells us more.
APC leaders and supporters from across Owonde Ward 1 converge here to receive a man many describe as a consistent pillar of community development long before he stepped into active politics. Addressing the gathering, former chairman and party leader Honorable Alari Rowland said the council needs a leader who understands the struggles of the people, adding that Aharaye's entrance into the race has rekindled hope for the grassroots.
Government chairman, and he's our son, he's our brother, he's our friend.
In his remarks, the chairmanship aspirant, Engineer Louis Aharaye, said Owonde must choose development over neglect and leadership that is present rather than distant.
I come here today not as a politician. I come here as a son. I want to come here and say, this one now waiting I want to do for my people. The cry where my people don't cry is enough. Now this one at the time for us to turn things around for good.
Supporters at the event expressed gratitude in the aspirant's vision, describing his declaration as timely.
I don't know you before, but I understand that you are flagging up. I said I must be here. to give you my support.
Aharaye, known both locally and internationally for his engineering accomplishments and his humanitarian support systems, also congratulated Governor Monday Okpebholo on his 1 year in office.
Use this opportunity to thank our able governor for this opportunity where he give me, because now him and see we trigger that, I prepare that thing in me.
From Eho, Umuode local government area in Edo State, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
Activities marking the 2024-2025 convocation and Founders Day ceremonies of the University of Benin will commence on Sunday, 23rd November 2025. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Edoba Bright Omoige, disclosed this while briefing journalists at the Senate chambers of the institution. Jonah Omowa completes the story.
The University of Benin Convocation and Founders Day ceremonies are momentous occasions that celebrate the institution's rich history and academic excellence. Speaking on the activities lined up for the event, Professor Omoige said it will commence with an interfaith service on Sunday, 23rd November 2025.
On Monday, 24th November, there will be a Founders Day lecture. We are proud to announce that our Founders Day lecture this year will be delivered by an illustrious alumnus and a member of the Federal Executive Council of our great country, the person of the Honorable Minister of Regional Development, Engineer Abubakar Momo, who is a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, himself a very distinguished alumnus, as I have mentioned. The topic of the lecture is Reform for a Shared Prosperity. The ceremony for the award of first degrees and presentation of prizes will hold on Friday, 28 November at 10 a.m. in the morning.
The Vice Chancellor also highlighted some achievements recorded under his leadership, including course accreditations, infrastructural development, grants and intervention from the federal government, staff employment, and community development initiatives.
The wheel of progress is on course and moving steadily in the University of Benin. This administration is poised to deliver on its mandate of effective practical teaching, sound learning, result-oriented research, and impactful community service.
A total of 14,083 students will be participating in the forthcoming convocation. The briefing was attended by principal officers and other senior staff of the institution. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, has been bestowed with the Rotary Club Premium Leadership Award for his humanitarian service to the people of Edo State and the world at large. The president of the Rotary Club of Benin Metropolitan and former speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Elizabeth Ativier, who presented the award, also inducted Right Honorable Idahosa into the Rotary Club of Benin Metropolitan. Deborah Gbafon has more.
For your tremendous work in the area of humanitarian services and youth development. So congratulations.
The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Idahosa, receiving the Rotary Premium Leadership Award from the President of the Rotary Club of Benin Metropolitan, Rotarian Elizabeth Ativier, in the conference room, Government House, Benin City. Rotarian Elizabeth Ativier, who led other Rotarians to present the award, said the Premium Leadership Award is in recognition of the Deputy Governor's philanthropic gesture and humanitarian service.
Rotary is all about service above self, service to humanitarian and community, and that is where your heart is. And we felt that it would be very perfect for Rotary Club of Benin Metropolitan to partner with you.
The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Idahosa, was also formally inducted into the Rotary Club of Benin Metropolitan under District 9141 by the Assistant Governor of the club, Zone 20, District 9141, Rotarian Samson Olayiwola, along Rotarian Elizabeth Ativier.
To make you as a member of the world, you can present it anywhere as a member.
Addressing the Rotarians shortly after receiving the award and induction, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa described the honor as a call to higher service to humanity.
I'm so grateful for this
opportunity, a higher opportunity to serve humanity. We'll look for other time to discuss extensively on areas of urgency where I can come in. But for now, I want to thank you. I want to thank all of us that have made this event possible. Thank you and God bless you all.
Right Honorable Idahosa also received his membership certificate and code of conduct as a member of the Rotary Club of Benin Metropolitan District 9141 in Government House, Benin. Deborah Ogbefun, ITV News.
The Executive Director of Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedo Uwansei, has been commended for his immense contributions to the media industry. The commendation came during the 8th edition of the Best of Edo Awards 2025 held at the Victor Waifo Creative Hub, Benin City, where he was honored with the Media Icon of the Year award. Pius Nsowa reports that the chairman of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Dr. Festus Alenhe, Ambassador Lancelot Odua Imaswe, among others, were also honored for excellence in their various fields of human endeavor.
On behalf of Best of Edo Award, because certainly you are one of the best in your chosen area. Chief Elder Ogbedo.
The Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedo Uwansei, received the Media Icon Award for 2025, surrounded by friends, colleagues, and family members. The Best of Edo Awards, established in 2018, aims to recognize and honor illustrious sons and daughters of Edo State who have distinguished themselves in their respective careers. The initiative is championed by Sir Paul Ofoni, the visionary and chief executive.
We celebrate not just achievements, but the spirit of excellence, innovation, and distinction that defines the Edo people across the world.
20 notable personalities of Edo extraction, accompanied by their families and friends, received various awards. The chairman of NUJ Edo State, Dr. Festus Alenke, was honored for his contributions to the growth of journalism, while iconic filmmaker Ambassador Lancelot Odua Imaswe, with countless movies and home videos to his credit, was also recognized alongside others.
For all the good work they are doing for our dear state and for humanity. Congratulations.
We congratulate you, our brother Chief Ambassador Dr. Lancelot Odua Imaswe.
Special Youth Impact Recognition Award. Congratulations.
The awardees expressed gratitude to the organizers for the honor.
I dedicate this award to my dear wife and my 4 children, and to independent television and radio that have given me the platform to operate, that I have gotten this recognition today. Then above all, to serve Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawawo Igbenedion, the Esama of Benin Kingdom, the Esama of the universe.
I will first dedicate this award to Almighty God, and then dedicate it to the entire journalists in Edo State and Nigeria.
I stand here to declare that this is one of the greatest awards that I've ever been presented.
Prior to the awards, a documentary of the recipients were on display, which highlighted their impact and contributions. A major side attraction at the ceremony was a captivating performance by a young girl, Kimberly Ofoni, whose songs and poetry reflected a theme of the event, Ideas in Motion. The 8th edition of the Best of Edo Awards showcased fashion, entertainment, and networking opportunities. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The Reverend Andrew Agbomenyo Medical and Gospel Outreach Foundation, also known as the Rural Mission, has again demonstrated its unwavering commitment to humanity during a 6-day gospel crusade, which also featured free medical outreach and surgeries in Igara and in Uneme Ekpedo in Akokwedo local government area of Edo State. The medical outreach took place at the Gara General Hospital and the Uneme Ekpedo Primary Healthcare Center. Efosa Wangwe brings details.
The Medical and Gospel Outreach Foundation, led by its president and mission director, Reverend Andrew Agbohinyo, and supported by lead surgeon Dr. Philip Osho, combined healthcare and spiritual intervention to impact the lives of women, children, men, and the elderly. About 1,000 persons benefited from the program, with 10 surgeries successfully carried out in Igara, while 28 surgeries were recorded in Uneme Ekpedo. Ailments such as hernia, appendicitis, lipoma, and excision cases, among others, were treated with several requiring surgical procedures. Many souls also embraced Christ during the outreach. Beneficiaries commended the organizers, noting that it was their first time experiencing such a program with quality healthcare services in their communities. Speaking during the outreach, Reverend Andrew Agbohinyo emphasized the foundation's mission to meet both physical and spiritual needs.
Our vision is to reach out to the less privileged of our society. We visit prisons, orphanage. At this similar program recently at Oko Prison, where we did about 50 surgeries, and we saw about 350 inmates, and we gave out-free glass to about 250 inmates and staff. Recently, before we came in.
Major challenges we are having. Number one is transportation. Number two, the drones take much expenses from us.
Dr. Philip Osho also explained that the outreach aims to support the less privileged. Partners in the outreach include UBTH, Vision Spring, Igara's Descendants Union, UK, Sonny and Kemi Agumbiade Empowerment, and other well-meaning individuals. With a growing reach and unwavering purpose, the Reverend Andrew Agbohinyo Medical and Gospel Outreach Foundation remains committed to extending healthcare hope and healing to the most vulnerable across rural communities. From Igara, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
We'll talk to more stories after this break. Do stay. Moving on, Akoko Edo Local Government Council Chairman Right Honorable Alabi Bliss Oshonogwe has commiserated with the Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Chief Barrister Maria Olabisi Idaomi, on the passing of her mother, who died in the early hours of Sunday, 16th November 2025, after a brief illness. Oluwafemi Farayola brings details.
In a condolence message, Akoko Edo Local Government Council Chairman, Right Honorable Alabi Bliss Oshonogwe, noted that the late mother of the Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Chief Barrister Mari Olabisi Idaomi, lived a fulfilled and exemplary life, evident in a remarkable track record and strong passion for education. He stated that Mama will be deeply missed, describing her as a God-fearing woman who showed compassion to everyone she encountered. Right Honorable Alabi encouraged the bereaved family family, especially the Honorable Commissioner, to take solace in the fact that God alone gives and takes life, adding that Mama is now resting in the bosom of the Lord. The council chairman further pledged to remain in close contact with the family as preparations are underway to accord Mama a befitting burial. He prayed for the peaceful repose of her soul and God's comfort upon the entire family. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
The Okaigele of Ebonika community in Ovia Northeast local government area, Comrade Omoegbe Omoegie, popularly known as ATM, has congratulated the executive governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebolo, on his 1 year in office. Comrade Omoegie also commended the deputy governor, Honorable Dennis Idahosa, describing him as a dependable ally whose dedication has strengthened the governor's vision for better Edo State. He applauded Governor Okpebolo's achievement across key sectors, citing visible progress in road construction, including the state's first flyover, improved healthcare delivery, educational development, and renewed focus on agriculture. The Okaigele further praised the administration's fight against cultism, youth empowerment initiatives, and the payment of the judgment fine to Tony Kabaka Adu over the wrongful demolition of his hotel by the previous administration. Comrade Omoegie described Senator Okpebolo as a silent achiever and transformational leader whose governance has brought renewed hope and unity to Edo people. He prayed for God's continual guidance, wisdom, and strength for Governor Okpebolo and his deputy, Honorable Dennis Idahosa, as they steer Edo State toward greater development, peace, and progress. Elders and youths of Eho community in their local government area of Edo State have appealed to His Royal Majesty LY II, Oba of Benin, and the Edo State government to intervene in what they describe as persistent oppression from their neighboring community, Uselu Naho. They allege that security operatives reportedly acting on the instruction of Uselu Naho have invaded their community, arrested youths, created panic among residents, and forced many people to flee their homes. Jolade Ojo has the rest of it.
Members of our whole community recall that the Palace of the Oba of Benin had on May 6, 2024, resolved a long-standing boundary dispute between Aho and Uselu Naho after a thorough investigation by palace chiefs. However, according to the community head, Pa Ihubuan Iren, and other concerned residents, the crisis has persisted despite the royal pronouncement. They allege that Uselu Naho is attempting to install a new Okaigele within Aho territory and that in an effort to enforce compliance, military personnel were allegedly mobilized to invade Aho, brutalizing and arresting some youths.
Sinunao and all the boundary with the chief concord, I all get the peace. Say nice. Oba don't talk. Wait till Oba talk. You know if he change. But Sinunao they don't want wait till Oba talk. Make the thing may exist. Now they use soldier, police. The drive of our people.
Efforts to reach representative of Uselu Naho community for comment were unsuccessful as they could not be contacted. However, an elder from the community, who preferred not to be named, dismissed the allegations, saying Aho people are crying wolf where none exists, and insisted that Uselu Naho has no interest in crisis with his neighbors. From our community, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
Operatives of the Edo State Security Service Corps have arrested 3 suspects in separate incidents involving burglary and the alleged sexual molestation of minors in the Ugbo and Esige areas of Benin City. Crime correspondent Jolade Ojo reports that the suspects have been handed over to the police for further investigation.
The first arrest occurred in the early hours of Saturday at Obomo Street in the Oguwenyi community, where operatives on routine patrol apprehended a suspect who allegedly broke into a building around 11 p.m., cutting away 3 windows, toilet seats, and damaging other fittings. He was intercepted around 2 a.m. and immediately taken to the Ubo police station.
I followed somebody to go and work there. I was around so that in the evening I'll be able to steal this one.
In a related development, 2 commercial tricycle riders identified as Jafar from Nasarawa State, who claimed they transported 4 men allegedly from Nasarawa to steal the materials, and Monday from Plateau State, were also apprehended at different locations after being cited removing window burglary proofs from an uncompleted building.
Kekemi they drive. They call me for inside company. Do they lose Almaco? I never come here one day. This is my first time.
Meanwhile, operatives of the Esigye sector arrested a 29-year-old man identified as Yomi from Kogi State for the alleged molestation of minors on November 3, 2025. Although the suspect denied the allegations, he was reportedly caught in the act and immediately handed over to the Esigye Police Division.
At a piece, Nigeria can start for my front.
Okay.
I want to say, me she ship now. As he can't ship, now she can't carry on hand with my penis. I said, why they carry on with my penis? I was telling me she shipped. She refused. So later on, at the they asked her for the 9 days, they called the life for her and say, me, I thought say, me they carry on with my penis.
Acting Corps Commander Richard Balogun reaffirmed the Corps' commitment to proactive patrols, timely interventions, and sustained community protection, especially as the festive season approaches. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
Another update on the AM News. Thanks for watching. I am Philip Omo Gupon, coming in a jiffy as TMI. Happy viewing.
TV, certainly the best. certainly the best.
Well, a lot we must say happen to us, and we must make sure that we find a way of balancing issues as they come. It's one thing for us to have issues surrounding family members, and of course, it's another to also look at the government. Well, how are the policies of the government affecting you as a family man or as a lady? Well, you need to really take time to take care of the family responsibilities. Well, let's take our minds away from the responsibilities and wahala at home, but let's look at how we can make governance close to us. You agree with me that if we must tackle issue about governance, then we must x-ray or spotlight the governance that is closest to the people. You know, we keep talking about the essence of government, you know, looking into delivering services that will meet the yearnings and aspirations of the people. But if we must get it right, then we go to the grassroots, where we have the local government as a third tier. Well, we have 774 local governments areas in Nigeria, and out of this 774, we will be zeroing our attention on the 18 local government areas or government councils in Edo State. Well, under Senator Monday Okpebholo as the governor of Edo State in 1 year, what has happened critically to the local government as a third tier? Well, we look at the need for us to have, you know, financial autonomy as it's been spelled out, and of course administrative autonomy. Well, what has it been so far under Senator Monday Okpebholo as governor of Edo State? There seems to be this apron string or this attachment that seems to give us a two-tier kind of administration or government in Nigeria, where the state, you know, covers up the local government. But with the advent of what has been happening so far, you know, under the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, there's this respite that we're saying is coming to the local government. Has it really touched our local governments, or have we felt it in the 18 local governments, you know, we have in Edo State? Since assumption of the governor of Senator Monday Okpebholo as governor of Edo State, can we say that there has been some administrative autonomy or financial autonomy being felt by the local government councils? Can we say that there isn't this aspect of acting or appointing, you know, bosses of the local government councils based on party loyalty, but based on meritocracy? Can we say that of the Senator Monday Okpebholo-led administration, looking at the 18 local government councils? This is what we're about today. Because if we must get it right, then we must see how these local government councils can really bet service delivery to the people. Well, let's take you over to Lagos Network Center, and where we have Joshua and of course Patricia. Well, we will be looking at this where we also have Dominic AMSA in Abuja. First of all, let's get your bite. Dominic AMSA, good morning.
A very good morning to you, Philip and Joshua, right there in Lagos and Benin. Of course, it's TMI from the nation's capital, Abuja. This morning is a delight to be on the program with you guys. Definitely attentions will be on the nation's capital as two factions of the biggest opposition party in Africa, if you put it that way, will be holding their NEC meeting. If you remember, a few days ago, the National Convention of the People's Democratic Party elected a new national chairman, and today will be the first NEC meeting of that very convention. Those who were elected from that convention, but the Wiki-led faction will also be holding its own NEC meeting today at the same venue. And now what will be the case of the Wadata House is what ITV will be looking at today later in our bulletin, if you only stay clear, so that you see what will turn out. We saw Taraki visited the FCT Police Command, where he seek the president of police to ensure that peace and order is installed at the Wadata House this very morning. So it's going to be the case of who occupies Wadata House this morning at the headquarters here in the nation's capital. But we'll be turning our attention away from politics. In our discussion this morning will be the kidnap of 25 female students from a school in Kebbi State. Most persons said this is always the case when we are looking at activities building up to elections. If you remember in 2023, prior to 2023, we had similar cases in Kaduna State. The issue of Chibok is still there, and even the Dapchi, where we have one of the adoptees as the girl who was adopted there, and she's still in captivity. And now we're having 25 girls already taken from a school in Kebbi State. So that will be our focus from our Abuja studio this morning on TMI. Philip.
Thank you, Dominic. Well, you've got a full plate, and no doubt you've got the capacity to act on that. Well, let's take our minds to the spotlight to Lagos Network Center, basically where Josh is standing by, and of course our gorgeous lady Patricia. Let's get a bite.
Good morning to you, Philip. My greetings to you, Dominic, right there in Abuja. And right here, Patricia Gabriel, we want to say hi to you both.
Good morning, Philip, in Abuja. Thank you for joining us this morning.
So, of course, for our Lagos Network Center, we'll be looking at insecurity issues with respect to the deadly attack which Dominic alluded to that happened in a school called Maga Comprehensive Girls Secondary School in Danko local government down there in Kenya, where no fewer than 25 girls were abducted by this dangerous terror group. The concern that has been raised as a result of this is the pattern at which guys actually struck, which some persons are comparing it, just as Dominic said, to the attack which happened, far back in 2014, precisely on April 14, 2014. No fewer than about 276 girls from Chibok School were abducted. Now, the issue is, some persons are asking, why is it that time there was an intel came that these guys were going to strike? Of course, they were deployed to that particular location. But why did they eventually leave that, giving way for these guys and abduct these girls? Some persons are saying that, could it be a premeditated action? Of course not. Why is it that up until this moment, not even the school authority or any ministry or agency of government or even the governor of that state had made any statement, not even launching an investigation attack, which also led to what we've already been, told about the U.S. government of being complicit of this issue, because there are ways it comes to action or inaction doom as regards if they are ready to combat the insecurity in Nigeria. Of course, some persons are saying that it may be that we were pronounced a disgraced country by Trump, because if such happened, up until this time, no singular response from the government or even the school authority as regards the whereabouts of these children, if they actually say there no formation, so what, and then everybody seems to be going about it. So these are some of the issues we'll be looking at in the conversation from our studio this morning.
Well, thank you, Josh. It only shows that we still have a lot of questions unanswered, by the government, and most especially if we want to feel the pulse of governance in Nigeria. There are a whole lot of parameters to use. Number one parameter is the aspect of tackling insecurity. This dreaded monster has been on for decades, and basically one is trying to ask so many questions about the budgetary allocations to defense. Let's not go there. The whole aspect of the manifestos and of course the agenda of party leaders, not even talking about the agenda of the president. Where are all of this? Can we feel this in the aspect of tackling insecurity? And I think a whole lot has been said about politicizing security issues in Nigeria, and is given room for sovereign bodies, international bodies to meddle into the affairs of our Nigerian governance. But it is high time the Nigerian government took a very giant stride in tackling insecurity. Well, they say insecurity kills, then kill insecurity. And what's so big deal about how to tackle this? Some have said, well, if you want to really give it a shot, it's going to take like 3 days to wipe out all of these insurgents, miscreants, disgruntled elements that seem to make us unsettled in the country. But why is it taking so much time? Big questions we may ask. Well, that's much we will be bringing you on across the Lagos Network Center, Abuja, and of course in Benin. Everything is centered on governance and what can we do as regards deepening governance in order to make sure that service delivery and of course the welfare of the people, the security of the people really guaranteed. We'll be doing this. Take a short break and then we'll look at the pages of the newspaper and then we'll hit the ground running on our conversations. To stay.
ITV, certainly the best.
And basically, we're gonna be looking at the first hitting the screen on the pages of the newspaper, which is the leadership. And what do we have on the leadership? We have it here. It says the big headline there, which says Tinubu vows swift rescue of 25 kidnapped schoolgirls as police comb forests. Well, that's the promise, not just a promise, a vow from the president. Whether you call it political or otherwise, but he has vowed. And we want to see actions, really coming out to make sure that these 25 schoolgirls are rescued. And of course, to also make sure that there are proactive measures taken in order to forestall any recurrence. Because it's one thing for us to get this, it's another for us to also put our spotlight on how governance can be proactive in tackling all of these issues instead of being reactive. All right, this says, media icon Dan Agbese passes on. That's quite a huge loss. His demise has deprived the nation of a distinct voice, and Garba Shehu has that to say. Death marks end of an era in journalism, and David Mack made that statement. He was an exceptional editor and leader, says former colleague at Newswatch, Babarinsha. You get that on page 7. May his gentle soul rest in peace. Well, let's look at the headlines at the side of the cover page. We have it that says, Zulum calls for joint military operation in Lake Chad. You get that on page 17. Justice must never be for sale, President tells judiciary. Well, I love when the president speaks, most especially on some nuggets that has to do with governance, Justice must never be for sale. Well, I think that's a big one where everybody must, weigh himself or herself over that, including the president. All right, this says, continental free trade area, Nigeria rolls out preferential tariffs. You get that on page 23. Wike and the Rule of Law by J.B. Daudu SAN. Well, that's a big one there, Wike and the Rule of Law. We understand what will come to issues surrounding the rule of law as propounded by Evidice, where he says equality before the law, no one is above the law. And there is this big question, is Wike really above the law, or is he equal with others, before the law? Big question there. It's a must read, Wike and the Rule of Law by J.B. Daudu SAN. You get that on page 16 and 20. Well, let's get to the top of the cover page. We're not leaving that. It says inflation rate slows to 16.1% in October as food prices hit 8-year low. Well, you may call that good news. Let's see how you're going to react to that. That's all we have there on the leadership. Let's get to the next. Let's get to the next on the screen. Yeah, we have Tribune, and well, so sad, so sad. 25 schoolgirls abducted in Kebbi must be rescued. We mustn't politicize this. All hands must be on deck, both the federal and subnational government, not excluding the third tier, to make sure that these schoolgirls are really rescued. And apart from that, like I said earlier, proactive measures being taken. Well, to forestall a recurrence. Federal government to security agencies, make sure you get them unharmed. All right, this says Fayose abuses Obasanjo again. Well, you get that on the Tribune, Nigerian Tribune. PDP, despite expulsion, Wike faction summons neck. BOT meetings today. Well, that's quite ripples in PDP, and of course the advent of Wike's incidents or antecedents cannot but also make the ripples more when it comes to the political party PDP and what it represents and all the troubles it's been going through. Well, that's what we're looking at on the Nigerian Tribune. Let's get to the next. Well, the Vanguard newspaper has got a lot too. Don't forget, the kidnapped 25 Kebbi schoolgirls will basically cover the pages of the papers today. And that's for you to know the urgency, for the government to also, act quickly to make sure that these girls are rescued. Quite a very sad commentary when insecurity is taking a huge part and a huge toll of the Nigerian space. And that's where the government must be proactive. We are having elections coming in 2027. Some will say all of this is also tailored towards that end to make sure that there is a way to, make themselves relevant in order to get a big catch of what they call, financial power. Well, let's see that opposition playing the game on insecurity. Well, we can't tell. Let's get a fetch on the very, very top of the cover page where we have this. It says food inflation still rising, but at slower pace. What? At slower pace? Can we call that good news? Oh, well, let's leave that. This is Akpabio, Mark, Shehu, others mourn as media icon Dan Agbese dies at 81. Sad one there. Tinubu to judiciary. Justice must never be for sale. That's a big question everybody must ask himself, including the president. Let's leave that. This says, Pope warns against escalating violence and persecution against Christians in Nigeria. Don't forget, the president of America, Donald Trump, also echoed this. And could this be an opportunity to evade our sovereignty? Well, a lot of issues emanate from that aspect. But well, let's come to this bigger picture here. You have Duke of Edinburgh visits Tinubu, the president. And you can see very, very, very beautiful pics here. You can see the #1 citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You see that, you see what it represents. And of course, what do we call that? Could we call that a plaque or an artifact? But quite interesting. The big story here is being shared from what we are seeing here, and whatever you see could depict what it represents. Okay, let's look at more here. It says PDP tension as factions battle for Wadata Secretariat. Taraba Speaker, 15 PDP Assembly members defect to APC, the ruling All Progressives Congress. And of course, tension in Enugu community as Governor Mba's kinsmen protest alleged military invasion. You get it on page 8. Eric Chili accuses Congo DRO of using voodoo. Well, big one here, you may say. Let's get this cartoon, Mr. and Mrs. What has he got to say? Well, any man who beats his wife is an animal. So don't mix things up. All right? Well, husband is an animal. Period. Well, that's quite a funny one there. Well, for men beaters, don't forget what you just got to see at that pocket cartoon. You're an animal if you do that. And so what can we do to animals? We give them that kind of treatment that animals are given. Well, that's on the softer side. That shows, please quickly, don't be a woman beater. Okay. Well, let's quickly look at what we have next on the pages of the newspaper. All right, we have this on the Nation's newspaper, and we'll be closing with this. It says, factions head for showdown at PDP Secretariat. Well, we're still having this pics being played here. We have a lot here to talk about. Must this also, probably this could also come with some financial gains. We can only say that as the president receives all of this, he should remember to keep to his promise and making sure that whatever is being received really being done to make sure that the people benefit from it. Okay. Will the president hear that? All right, let's look at this. It says Tinubu orders manhunt for abductors, rescue of 25 pupils, and vice principal killed during dawn attack on Kebbi Girls School. We will bring them back, says governor. Declining inflation raises hope of lower interest rate. CPI drops to 16.05%. And of course, a lot there. Well, one spirit is a little bit dampened by the fact that even a principal was killed in the process of abducting the 25 schoolgirls. And this is a clarion call, a call to action. Where do we go from here? 2027 election is close by. Just in few days, 2025 will be depleted, and then we have the big 2026. And you know, basically in 2026, that's where the election is really, properly, because that's when they're gonna be doing it, what they want to do in terms of making sure party primaries, you know, take preeminence, and of course, all that has to do with setting campaigns strategic up for 2027. And well, we also have this saga about the possibility of drawing closer the 2027 election to the year 2026. So it's just very close. But in as much as we are looking at the aspect of elections, let government not lose focus on the policies that it should implement. And elections shouldn't deplete focus of the government or the functionaries, you know, from acting or making sure that they are proactive. And the takeaway or the takeout we have here in all of these headlines is the aspect of insecurity and the need for the government to really, you know, tackle this headlong. If we must assess the government, my opinion, number one is, how are you tackling insecurity? Well, I know that this opinion is also shared by a lot of Nigerians, most especially as when we don't tackle insecurity, then it means that businesses won't thrive. Tell me a man who wants to sell in a place of chaos or insecurity. Would you try that? Never. We'll take a short break, and then we will be looking at the local government administration under Senator Monday Okpebholo as the governor of Edo State.
ITV, certainly the best.
from the 774 local government areas we have in Nigeria, we are zeroing our attention on the 18 local government in those states, and of course how it has fared under Senator Monday Okpebholo as the governor of Edo State in 1 year. And we will be joined by a one-time former SA to the governor of Edo State on youth affairs, and of course also former SSA to the governor on political affairs of Edo State. And he is a political analyst, Shedrack Udugbai. Big thanks for joining.
Good morning, Philip Mokipo, and good morning, my good people of Nigeria. It's a pleasure being here.
All right, also joining us via Zoom from the United States, Texas, Houston, is Ahmed Mamadou. Good morning, Ahmed.
Good morning, Philip. Good morning, local man. Good morning, viewers. Thank you for inviting me to discuss on this issue.
Well, like you always say, politics is local, and so we have the local man here to handle that. Yeah, so we'll also be joined in a short while by Dennis Oyomere, who will also be taking part in this discussion. But quickly, let's look at how the local governments, have been breathing. We have 774 local governments, and of course, out of that, we have 18 in Edo State. We usually, when I was growing up, believed that, local governments are supposed to be the closest to the people. Yes. But somehow, in the course of what we've experienced and witnessed about governance, we seem to have just a 2-tier and not a 3-tier. Yeah. The local government seems to be depleted. But let's look at, as others have said it, that in the course of Senator Monday Okpebholo's intervention, in the local government space, there seemed to be some breather. There seemed to be, some autonomy. There seemed to be some level of, a top tier fact in Edo State. Do you feel that?
No, not necessarily. Your local government to a large extent has been a government alleged to be closest to the people, the top tier of government. That because it's closer to people, it's expected to be more responsive. So when something is happening, it's easier for the local government chairman and the apparatus to deploy solution and succor to the Nigerian people. But scholars have evaluated that in this Fourth Republic, that the local government has grossly underperformed, that there have been some maladministration across board. And they said it to be structural and financial problems across the local government. Some have agitated that in this Fourth Republic, it should be scrapped out, actually scrapped out. Let's just have a 2-tier government, the federal and the state, and let the state governor appoint an administrator. Let us see it for what it is and not what it ought to be. Because as a government, they ought to operate under the dictates of their constituents. That's what defines a government. In every democratic setting, once you are a government, you listen to the yearnings and aspirations and you respond to the people and not to your superior, because as a government, you are said to be independent and not to have a superior. But what we have across Nigeria, not just Edo State in particular, is a system of government whereby it's like the governor appoints a commissioner to be a local government chairman, and he does his bidding. Both his financial, there's what called financial and political independence is totally absent. And that's why these calls have been ongoing for long. And it was also good when Bola Ahmed Tinubu came into office and he picked up the mantle to say, yes, we should give them some form of autonomy. They should be fully in autonomy, political and administrative autonomy, whereby they can do what they like as they want. Then secondly, financial autonomy, because it's a double-pronged approach, whereby their finances cannot be deployed, give it to them directly to be deployed for the well-being and good of the people, so that the people cannot effectively hold them accountable for the resources that we've gotten for the federal allocation. So that's what Bola Ahmed Tinubu did. And all of those things preceded Monday Okpebholo. But when Monday Okpebholo came on board, we saw something very, very different from what we had expected.
Oh, well, we're going to be looking at what you are seeing as different. But let's get your intervention on it, Ahmed. Let's see how you perceive of it. Though you are not local here, just make an attempt, because some have said, well, local government, under Senator Monday Okpebholo seems to be different as compared to the previous administration of Governor Oyaso Obaseki, although this is not a way to juxtapose. But let's just get your interventions on this.
Thank you again, Philip. I'm an international looker. Let me face it now. So what we need to understand is, what is the fundamental function of the local government? That's supposed to be the one that is closest to the people. It's supposed to be the one at the first tier, the forefront of providing the dividends of democracy. And standing on what local man has said, let us understand that not only is local government supposed to represent the sum of every administration, it's supposed to be the first tier of action whenever there's any kind of problem in a community. So, but what do we have currently? We have local governments that are not only detached from the people that they are supposed to serve, but they report to people that are outside of their own sphere of influence. You have a situation where the local governments are simply appendages of the state government. But I do not agree that it is time to scrap it. Understanding what APC has done on the national level, particularly in the third level of government, that's the local government, they've provided a situation where the local governments are not more autonomous financially and administratively. It's going to take some time to see some of these things play out, but we've come to a point where we've passed the Rubicon. It's not possible to go back to where there was so much maladministration. We need to look forward and engage on what currently applies. It may not be the ideal situation, but it's the best situation that we currently have. We have financial autonomy, we have administrative autonomy, and now we are going to look for the best kind of people to man and push forward those developments. If we have a situation where the local government is completely autonomous, of course, we are going to be able to hold them to account, and then development is going to come from the grassroots as is envisaged by Constitution.
I like the way you put it when you said what the APC has done at the national level, most especially that signals a whole lot when the president, did all he did to make sure that there is a financial and, of course, administrative autonomy. But yes, you were saying something before I posed the question to Ahmed. You were saying that something is different about
very
the way
different
it is in Edo State.
We'll take it on.
But let's see what the president has done, in respect of clamoring and, of course, putting it on paper and stamping it that there should be financial autonomy.
Yes.
And don't you see a Senator Monday Okpebholo as governor of Edo State doing that to make sure that
I want to be holistic in this approach.
Stricto sensu.
I will give you a deep analysis about the political administrative autonomy, and I also take you through the financial autonomy. Maybe when I finish on political, we'll go back to the financial. All right. For political autonomy, when you call political autonomy, that means they have the will to do as they please. When Monday Okpebholo came into office in November 12th, he saw already well-constituted and running local government structure across the 18 local governments of Edo State. What he did was to first quickly allege that there was misappropriation of resources. He called them, he didn't invite them, there was no public hearing. Just as he alleged, he said they should bring the account. They submitted the account. The day after they submitted the account, using the instrumentality of the State House of Assembly, they issued a 2-month suspension. They suspended all 18 local government chairmen, said they wanted to do proper investigation on those details. While that investigation was ongoing, the thing raised, because people have seen it, the scholars across Nigeria have seen it, that suspension was illegal. It is against the spirit of the political and administrative autonomy that has been granted to local government by the federal government led by Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It is against the spirit, against the will. It was so bad that Lateef Fagbemi, who is the Attorney General of the president, came out and spoke, rebuking the actions of Monday Okpebholo, that these things you are doing are totally not, is executive rascality. It's not in tandem with the spirit of the Nigerian constitution, which has given full autonomy to local government. To say that you cannot, no state governor, no federal government, no state house of assembly can usurp or suspend a duly elected local government chairman, except the local government councils that has been held by the councillors in the respective local government. As if that was a green light, Monday Okpebholo just took it up with immediate alacrity and started engaging in the usurping or perhaps the kangaroo impeachment of all local governments. I dare say Monday Okpebholo, I'll give you analysis. On West local government, my own local government was the first local government that this kangaroo impeachment took place. What happened was that we saw that the state government brought in some of their officials. The chief of staff to the Edo State government, Gani Audu, was visibly present in Afusi the day that kangaroo impeachment came out. They were able to bring together about 6 out of the 8 lawmakers. They took them to the House of Assembly. They were military cover, there was police cover. So notable APC chieftains were there, and they carried out a kangaroo impeachment, impeaching the local government chairman, the then local government chairman, Kadiri Aminu, and his vice, Clement Ojebowo, and immediately appointed a councillor from Ward 10, Wane Haruna, making him the acting local government chairman. And immediately after they did that kangaroo arrangement, they took that boy, the Haruna, the acting local chairman, to government house in Edo State, and the boy took a picture with Monday Okpebholo on the same day. That will tell you that what they did was in tandem with what Monday Okpebholo has instructed. And that was how that kangaroo impeachment ran across all 18 local governments of Edo State. And in some local governments, it was marred with force and resistance. There was blood, there was bullet, there was gunshot. Bloodshed and bullets were flying into the air. In Esan West, it was very bloody. In Esan North, it was very bloody. In some local governments, the councillors were so loyal to the extent that they couldn't even find more than 1 or 2 that was willing and ready to engage in that impeachment arrangement to kick out the local government chairman. For example, in Esako West, there was about one. What they had in Esako West, there was no councillor. In Orion 1, in Oredo. What they had in Ukubaka, what they did in Esako West was to go and look for some Okada riders front of the Auchi Polytechnic. And they brought those Okada riders into the hollow chamber. And many of them sat back in the camera. And they said, oh, we are removing the local chairman. Say, they are. Say, they're not using bois. Their faces were not shown. They couldn't even respond properly like persons were educated. Okay. And they kicked out the local chairman. That was because they had noticed. They said, okay, it was because they said that the local government, the state house assembly cannot, because those ones acted the pure rascality. What happened after that was that they said, okay, the 2 months, they did that within that 2 months of investigation, they kicked all of them out. 2 months has expired. Let these people be restated. It became another ball game. They said no, that this acting chairman will remain here. And the House of Assembly, whom had previously said under another suspension, refused to carry out any form of investigation, and they became a criminal. Okay. After that 2 months, the whole thing lingered on for long. The chairman went to court. They had 2 restraining orders, restraining them from being impeached and restating them. Monday Okpebholo blandly refused to obey that court order. They proceeded. They took those cases to court, they challenged, and today over like 10 of them have gotten victory. It was a declarative order saying this local government chairman were duly unduly usurped and kicked out of office. They should be restated. And till today, Monday Okpebholo has not obeyed that court order because they pick and choose. I don't say government pick and choose which court order to obey. The court order that came out from Kabaka's hotel that was destroyed, Monday Okpebholo chose to pay that man 900 million for a man who built his house, a hotel on government property as alleged. The case was on in court. He got judgment in the High Court. APC government came over and refused to appeal, and they said they must obey court judgment. They went to give that man 900 million of our taxpayer money, your money and my money that we suffer to pay for this government. They gave it to one man, 900 million. And that's it. What was the excuse? They said they were simply obeying court order. But all the court order that prevented them from doing the right thing, prevented them from doing the wrong thing, the court order that enthroned the rule of law, the international best practices, and the tenets of democracy, they have flagrantly disobeyed every one of them. Even the Kagara election they had, they had 2 restraining orders, one from the industrial court and one from the High Court, restraining them. And even the EDSEC official acknowledged the acknowledgement or order, the court order from the declaration order from the court. But yet, they proceed in error. They proceed in illegality because they pick and choose who to obey. As long as it festers their interest, it empowers them, it embodies them, it brings in some of their cronies and surrogates to power to harvest and to bite on the dividends of democracy. All right. They have nothing to say. No, to proceed in illegality.
No doubt you have a thing for the governor. I don't know if it's positive or negative, but I know basically it will also help for viral opposition. You made mention of a lot, but you forgot to make mention of the fact that the governor gave them an ample opportunity, to peruse their books, which they refuse to submit, for public scrutiny. Don't forget that in governance, even an elected office, a political office, it's not a personal office, and it's expected that whatever you do, you give account. And we celebrated it at the media when the governor started it. That this is an opportunity for us to see how, the thought here, starting with the thought here, how they can give account of what they've done in the course of the duration that they've spent in office. But I will ask you that question after this short break.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you for being there. Edo Local Government Administration assessing performance under Senator Monday Okpebholo as the governor of Edo State is what we are about. And while we had a break, we were opportunity to be joined by a political analyst, of course, in the person of Osaro Dennis Oyomare.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming.
Good morning.
All right. I hope you didn't have it hard finding your way down to the studio.
No, we are witnessing some new constructions along the Benin Sapero. So those were some of the issues I came with.
Okay, a new construction.
Okpebholo is working very well to maintain those bad roads along the Sapero that was being abandoned by the past administration.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Abandoned by the past administration.
Yes.
All right, that's fine. But let's get your thoughts about this local government administration so far. 1 year in office of Senator Monday Okpebholo as governor of Edo State. Some have said that the local government administration are really not fared well.
Okay.
So what's your bite on that?
First of all, I totally disagree with that notion, because now when you look at the way the local government administration of Edo State is going simultaneously now, you see the magnificent increase in what Senator Monday have put in place in terms of financial allocation, in terms of carrying along the local government administration to give the dividends of democracy to the people in the local level. I'll take for example, in the 18 local government of Edo State today, each of these local governments that have been awarded a school of construction. That's to say, all local governments in Edo State, they are ongoing school construction in need of this local government. And secondly, there are also health facilities being provided to each and one of these local governments in Edo State in courses in Senator Monday Okpebholo administration. So when you talk about lack of the inefficiency of Senator Monday Okpebholo in administration or in local government administration, that's totally lie. And I feel those are the shine syndrome of Monday Okpebholo affecting the opposition parties.
About how do you see the removal of the former local government bosses that were elected?
Now, when you talk about the removal, first of all, the removal of the local government, those past local government chairmen, there's a fact that backed it up. Now, what was the fact? Monday Okpebholo, as at November 16, petitioned those local government chairmen for gross misconduct and financial misappropriation to the House of Assembly. As at November 17, 2024, the House of Assembly took out their legislative duty by suspending them for 2 months in order for them to go after investigative process. Now, you can't be a chairman and undergoing an investigative process. Now, after the suspension for 2 months, each of, according to the section 20B and 20C, gave this right unanimously to the House of Assembly to suspend any chairman be petitioned by the governor. So now, after this suspension followed up, the next in Kadia was the legislative leaders, which were having their own due process in impeaching this chairman who was found guilty of financial misconduct. So now, this process were being backed up by law. And Monday Okpebholo is an accountable leader, which we don't want this local government chairman to work or embezzle Edo State money. After all, my brother is here.
How do we not believe that this was like a script being acted out?
No, it wasn't a script.
Actually, it was like a political which not and also an opportunity to grab what comes to the third tier.
No, Monday Okpebholo is not even interested in what comes at the third tier. Now, what Monday Okpebholo is interested is accountability, and that was what the past local government chairman failed to give to Monday Okpebholo and the State of Assembly. That's why they were being suspended for the period of 2 months before the legislative house of each of these local government finding it fit to suspend this local government chairman.
Okay, let's get to you, Ahmed Mamadou. Let's get your reaction, because we understand like where you are. Basically, they follow due process, rule of law. Some have said that the removal of the former local government bosses, by that act that transpired, even to a point where they were impeached, seems to be like a political witch hunt.
To every problem, there has to be a solution, whether it's a political solution, a legal solution, or a man-made solution. If you recall, Goodluck Jonathan was made president by an act of necessity of the National Assembly. What does this mean? When leaders refuse to be accountable to the people who put them in office, in this case, it was even a dubious election because these men were simply allocated offices by the outgoing administration of Godwin Obaseki. When they were now called to come and account for the monies, our patrimony, our collective patrimony, where was money spent, what has been done with it, and how has it been allocated? They refused to abide by the basic norm of any democratic engagement, which is accountability for public funds. And so when they were called to question and they failed to address the issue appropriately, appropriately, there must be a remedy. And the remedy was to ask them to stand aside and be investigated. Following which the investigation was concluded and they were asked to permanently step aside and other people were asked to take their place. So look, there are a lot of allegations about what has happened and how it could have happened better. But at the end of the day, when there is a lack of proper accountability, it's the people that suffer. There were allegations that these outgone local government chairmen were simply conduits to the administration of Godwin Obaseki, funneling money monthly towards that administration. All these things, they refuse to come out and defend themselves. So look, we know that there was a problem, a solution was found. The important thing and the most important takeaway is that the people must continue to be served and they must be served by democratic governance.
Thank you. Well, let's get your reactions in all of this, Shedrack.
Yes. You know, when you want to kill a dog, you first of all give it a bad name. When he brought his antecedents of what has transpired within the Monday Okpebholo administration and how he kicked out, how he aided and abated the illegality that kicked out the local government chairman. The first thing I want to point out is the rule of the State House of Assembly. Because when the whole thing caught fire and national interest, Monday Okpebholo quickly hid in the fact that he was not the one that suspended the local government chairman, it was the State House of Assembly. And that State House of Assembly, I've come to know it to be very weak and very, very dysfunctional, inherently not unable to meet the needs and aspirations of the people. I usually call them pepper soup House of Assembly, the State House of Assembly in particular, because when it even comes to the issue of political legislative oversight, there's nothing, since they've been in government, they've not seen one thing that Monday Okpebholo has done that is wrong. Legislative oversight is permanently done, it's permanently comatose. So I ask myself most times, the discussions they have in the State House of Assembly and the one those market women have in Siloko Road, those people that sell goods along that Joshua Olia market, what exactly is the difference between those discussions? Because both of them are watery and pedestrian, and none of them have any impact on good governance. I don't say this to discredit all members in the State of Assembly. There are a few of them who, to a large extent, have owned their onions and they have their capacity to show the strength that they have what it takes to be a legislator. Maybe someone like maybe say Honorable Charity Godala Gubareka, that's one man that can be a legislator anywhere in the world. And there are a few of them like that. But the majority of those members of the State of Assembly, they serve their stomach and their interests and not the interests of their constituents who have brought them there. When they said that the State House of Assembly suspended them for gross misconduct or financial misappropriation of resources, which committee was set up? They suspended them. Now up to 2 weeks, they started this illegal implication. There was never a time they sat down. Even some of the House of Assembly members said you cannot suspend a person on the basis of an allegation written by the governor without fair hearing. These people must be called to office, they must be called to investigate, they must be called to answer before the suspension, they must see some proof before the suspension will take place. But this House of Assembly was not interested because they wanted to do the bidding of Monday Okpebholo, who perhaps they felt that will be needed to further their own political interest for a second term or perhaps a continuous stay in office. Let me give you the facts. You know, when they talk about financial, I know the figures, I know the details, because I was inside government. As at September 2024, allocation that was coming into Edo State for local government allocation was about 10,159 million. As at last month, September 2025, the allocation that came into Edo State for the 18 local government was 20,315 million. That's to say, allocation has increased. They have doubled from September 2024 to September 2025. Allocation to local government has doubled. What is to say that all local governments who have received allocations, they are almost twice the size. Because money was collected from me, from you, from all the people in the state by fuel subsidy, removal of fuel subsidy, removal of education tariff, increase of telecommunication. When I make call now, they charge me more because government is collecting money from the citizens, the plebeians, the commoners, the takalawas, and they are raking it in and sharing it for the federal government, the state government, and the local government. But the local government here in Edo State, they are not seeing a penny. I'll give you an illustration. For example, let's take the local government. Orani local government is one of the most cosmopolitan local governments in Edo State, and it's easy for everybody to access. Orani local government as of September 2024, the money they received was 488 million. September 2024, go and verify. These are figures I'm throwing out. 488 million. And the money, guess how much they received this last September, this last allocation that came, September 2025. Already local government received 832 million. That's almost a 2 times increase. Already local government has some statutory, they call them recurrent expenditure. Money they pay out every month. They pay for the salaries of primary healthcare workers, which is about 21 million. They pay for traditional rulers, which is about 22 million. They pay the local government legislators, their arrears and their pensions and interest, that was about 30 million. They pay for contributory pension scheme, that's about 77 million. They pay suburb teachers in other local government, that's about 83 million. They have these statutory allocations they pay. If you put this in the current expenditure together, it's about 331 million. If you remove 331 million from the money they used to receive before, as at September 2024, which was 488 million, you see that they have an excess of 157 million. That 157 million was the money that was now available for capital development and infrastructural growth and development for the 500,000 people of Oredo local government. As of today, money they are receiving is 800, and the one they received last month, I'm not missing it, 832 million for Oredo local government. Their recurrent expenditure has not increased. It's still around the range of 331 million, as it used to be as of last year. If you subtract 331 million from the 832 million, they have an excess of 501 million as of last month. Go and ask that Gabros that is there, the illegal Gabros that the APC people put there to superintend over the affair. That guy did not see more than 20 million. They were giving the statutory 331 million to pay their workers and the SSs. The other one, 501 million, that is needed to build schools, engage in infrastructure development. And when the Pueblo and the Edo State government has cornered, they are the one now misappropriating and siphoning Edo State resources, cornering it. And that money has not got, what that guy says is now up to 20 million. When they talk about management, let them say, Shara Kuruba, you are lying, and let them break out the facts and the details. This is what I have said. Is the Edo State government, they are depriving the people of the local government at different levels from accessing good governance and the resources available to them for creating of change.
Let me quickly cut in that, while you make your statements or allegations, be careful not to, damage any personality.
When I say it's the Edo State government.
You mention of the local government boss of Oredo as an illegal.
No, the election that brought to office is purely illegal, and I have facts. We'll discuss that too.
Okay, but I want you to just be objective and don't go personal.
No, it's not personal. The man is a local government chairman.
I admire the way you read out the figures.
I know these things.
And it raises curiosity. But let's also don't forget that this also happened at the time of Godwin Obaseki that you served.
Okay, Godwin Obaseki's time. If you subtract, like I said, is the money available? For the local government, for example, what was available for them for capital infrastructure was about 457 million I spoke of. Or in other local at that time, they constructed materials. It is up to about a year plus. The other local government chairman, Tom Obaseki, awarded 3 roads. If you go to, there's a road called Azama Road, off Wire Road in Ward 5, Oredo Ward 5. That road, it remains one of the best trunk C road in Edo State, Benin City. It was tied by the local government. It is the issue of market. When the market got burnt and they said it took almost a while, why did Obaseki take so long for it to fix the market that was burnt? It was because Godwin Obaseki knew that in line with the tiers of government, that market was under the purview of the local government. And he said the local government should put resources together to fix the market because it's under the purview.
Okay.
The local government had to gather.
I just gave you that time to react, not necessarily for you.
No, I want to explain clearly where the resources were going to and how functional and effective the local government were. The project they were going in, we were putting their resources into that made meaningful impact on people. Today, the ones they have there, this 1 year they've done, there's nothing to show. When the allocation comes, they just give them something extra to share for themselves and their leaders. And the other ones is used to print Tinubu cap.
All right, react to that.
Now, you see, this what he has said, those are political fallacies. Now, when you...
No. What about the figures?
No, the figures...
All right.
The figures are not right. That's why I said they are political fallacies, propaganda fallacies. He's trying to...
I'll get there. I'll get there.
Points now, first of all, let me make a very clear stand that he's trying to divert for the reason behind that suspension. Are you trying to say these local chairmen were not corrupt? What was the reason behind the suspension? What was the reason behind local government? What was the reason behind House of Assembly suspending those local chairmen? Is it not in the act of gross misconduct and financial misappropriation? That was one. And now, under the past administration...
The present one, are they holy?
The past one, I mean the past chairman.
No, the present one, are they holy?
They just got elected.
Mention of
they just got elected.
There was anti-chairman before. No, they got elected.
There was anti-chairman before now. And they are barely 6 months in office. So, for you to rate these local government chairmen who are barely 6 months in office, to compare local government chairmen that have spent 2 years in terms of achievement, that is failure on the part of the past administration. You can't use a baby of 6 months to compare a baby of 2 years.
So it's expected that they also give accounts.
They also give accounts when the time comes. When the time comes, they also give what? An account of how this local government finance are being spent.
The media will be watching.
Now, the media will be watching. Of course, now, when the main mention of local government, a main mention of the current local government allocation coming to various local government in Edo State, I think that's a praise on Governor Modo Pegolo's part.
On the increase?
Yes, on the increase.
Federal allocation is not an allocation, it's federal allocation.
Allegedly, that most of these local government chairmen were paying money of the local government allocation to state local government coffers to do what? Those were the reason behind the suspension.
Don't forget it's federal allocation anyways. Not
controlled by the state government. Allegedly controlled by the state government under the previous administration.
Do you really see financial autonomy under Senator Governor Monday Okpebholo?
Yes, of course.
Do you see financial autonomy for the local government?
Yes,
or
of course.
It's just a script that seems mystical?
No, it's not a script. My local government, for example, is an example. Is a very, very clear example of Governor Monday Okpebholo financial support and financial strength to local government.
For the
past years, yes,
for the past years,
my local government was being dilapidated. But since the inception of Governor Monday Okpebholo, you can go to one local government as a case study. The renovation is there. The what was it called? Solar system is there. Staff bus is there. Increase in staff and staff empowerment. So now with all of this, it is because of the increase in local government fiscal allocation and the independence of local government chairman, those active chairmen, to be able to control the total resources.
Are you saying it reflects on infrastructural development?
Of course. Go to Azagba. Go to Azagba community. You see local government erecting primary school structure from the very foundation to the roof. Go to other communities.
Haven't we had that?
Go to other communities.
Haven't we had that? Is that all about what the increase you speak for?
No, the increase you speak on farm hectares. And I can give you very quickly some of these criteria that these locations are moved on to health and what's called agriculture.
All right.
As at I think 6 months ago when I was still in council, the local government was able to sponsor agricultural training across the 10 wards in the local government, picking individuals who are interested in agricultural resources and agricultural development across the 10 wards.
I'll come back with a question for you because you were in council then. Yes. I will come back with a question for you. Let's get your thoughts. Ahmed Momodu, look, going forward, what do you see as what Senator Monday Okpebholo should do? You know, in terms of making sure that there's a clear cut, as what the president also instituted, there's a clear cut financial autonomy where the state shouldn't be seen as, teleguiding the finances of the local government.
Well, unlike the previous administration that was referred to as the Hitler of Edo by Omonuba Okpebholo, the Oba of Benin, we now have an administration that is interested not just in the well-being of citizens, but in their financial well-being, in their accountability. We now have a student, a servant governor. And what has he done? He has instituted thorough accountability in all levels of government, starting from subnational to the local government level. And like the other speaker rightly pointed out, when it comes time it goes around, what goes around must come around. There's going to be a time for them to come out and give us the information, give us a breakdown of what they've earned and how they've spent it. And these are times that we need to remind these people that time is coming and we are looking forward to it eagerly. We need to know what you've earned, what you've spent it on, what your priorities are, and moving forward, where these monies are going to be directed at. Let me highlight that among some of the gains of this last administration is not just the synergy. The other speaker was talking about how the State House of Assembly is a rubber stamp. No. Just because you are a separate arm of government doesn't mean you must be at loggerheads. Because we had a past administration that didn't have a State House of Assembly for 4 years, and that administration turned himself not just to a lawless person, but someone a complete vagabond in office. Now we have an administration that respects the separation of powers and is constantly discussing with all of them how to better the lot of the Edo people. That must never be seen as a weakness. That must be seen as a sign of a leader that is embracing all aspects of leadership to make sure that the dividends of democracy are properly spread out to the people. Now, also, we have to look at how this relationship between the state government and the local government strengthens some arms of the democratic practice. If you have constant attrition between these two arms of government, the people that suffer are the people that are supposed to benefit from the dividends of democracy. And the state governor, Monday Okpebholo, has made it very clear that he's prepared to work with anybody to make sure that the dividends of democracy get to the people. Just a few days ago, you saw where they launched 30 tractors. Now we are going to turn Edo State into an agricultural El Dorado. Each of those tractors, 10 is going to be given to each senatorial district. And you can imagine the kind of progress that is going to happen. If you did not have a governor that was comfortable working with the local government authorities, he would not be able to put those kind of funds and deploy those kind of resources. So there are things that need to be done. Most of all is accountability. Anybody that is not ready to be accountable for the money that comes to them and how they spend it, they should step aside and let us move on. Edo is more important than anybody else.
Okay, what should Edo people expect in terms of the policies at the local level, looking at the present administration? Do you see respite coming?
No, I do not see respite. There will be gross instability across the local government, 30 of government when Mondo came. Okay. The Pueblo has done 1 year, and some local governments have had 3 local government chairmen in this 1 year. He solved one, he sacked them, brought in one from Arctic Councillor, where he served. They didn't do up to 10 months. You were kicked out of office, and then they brought another one now to now be. So I don't know how people talk about political, administrative, political autonomy, where 3 local government chairmen have sat in one seat for 3 years. When the Okebolo keeps changing them until he gets the one that is willing and ready to do his bidding, to join him to misappropriate resources. Is he spoke about, there is my man, so I don't want to attack him at a personal level. Because he spoke about the issue of the local government autonomy, that the suspension that took place. When the Attorney General of the Federation came out in public to say the suspension is illegal, you see coming on air to say the suspension was illegal. There was no committee that was set up to say, go and investigate what this local government chairman did. The House of Assembly never sat down one day after that illegal suspension to look into what these people had done. Just after they said the suspension was illegal, it was widely acknowledged. They quickly ran behind but to start impeaching people, carrying Kagaru impeachment around the world. We see what the Pueblo is doing at that level. But what I want to state clearly is that we have come to a point, a crescendo in this issue, whereby many of these local chairmen has gone to court, and many of them have received what called declarative judgments to say that they should be reinstated. Many of them are written to the Special Police to reinstate this chairman back in the place that they were duly elected, and that suspension was purely legal. Even the election that took place some days ago, where the State of Assembly erroneously did also declared 60 seats vacant, and they came out one Saturday to do one concocted or purported election that brought a few other persons, which they now also used to replace his Oga that kicked him out of the House of Assembly. That one is also illegal because there were 2 court injunctions that restrained them from proceeding with the election. But Monday Okpero proceeded. We have taken this issue to court and we have gotten our judgment. What we are doing now, in no distant time, we will write to the IGP to arrest all those illegal chairmen who are imposing at the respective local government, siphoning our resources in Edo State, ensuring that the money that is meant for the people is not there. Go out for right though. Does that place look like where they see 500 million to work every single month? He's making all this. I don't want to. Let me leave him alone. The question of the real onus is that we are going to take action. You know, this time our party will be coming out and making a strong stand. Those local governments shall not stand. When the Pueblo cannot eat state resources, and those state government cannot finish spending their own state resources in a way and manner they choose, and still go forward to collect local government resources because they have their cronies and surrogates there. We will resist it. We will take all costs. We will write to the ICPC, we will write to the FCC. We will get them arrested. We will get them kicked out of office. We will resist every form of opposition that will deprive the people from getting the 30 of government, the impact of democracy at the third level.
Election is coming July 2026.
That's the local government election. That one is, we have to address what we are now. Because before now, then, money that have been siphoned, I said 20 billion is coming to Edo State every single month for local government administration. That money does not touch the floor. It hangs in the air and is being used to sow Tinubu cap among themselves. Is it not a shame that across the 36 states of Nigeria, it's only Edo State that has built secretariat or organized secretariat for Tinubu's election? Even Tinubu himself does not have a campaign office, does not have a DG, does not have people. Edo State has a full cadre of army. They appointed people from Edo North to Edo South. How will use money that's supposed to be made for our development? Money that was taken from the people, they didn't work new money. They collected money from fuel subsidy, collected money from education tariff, collected money, squeezed the people dry, took the money, want to in an attempt to give it to government to provide succor. Money people and the Edo State government will now stand on the way, hook the money for coming in, and put their cronies along government. It's too bad. It's pitiable. It's irritating. It's nauseating. If we do not act, we will just be here. Our money will be siphoned, will be lost to the streets. I know everybody will want to defend the government they are in. People who want to fall into the good book of Monday Pueblo will come out and defend the local government is doing well. If you go to my own local government, it's not like New York. We are developing well. We have built school. All of those ones will pass. Those ones will pass.
You seem to suggest that our common patrimony, our treasury, is not in good hands.
Is it not obvious?
Was it in good hands at the time of Godwin Obaseki?
In the time of Godwin Obaseki, there are projects that you can call. See, today, everybody is shouting Godwin Obaseki, because it's the project of Godwin Obaseki that Monday Okpebolo is still working on. He's working on what Obaseki has worked on. If we talk about from MOA, from the ICT up, from all the projects that Obaseki did, from the modular refinery and power plant, Monday Okpebolo has not done anything. All Monday has been doing so far is buying.
Not so quick to say that because it's just 1 year in office.
1 year, when you post say that thing, it gets me very, very angry. Because the only 1 year Monday Okpebolo we have in these 4 years that does not have political incursion is this first 1 year. Because when we get to 2026 now, all Monday Okpebolo we're doing is 2027 election. We'll get to 2027, all Monday Okpebolo we're doing with his own election 2028. Monday Okpebolo will not have any time to pay attention to governance aside this first 1 year. If it does not put anything substantive in this 1 year, forget it. Edo State is gone.
I totally disagree with that.
React to that.
First of all, let me correct the impression. I don't think we have to be emotional here. For going to have said that I was being kicked out of office. No, that's not true. In each of these local government that was conducted, I think 59 wards. Sorry, 59 units.
Well, your position then was what?
I'm coming. I was the chief press secretary to Omonde local government as a few months ago.
CPS.
Yes, CPS. Now, most of this position was being declared vacant, and some of these councillors resigned out of their selfish interest. Just like already, for example, how can you be elected as a councillor to represent your ward, and you are following your party leaders, which was the past administration? They all travel. Some travel to Lagos State, some travel to Bayelsa, some travel to Delta State to be able to benefit from their own self, from their leaders, and leaving the dividends of democracy for your people as a councillor representing your ward. That was wrong, and that was what the House of Assembly saw and declared as it vacant for Edo Sec to conduct election to represent the dividends of democracy back to the people in the ward level. And I feel they have been emotional by Monday Okpebholo's shine syndrome. They have just been affected. You understand? So now, let's quickly move on to when he said, I totally disagree with him, when he said Monday Okpebholo 1 year in office have not known new things. Now let me ask him a question.
That he was working on the projects of the former administration.
And that is totally lie.
Destroying the project, so it's not working.
He didn't destroy any project. No,
destroying. That is the job. Destroying the project.
He didn't destroy any project. Rather, Monday Okpebholo is building more. Now let me run through.
Like the flyover.
Under the past, no, not just the flyover. Under the past administration of Godwin Obaseki, if you can't go through Okpoba Road, you can't go through Saple Road, you can't go through the Benin Interjudicial
Federal Roads, all Federal Roads is
back to this, what's it called? Back to Oluku flyover here. Now, when Monday Okpebholo came, in the past administration, we have where we see in all Federal Road, you see a signpost that carry, this is Federal Road, this is Federal Road, and that was very bad. But in this present administration by Senator Monday Okpebholo, he says, no, we cannot leave Edo people to be suffering.
Yeah.
This road should be fixed by Edo State money, and if there's possibility for the federal government to relocate.
Are they good now? You said you nearly died in traffic this morning. He has the floor.
Dennis has the floor. I still have the floor. Benin Saple Road is a good case study of Senator Monday Okpebholo transformation in terms of infrastructure. Now, under 1 year in office, Senator Monday has approved 2 flyovers in Benin, a project that never been witnessed since 1999.
All right, thank you.
So now, most of these projects, first of all,
you are running off in 10 seconds.
I'm coming. It's a failure on the part of the past administration to compare a 8 years administration to a year of to administration of 365 days.
Of 1 year.
Failure. How can you be comparing?
I was coming there.
How can you be comparing a 8 years administration with a 1 year administration? Okpebholo has done what 8 years administration have not done. And in the next couple of years, I promised Edo people that the dividends of democracy that Edo people will witness in the next couple of years.
Are you promising on behalf of the government?
Yes, of course.
But government does not know. It does not have Okpebholo's phone number.
I don't have to have this number. But when you see the dividends of democracy,
so if the promises are not met, the people Edo people will come for you. Why don't you just leave the promise for the governor?
No, I can't leave the promise for the governor to mention.
He has made a lot of promises.
Yes, of course, and he's achieving it.
Okay.
In the first year of office, Okpebholo, as at November,
all right, we'll see to that.
We
see to that. Don't forget again the election year that he spoke about.
We'll get to that.
Seems to be real because in the time of election year, there seems not to be
anything. Governors will be on holiday.
Of course.
Well, let's get to you, Ahmed Mamadou. In 1 minute, please, can you round off?
It's only the man that has had 2 wives that can compare which relationship is better. We've seen the past administration and we've seen the administration of Monday Okpebholo. What we need to do is to keep on encouraging him to keep on with his giant strides. You cannot compare darkness and daylight. We have come into daylight and we will never go back into darkness. We want accountability. We want leaders that feel that they are servants. The days of verbosity and PowerPoint governance is all gone. All those long stories of Edo Best that is actually the worst, Moa that doesn't belong to Edo people, a hotel that is for elites and poor people are not. All those things are gone. Now we are looking forward to when we have tractors, when we have people that are trying to build an agrarian base in Edo State, and we will not go back to the past.
Much we can take on this segment. Big thanks for taking our time for disturbing your sleep a little bit to be part of the show. And of course, big thanks to you, Dennis, Osaro Dennis, or your Mari, for taking our time to be part of this. And of course, Shedrack.
Thank you very
in
much.
10 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Edo people should be hopeful because there are things that ought to be theirs that they have not seen. And the People's Democratic Party and we leaders of the opposition will continue to touch the light and nudge them in doing the right thing. I do not hate Monday Okpebholo, but I believe Monday Okpebholo can do better when he gets cornered to do the right thing.
All right, let's now join Abuja Network Center where we have anchor from Abuja Network Center to continue on the conversation. Dominic Ayemese, I was almost trying to mention that name.
Oh, that's, you were right, the name is Dominic Ayemese. You got it quite right. Of course, we'll be looking at other issues away from politics. This, like earlier we told you, the kidnap of 25 students, female students in Kebbi is already drumming a wrong downstep for the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in terms of insecurity. You remember earlier in the months when the United States said they were coming in to see how to help. Let me use the word help because most persons did not see it that way. I felt the U.S. is trying to invade Nigeria because of the perceived genocide in the country against Christians. But this time around, it's not the same issue of Christians. Students from secondary is having it happening again. Now, we've had cases in Borno State, in Adamawa State, in Kaduna State also, and this time in Kebbi State, 2 female students were away. The issue of the girls are still in the captive, even though some were married out, some were rescued. And then we have Leah Shaibu from the still in captivity. What is the situation? As at yesterday, the governor of the state visited the families of the students and he said they are on top gear trying to see how do we rescue this student from their abductors. Well, I have in the studio this morning to talk about insecurity. He's always here to share light when it comes to national issues bordering security. Peter Adoni, a security expert. Very good morning to you.
Good morning once again.
Well, let's look at the efforts of the present administration. We know that after that pronouncement by the U.S. government, we saw that the president was giving orders to his security chiefs to see how we re-strategize in terms of tackling insecurity. This kidnap that happened yesterday casts a very wrong impression on the president's intention. I don't know whether you see it from that.
Morning, Nigeria. Once again, yesterday's is just a pointer to the fact that we are window dressing the issue. When President Donald Trump said he wants to do something about the insecurity in Nigeria using the Christians as his excuse, we were all up in arms. Him saying that he doesn't know working, blah, 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 blah. But some of you, like I said in our last week program, that America knows what is on ground more than even those of us who are living in this house. They know to our pants. And more so that just part complicit in establishing insecurity in Nigeria.
If you say there are problems, I will deviate from our talk about this.
Yes.
In what area? Because we've seen several times international communities trying to come assist us in this fight against it. So why would you say they are part of the problem?
Okay. That is exactly where we meet. The international community are coming not just for us. I use them as I use the analogy of lizard and the ants relationship. Lizard is in the middle of the ants, trying to help the ants. But is he really helping the ants? It's feeding on them. It's feeding on them. So the lizard is ants are his food. So international community, quote unquote, the world, are not helping Africa. They are not helping Nigeria. They are on us. I challenge anybody to tell Nigeria stop trading today, the economy will come down in 24 hours. I challenge anybody to ask for those indices. Nigeria as one country, I'm not talking of other countries. If Nigeria alone wake up tomorrow morning and say, we are no more trading with Britain, no more relationship, Britain, we are here, we are not selling to you. Nkrumah did it in 1958. Withheld all his cocoa from going to Britain. What happened? Britain came begging. The economy nosedived. Just cocoa, not to talk of other things. What Britain improved? Services. Services to who? Services to it like us. Let's not deviate from that. They are not helping us. If they are helping us, they should stop funding terrorism in Africa. Stop funding terrorism in Nigeria. I'm not the one saying it. That America have started saying it. That for the last years, American money has been used to fund terrorism globally, including Nigeria. Saying that somebody came and said, "Oh, it's a lie." What is a lie? How can you, an idiot, sitting down in Nigeria, saying that somebody who is presenting it to the Americans that is telling lies? Has he been arrested? Has people in America disputed those data? In fact, they are hailing him for storage to bring it, and somebody sit down here and say it's a lie. That is where our ignorance starts and ends. So let's not deviate from that. Let's come back to our issue of the kidnap of innocent children. I keep saying it, that our military are below, they are not on top, because I'm trying to use their language now. Or our security agencies, let me just say the military. Our security agencies are below the problem. They are not on top of the problem. So they can't solve it. What do I mean by that? Since the beginning of this crisis, 16 years down the line, these kidnappers have always used the same template to kidnap school children, to kill school children. The same template. They did not change it. Are we suggesting all our ex in the security services can't sit down and analyze and see people have been using the same template? Is that what we are saying? And my answer is no. These people are well trained. These people have all the knowledge and the experience and the skill to be able to do it. So why they are not doing it is a question they need to answer.
Because it's a question repeated, just like you mentioned, the same template. The case of Kirby was the same.
The same.
Military, according to all these fillers were getting, military were informed that this person is to strike, and then they were withdrawn from that very area.
So you see what I mean? Template. They've been doing it the same way, and nobody is checking them. No, the same. The people are not saying, "Oh, gentlemen, we need to change the gears. Let's do it differently." So for me, they are complicit, because if you know something and you refuse to do it, yeah, it means you have a reason not to do it.
So what are they supposed to do? Just like you've mentioned, the same method, the same ideology gets to the school, pick these children, and most times they invaded early in the morning and they live with large numbers of students.
Yes, that is even the most worrisome part of it. They always live with a very large number. How? Do they carry them on their head? Do they put them in their pocket? How? They come in large number, take away a large number. Sometimes they will even take them on foot and just guide them like sheep into the forest.
So why have we not been able to address this with the Safe School Initiative by the previous administrations?
Which Safe School Initiative?
Who is saving who? Security are deployed to most of these schools.
My dear, that is one of my own basic core area. There is nothing like, see, on several occasions I have engaged these people who are talking about safe schools. There is a unit in the Federal Ministry of Education dedicated to Safe School Initiative. What are they doing in that unit? What are they doing? What do they go there to do every day from 8 to 4? And at the end of 30 days, they earn a salary. What are they doing? Are they coming up with initiative? There is nothing like Safe School Initiative. What you have is people simply, you know, wasting government resources and earning salary for doing nothing. They even set up a unit in the civil defense. They call it Safe School Initiative. What are they doing? Safe School Initiative is not about arms. It's not about putting soldiers around the school. It's not about wearing uniform. Safe School Initiative is initiative, something from the head. Some from the brain, not arms. And I have challenged all those who are involved in Safe School Initiative from the beginning to the end. And they are focusing on this issue of let's bring soldiers, let's bring civil defense. That is even more a risk for the schools. It's even more a security problem for the schools. Let me not go into that because it's another ball game altogether. The Safe School Initiative. Now, you were hearing that there was a time under Obama when schools were being attacked, children were, and so all of a sudden that came down drastically. What did they do differently? Has anybody asked that question? What did they do differently? They did something. They did something that brought it down. I am not going to say because nobody has paid me to do that yet. It's a product of my own research.
I know that part of your research work also profile solutions for Nigeria case because the US case is quite different from what we're experiencing in Nigeria. But let's see, Comrade Mark Adebayo is joining us via Zoom to look at this very issue. If you can hear me, a very good morning to you, Comrade Mark.
Yeah, very good morning. Top of the morning to you too. Good for me.
All right, with Peter Adoni, we were talking about solutions here. We know that we operate in a different platform, the US, where we have school attacks, and Nigeria. Now, in terms of solutions, many persons have argued that we know we have ungoverned areas in Nigeria where this person is called strike and go back. How come it's becoming so difficult for us to actually deploy technology? For instance, we gave an analogy where they come in large number, move with children as if you're guiding sheep into the forest. And nobody has been able to say, look, this is where these people are. This is how they move. No technology to trace.
My dear, you don't need technology for this. Okay, let it not sound like as if I'm concealing information. Now, when America was going through this, the first thing they did was give information to these children. Train the children on what to do. How do they respond to insecurity? Have we been doing that? No. Somebody should be able to give these bits of information and training to these children. Now, let me give you a practical example. There was an attack on one of the schools in Niger State some few years back. And when the kidnappers came, one of the children said, "Run, we are not safe." He was intelligent enough to know that government security forces will not come and meet them in their dormitory in the middle of the night to say, come, we are taking you somewhere. And on the way, but they shot that boy that opened their cover. Right? Fine. Somebody had to pay. He paid with his life. You get it now. But at least he succeeded in thwarting the effort of the kidnappers. Do we have such information? Go back to the Dapchi kidnap. When they brought a bus and told the children to enter the bus, one of them was intelligent enough to say, "Kai, these ones are not government security. Government cannot come and just pack us without information. Our school authority does not know." What did they do to the girl? They asked her, "Come down, get out of the bus. You are not going to be saved." So the girl was not kidnapped. Others were taken away. But because she was intelligent enough to say, this cannot be. Are you getting it?
Right.
So what kind of information do these children have? None. Has anybody ever sat down to say, let us develop a curriculum for safe school. Let us develop a basket of information that should be taught to these children. Up to university, they need to be taught. That's why nobody can go in Israel now to say you want to go and kidnap children from the school, because from the age
ITV, certainly the best.
supposed to be a global best practice. In any country where they know what they are doing, you don't expect that kidnapping will be visited with rhetorics, visit to family and that kind of thing. Kidnapping should be responded to with the same measure of force, with the intention to clear out and establish one fact. What is that fact? Make the kidnappers know that it is not a lucrative business. They will die in the process. So kidnapping becomes a very dangerous business anybody will want to go into. For us in Nigeria, kidnapping is a very lucrative and safe business. Somebody can go kidnap, collect 100 million, and tomorrow he goes and do it again. We are fueling the business. In other crimes, if your loved ones are kidnapped and you go and pay ransom, you are guilty of an offense. You will be charged to court and sentenced to jail. Just to discourage you from going to negotiate with kidnappers. At the same time, they have SWAT teams that will be deployed immediately there is a kidnap. The SWAT teams will be deployed not to go there and rescue the victim. rescuing the victim product of the exercise. Go there, clear everybody, kill the kidnappers, kill the victims.
Could that be the reason why we keep having kidnappers or bandits taking away children and nothing is being done?
Yes. For instance, when the Chibok girls were taken, Jonathan was advised to clear out this thing. We will rescue some of the students. Some will die. Say, no, he doesn't want collateral damage. You don't want collateral damage in a situation where there are collateral damages already. Okay, now, 16 years down the line, did we get the girls back? Did we? If we had stormed the place militarily and we got maybe 60 to 70% of the girls and 30%, get, killed in the process, are we not better? We would have put a closure to that issue. We will have let the kidnappers know that anytime they do it, they will die.
So what about the community effort? Because I know we have issues with vigilantes and all that. If you look at the recent reports from Zamfara, where we have about 16 vigilantes were killed and communities, some persons community were adopted. What role does the community play in terms of...
community cannot play any role in this issue because in the first place, the community have arms to defend themselves. The kidnappers are more well armed than the community. Even our military that we are calling on to go there, they are not given enough arms. I don't say they don't have. They are not given. Because if you give a soldier 20 bullets to go and look for kidnappers, you are wasting. You know the kidnappers are more armed. They have more bullets. So we needed to deploy superior force. But are we deploying the superior force? I don't. Are you getting it? So for me, if Nigerian security agencies want to respond and put a stop to this business, two things should be done. Two things. One, anybody that's why you see countries that know what they are doing. You can't carry 20,000 naira cash around. Or let me not say naira now. You go to places like the US now, you can't walk into a bank and just draw out $100,000. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? That you go to the bank and withdraw $100,000. When you can do your transaction cashless, even for $1, why must you carry cash? So if you are not a drug pusher, must you carry? That's one of the things they use to profile drug pushers in the US, carrying cash all over the place. So Nigeria, let me tell you where I worked before.
Well, let's see if we can get Mark, even though we are almost wrapping up this very segment. Mark, we are looking at solutions to these repeated attacks on government schools, particularly. I don't know if you can hear me. Where do you think we are getting it wrong, and what should be the solution, listening to what Peter Adoni have said so far?
Well, I've been hearing you all along. I don't know whether you are hearing me now. Are you hearing me now?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, now, yeah, you see, look, all these things we are saying, there is no point blaming another country for our own challenges. It is our own making, it is our own problems, our own challenges. What we are witnessing is pure and simple failure of leadership. And failure of leadership will lead to a failed country. And this is what we have been saying for over 20 years. When this thing started in 2014, when those Chibok girls, 276 Chibok girls were kidnapped in 2014, when the president was informed, first and foremost, they said it was a lie. President Jonathan said it was a lie. But in fact, it was better off then. But for the past 10 years of the APC leadership, it has been from one disaster to the other. After the 276 Chibok girls were kidnapped in 2014, more than 5,000 school girls and boys have been kidnapped. Some have been killed up to date. Well, we should not blame America. We should not blame colonialism. We should not blame all those things for our own failure. But the typical African person will look for someone to blame for the errors of his own life. So it is no longer a fashionable thing to blame colonialism, to blame America. If they are sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria, it is our responsibility as a people, as a country, as a government to be able to roll back on those ones. But what has the government been able to do since terrorists got to rampage this country? I notice we have a DSS,
some technical connectivity from
this country.
Comrade Mark Adebayo. Well, as definitely to affect their psychology, even those who are still students in that school. Well, you said it's one of your area of specialties. I don't know the psychological effects this will have on children.
Not just psychological effect, the trauma alone. In fact, if you go back to statistics, you discover that those children that were kidnapped before, a large percentage of them never returned to school. They forgot about education. It's a big minus for Nigeria. And that means that Boko Haram are winning when they said that they don't want schools, they don't want to school. If they succeeded in discouraging children from going to school. Not only that, those who are in school right now are apprehensive, they are worried. Parents will be worried, they won't even want to leave their children in the school because the schools are not safe. So there is a likelihood that number of...
All right, Abbas, thank you so much, Peter Adon, the security expert, for your thoughts this very morning on the program.
Thank you.
All right, we'll quickly hand over now to our Lagos studio for the continuation of the program this morning on MyTV.
Many thanks for joining us, and of course it's about time for us now to roll from our Lagos Network Center the continuation of your ultimate news and current affairs program, reaching you live from our Lagos Network Center on the ITV network. I am Joshua Okata, and of course I'm also being joined by my co-anchor in the person of Patricia Gabriel.
Josh, good morning. I see that my name escaped your mouth, but that's fine. I'm Patricia.
How can you colleagues in a...
That's fine. For joining us, I am Patricia Oremu Gabriel, and you can watch us on GoTV 140 and Start Time 130. You can watch us on all social media. You have the TikTok and the Facebook. You can, of course, watch us live from our YouTube channels. Josh?
Now on the program this morning, of course, would be insecurity, which the attack in Danko Wasaku government area of Kebbi State, where no fewer than 25 girls were abducted by this terror group, and of course, in the process, the vice principal of that school actually lost her life, and of course a security guard. Now the question I ask, far back, as 4th April, when the triple Gode unit of pattern seen by these guys, and of course, what is the safety of these girls? Where are they right about now? And what is the implication this would mean, especially given the fact that the Northeast, currently as we have it, is facing an existential threat when it comes to the educational system in that particular area. Children will be afraid, especially going to school in those areas. And of course, the educational system would no doubt be having some very negative impact when it comes to people who are very interested in going to school. Of course, we have a guest right here in the studio who will be laying layers to this conversation and, of course, trying to help us make sense out of it. We're being joined by Mr. Tochukwu Ezukama, who is a public affairs analyst. Good morning once again, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you so very much for having me.
Good morning, Mr. Tochukwu.
Thank you very much.
All right, now, looking at the educational system in the Northeast, for instance, it is felt that there is a certain attack on the educational system back there in the Northeast, given the fact that we've had series of attacks on secondary schools, and in every attack, children are always abducted. is this a way or a pattern, as it were, where the number of people who attack these schools are usually so much that it overwhelms the security agencies? What would you say about the crowd that usually storm this school when this attack happens?
Well, first of all, let me make a point before I say anything. My heart goes to the family of the vice principal that was killed and the security man. The vice principal was trying to protect his students from being abducted, which is a very unusual phenomenon in Nigeria. The average Nigerian is selfish. The average Nigerian is greedy. The average Nigerian is cowardly. So it's a very rare quality among Nigerians to risk your life to protect others. And that's what, based on my understanding of what unfolded, that's what this principal did. So he's a man to be honored. And my heart goes out to his family. May God give them the fortitude to bear this loss. Then secondly, in the abduction of the student, you can see two different patterns. The Boko Haram said Western education is wrong. So we are against Western education. Not surprisingly, they went to abduct or kidnap children who are in the epicenter of Western education, a secondary school, who had gathered, I think, to take their WAEC examination. So that's the motive. It was ideological, or there was a religious motivation to it. And in this other case, it's strictly business. The bandits kidnap people so as to get paid ransom. So it's a business operation. So they studied their business calculus, determined the kidnapping, and not too very soon you hear people saying, pay them this much, and ultimately they will be paid, because Nigeria is a failed state. Nigeria is a state, a country where the government cannot play its most fundamental role, which the Constitution specifies that it is the protection of life and property. And where that's the case, it's a case of failed state. There's so much happening in Nigeria. And in the Chibok abduction, there was conspiracies. The principal and a bunch of other people knew. And in the Chibok abduction, there was inaction of the government. Nothing happened. Because think of the logistics of moving 270 girls,
Yes.
be it on a motorbike, be it on buses, or whether you're marching them through the forest. It takes so much. So it's like a whole village on the move. And they were not seen, they were not intercepted, nothing was done till one of the girls that was abducted in that episode now is in the US. And in one of the interviews she said that at a point the convoy, the motorcade, or not motorcade, the convoy of cars got spotted along the road. And for more than 2 hours they stood there. The terrorists
without any resistance,
and their captives stood there trying to repair this car. That was when those terrorists around moved towards the front of the convoy. Loaded them in cars and buses, and you were moving. And for 2 hours you were static, standing in one place, maybe more than 2 hours. And no law enforcement officer intercepted you, questioned you, nothing happened. So of course there must be connivance of the powers that be in that Chibok terrorism.
All right, so talk to us about this large number, because from eyewitness reports, some said there was this combat between security agencies and the bandit, while some said there was no resistance whatsoever. Now the question I'm asking is, why this large number of bandits coming together to storm a school? What do you think might be the idea behind having such number of people? And of course, without any form of resistance, some would say.
There's a fighting strategy. The Germans once had what they call Blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg, which translated into English, lightning warfare. That was the strategic doctrine Adolf Hitler used to overrun Europe on the short run. But after the other countries of Europe reorganized themselves, prepared, and then started, came after him, they finally dislodged him. He lost the war and killed himself. So it's just a strategy. You overwhelm your opponent. By the time he knows what is happening, you overwhelmed him, you've seized the prize, you've moved away. That's just an issue of strategy.
Okay, so some persons are saying, just like the Chibok experience, that the governor of Kebbi State received an intel. Okay. And then security agencies, the soldiers precisely, were asked to move. They were deployed to that location. But surprisingly, they left, which gave way for these guys to come in. Some Nigerians are saying, could this be a premeditated and coordinated attempt?
Could it be?
Yes.
It is.
Say that again.
It is. It's not, could it be? It is. It has always been. A former head of state was quoted as saying that if an insurgency lasts more than 48 hours, that the government knows about it. The government has a hand in it.
But the governor actually deployed security agencies to the location. And the question is, why did they leave?
I don't have answers to everything. Okay. But the bottom line is that there are sympathizers within the security, sympathizers, the Boko Haram within the security apparatus. It's like going to the southeast to fight IPOB. The average Igbo man is sympathetic to IPOB. Not all of them, many of them. So a man that is sympathetic to IPOB is being deployed to fight IPOB. It's a waste of your time. So many of the it presents himself because he's continually breaking Islamic tenets. In Islam, you don't kill women in war. In Islam, you don't kill children. There are too many things. Their modus operandi is anti-Islam, but they are pretending to be an Islamic movement. Okay. For that reason, many Muslims sympathize with Boko Haram for religious reasons. The bandits, where did the bandits come from in the first place? Those days, in my early days, I studied urban and regional planning. And in urban and regional, was it 101 it was called, Introduction to Urban and Regional Planning. We were told that to solve an urban problem, you have to first of all identify the cause of the problem.
Before you talk about the effect.
Because you talk about the solution.
Yeah.
So the question is, where did the bandits come from? If we understand the origins of the bandits, then we won't be surprised as to why we are faced with this seemingly intractable problem with the bandits. The bandits were imported. They came to serve a purpose. Who imported them? Powers that be, Muslim leaders in the north. And it's the same Muslim leaders, the same powers that be, that you're telling to confront the bandits.
If I could come in there, what purpose did you think they were brought in to serve?
No, it's not what I think, what I read. I read that they came for political reasons. Buhari was so fixated on being the president. Buhari was so obsessed with power that to him it was to be a do or die affair. So he made a contingency plan that in case I lose this election, let's bring in bandits that will help me snatch power from whomever that was won the election.
Okay, so
that's what I read.
Okay, Mr. Tochukwu, yes. Let's move on. Like Josh talked about the 25 girls who have been adopted from a government comprehensive school. You know, the former president, Atiku Abubakar, has spoken. Yes, sorry, former vice president has spoken, and he has said that this is another alarming sign of Nigerians' worsening insecurity. Do you agree with him on this?
Insecurity is terrible already. We're just seeing symptoms of a festering, pervading problem. It's been there, it has been there. It started under Goodluck Jonathan, and Goodluck Jonathan did not address the issue properly. He did a terrible job as a president, and we were all opposed to him. I campaigned against him in my very limited, within my very limited means. Yeah. I was very pro-Buhari. for some reasons. But then Buhari came and did a number on Nigeria. He just damaged the country beyond repairs. He said he was coming to revamp the economy, secure Nigeria, and curb corruption.
Let me cut you short. As at the time of President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, that you said he did poorly in security, do you think his hands were tied, or he just didn't know what to do? President Tinubu's hands tied, was Buhari's hands tied. So if you make an excuse for one president, then you make an excuse for every president. We have elected you to do the job. And while you were asking for our votes, you didn't say my hands will be tied. You didn't say I will compound your problems. You didn't say I have no solution to the problem. You say I'll solve the problem. Trust me. So when you fail, you have betrayed your promises. You have breached your. You lose the trust of the people. So the buck stops at the desk of the president. That's the man we elected. That's the man we hold accountable. The power play, the intrigues of power, the backstage power play. The man on the street does not know. The man on the street accepts some basic services, some improvement in his quality of life. Let's get the system functioning, get our lives livable. That's what concerns us. So his hands may be tied.
Now, what would you say about the case of these frequent and incessant attacks on schools, especially in the Northeast? What does this say about the educational system in the Northeast and Nigeria at large?
Especially
what measures do you
schools
think also could be taken, given that these guys, just as you said, are anti-Western education?
That's Boko Haram.
Oh, yes.
Not the bandits. The bandits are businessmen.
Whatever nomenclature you may call it.
No,
but they are terrorists anyway.
It's motivation. These guys are motivated by money. You see them displaying their money, billions of dollars on TV, on Facebook, YouTube. But Boko Haram doesn't display their wealth. Boko Haram supposedly is ideologically driven. The bandits are out to make money. Those that brought in took care of them. But after they abandoned them, they had to feed, they had to
cater to some needs.
Yeah. So in the case of Boko Haram specifically, unequivocally, is against Western education. That's what Boko Haram means. Haram means abominable, forbidden. Boko is book, knowledge. Western education is forbidden. So their own is motivated, but these other ones are making money. They are all terrorists. Call them bandits.
So are you saying that this latest kidnapping, if ransoms are paid to them, the students will be released, unlike the Chibok girls?
Well, I lack prophetic powers, so I cannot prophesy. But on the other hand, history has established instructive precedents. They kidnap these children or whoever, and if they get paid, they release them. Some still get died, some still get killed in the process of kidnapping, holding them in captivity and then releasing them. But that's what we've known from precedents.
Okay, I'm going to go international a little bit. Okay, so the U.S. lawmaker Moore, we all know him, speaking about the insecurity in Nigeria, has reacted to the report of the 25 schoolgirls that have been kidnapped, while the vice principal was also killed, just like you mentioned. Our condolences to the family. He says this attack occurred in a Christian enclave in the northern Nigeria. Would you say it's right that they actually targeted at the Christians?
Most part. I mean, there have been peripheral issues where non-Christians were killed, but the attack has mostly centered on in the middle belt and sometimes towards the south, where the population is predominantly Christian. Yeah, so it's not wrong to call it Christian genocide, but there might have been some cases of killing of Muslims. But the Fulani, Buhari was a Fulani expansionist, and he did not hide it. Buhari was a narrow-minded religious bigot, and he did not hide it. So for you talk about farmers headers clash. Farmers and headers will always clash because some farmers are sedentary. They sit down, plant their crops,
yes.
and project what they will make out of it in the next 6 months or 1 year. Headers itinerant, they move around. So by the time headers move around one way or the other, they might trample on the works on the farm of but under Buhari became deliberate. The culture of impunity, the might is right became a factor. We can do it and nothing will happen. So they deliberately started wandering into people's farms just to deliberately destroy their farms. Secondly, in the past, if there was a clash, it was with bludgeons and knives. Say one person gets bludgeoned to the head, one person gets his finger cut off, one person might die. But under Buhari, it changed. It became with AK-47. The farmers, the headers had AK-47 and can massacre people, put a whole village on the run, and touch the whole village, sack a whole village. So Buhari encouraged Fulani expansionism. It's unquestionable.
Now, the question is, what impact would this have on the educational system? Because obviously, whether or not you like it, if you call it bandits, if you call it Boko Haram, children right about now who hear of this news, who perhaps their colleagues might be in those schools, will be apprehensive of going to school. So what negative impact would this have on the educational system in that particular region?
It's terrible. Now, of course, it would. Already the North is a bastion of feudal obscurantism. That was what got the Emir of Kano into trouble. He wanted to liberalize the system, reawaken people's aspiration. Young women should go to school. You enlighten people. You give them the opportunity to do their own thing and rise to their God-given, use their talents to rise to great heights. They didn't want that. So it's a place where an elite holds the rest of the people down. And a wonderful way of holding people down is denying them education. So it's not a place where education has been very much encouraged. And with this repeated attacks on educational institutions, of course you're undoubtedly frightening people, discouraging people from going to school. So it's having a terrible effect. It will definitely have a terrible effect.
So what's the governor of the state and of course the school authorities saying as regards, because everyone, including the parents, are worried for the safety of their children. So what is the governor's position on this case? I'm talking about the governor of Kebbi State in the person of Nasser Idris.
Who is the governor? The governor has, they receive security vote, 500 million a month, but they offer no security. The paradox of Nigerian life, you're giving so much money, 6 billion a year. That's the minimum a governor takes as security vote. But you have no gun, you have no police, no control over the police. So you say your chief security officer, but it's your commissioner of police who deals with the Inspector General of Police that is in charge of mission. So the governors are mostly redundant in this respect, except when they want to use police power to terrorize their political opponents. Apart from that, they've not been able to do much.
Mr. Tochukwu, I'm going to leave the police thing for you to talk about later.
Yes.
But my question now is, most of this targeted adoption has always been in a female school. Why do you think the female are always being targeted?
It goes to what we said earlier. It's a patriarchal system. It's Islam. Well, most societies are patriarchal. Even the Jewish society, you read the writings of St. Paul, he belittled women so much. Women shouldn't talk in the church.
Wow.
If you have something to say.
Josh, why are you looking at me?
I concur.
That's Christianity.
I concur.
So we talk about Islam, but look at the Christian, our Bible. St. Paul, the founder of Christianity, because Jesus didn't found a religion. It was St. Paul that turned the teachings of Jesus Christ into a religion. He said women should not talk in the church. Women, even if you have questions, do not say a word. When you get home, ask your husband. So we mostly have patriarchal societies. And even in my own area, way back, women women's education were not particularly encouraged. You trained your male children first and all that and all that. So there must have been an element of that mindset playing out. If you're opposed to Western education, you might tolerate men acquiring it, but for women who you think are lower and their place should be in the kitchen, washing, cooking, and serving the men, what the hell are they doing with a degree? What the hell are they doing with an education? So I think there's a streak of that mindset in this excessive targeting of female schools, I think.
All right, do you think that the government at large, I'm talking about the Nigerian state, is doing anything to curb this issue, given the warning that the U.S. president gave earlier that if these issues about genocide and insecurity is not curtailed, they would strike? So what does this...
Where?
They would invade the guys. So what does this particular event now mean, especially for the international community?
They invaded Afghanistan and ran out of the place. They invaded Iraq and destroyed the place. The U.S. is not invading Nigeria. The U.S. cannot invade Nigeria. The U.S. can work with agencies, with Nigerian institutions, Nigerian opposition, Nigerian agencies to deal with the Nigerian problem. But don't expect that U.S. soldiers will come into Nigeria and start shooting and bombing. They might provide air support and intelligence support, but the Americans are not coming in. They have no strategic interest to that extent. But the thing is that the government has not done much. And the government will not do much because we're on top of the situation. That was Goodluck Jonathan style. We're on top of the situation. They remained on top of the situation and nothing changed. Then Buhari had his own balance. And then this present administration has its own.
That's going to bring me to the question.
Yes.
So this question is from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has directed the security agencies to immediately rescue the 25 female students adopted. The instruction sounds familiar, just like you said. At all times, we're on top of it, just like you said. Do you think this will bring more action, taking the more action on the students, or you think it's going to go the other way around, like we always say? It's
ultimately, parents, communities will pay ransom, and the students will be hopefully be released. The question is why you had an intel, you were told that this is going to happen. You could not act on it, or you acted on it, but the security agencies refused to cooperate with you. That's where the investigation should start. They will look into first things first. So why would you be ordered to protect a school because it's to be attacked the next minute and you withdrew your men? So that's where the rest, the government will not do anything for you. And in cases like this, it becomes extremely dangerous, extremely risky for the captives, because if you storm the place, the terrorists will fight back, and you fight back. And in the crossfire, a lot of young people might die. So since the situation is this bad, the thing is to work something out with the terrorists. And that's what victims end up doing. They report to the police. The police, there are too many informants, counter-informants in the system. So many people don't even report to the police or work with the police. They try to sort it out themselves. And the bandits know that. So each time they strike, they know that they will be smiling to the bank. Their pockets will be loaded with money, because ultimately ransom will be paid.
All right, so as we coast home, what do you think could be done differently, given the fact that you said governors are just executive officers of their state, perhaps on paper? They do not control the security forces. So what do you think could be done differently to better protect our schools?
First of all, the political will on the part of the government. We were told that...
At what level are you talking about, the federal or state?
Federal. Federal is in charge of security.
Okay.
Okay. We were told that the government know the sponsors of terrorism. They've not exposed them, they've not arrested them, they've not prosecuted them, they've held them. What does that tell you? That's where they're at. So, well, there are too many problems in Nigeria to be handled. There's electoral fraud, corruption, security, but none is being handled because we lack the political will. So when you see a thief go and capture a thief and prosecute him and jail him, he cannot, because he's guilty of the same offense. And when he tries to arrest and prosecute and capture, he does it not with vehemence, not with audacity. The power of the so the one is party for any headsman with any determination, because he got into his position pandering to.
Anyway, that remains, you know, a subject to be debated. But of course, we've gotten your point, and the point our audience would want to take home at this point would be the buck, as it were, stops at the table of the president. Yes. And of course, political will is seen on the part of the president, or expected on the part of the president, to be able to match words with action to make sure that the real essence of governance is about ensuring that lives and property are being protected. That's a beautiful place to leave the conversation. You've got something to say before we wrap up?
That's a beautiful place to leave the conversation, because I was going to ask you one word for the security agent or to the presidency, but you have just said it all. The president might not do anything, so we're going to wrap it up there.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Tochukwu Ezukama, for giving us your two takes on the matter. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
That's our offering for you from our Lagos Network Center. Much thanks for joining us. And of course, the program continues from our Benin Network studio. Just stay.
Good morning. Big thanks for joining us on the news round at this time. My name is Philip Omogyupo. The president of the 10th Nigerian Senate, Godswill Obot Akpabio, has inaugurated 30 tractors, 5 bulldozers, and other farm machinery procured by the Senator Mondo Okwewolo's-led administration as part of renewed efforts to reform and reposition Edo State's agricultural sector. The commissioning of the equipment follows the earlier 70 billion naira project reallocation to the State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security in the 2024 Appropriation Act. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbu has details.
God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, inaugurated the agricultural equipment, which include 5 bulldozers, 1 low-bed trailer, 30 tractors, and other complements as part of measures supporting Senator Monday Okpebholo's agricultural reforms in Edo State. Senator Monday Okpebholo said that beyond the commissioning of the farm equipment, the event represents the fulfillment of his campaign promise to revolutionize the state's agricultural sector.
Thank Mr. President for standing by us and at every point in time. Because Edo people know that I don't have money. I'm a poor man. If Mr. President was not doing what he's doing for us, I don't think the shining you are seeing in Edo today, Edo can shine.
President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, commended Edo State's progress under Governor Okpebholo across the agricultural sector and other facets of the state's economy.
You have looked into it. The most important thing, which is stomach infrastructure. I want to congratulate you. I'm here to see that yes, indeed, Edo is shining.
Edo State Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Jude Wangwe, noted that the newly procured machinery is expected to shape the future of agriculture in the state and support efforts to address food insecurity.
This investment represents progress and possibility. They will enable our farmers to clear more lands, cultivate more crops, and drastically reduce the burden of manual labor.
Good messages delivered by the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Abubaku, former Secretary to the State Government, Pastor Sage Izeyamu, and Senator Adams Oshomole, all commended Governor Okpebholo for laying a solid foundation for Edo's agricultural revolution. The event was attended by the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, members of the National Assembly, Speaker and members of the Edo State House of Assembly, the Secretary to the State Government, Omar Musa Ikilo Esquire, and other government functionaries. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
The Executive Director of Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbede Umose, has been commended for his immense contributions to the media industry. The commendation came during the 8th edition of the Best of Edo Awards 2025, held at the Victor Wifo Creative Hub, Benin City, where he was honored with the Media Icon of the Year award. Pius Nsowa reports that the chairman of the Nigeria Union of Journalists, Dr. Festus Alehe, Ambassador Lancelot Oduwa Imasue, among others, were also honored for excellence in their various fields of human endeavor.
On behalf of Best of Edo Award, because certainly you are one of the best in your chosen area, Chief Elder Ogbede Umose.
The Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbede Umose, received the Media Icon Award for 2025, surrounded by friends, colleagues, and family members. The Best of Edo Awards, established in 2018, aims to recognize and honor illustrious sons and daughters of Edo State who have distinguished themselves in their respective careers. The initiative is championed by Sir Paul Ofoni, the Visionary and Chief Executive.
We celebrate not just achievements, but the spirit of excellence, innovation, and distinction that defines the Edo people across the world.
20 notable personalities of Edo extraction, accompanied by their families and friends, received various awards. The chairman of NUJ Edo State, Dr. Festus Alenke, was honored for his contributions to the growth of journalism, while iconic filmmaker Ambassador Lancelot Oduwa Imasue, with countless movies and home videos to his credit, was also recognized alongside others.
For all the good work they are doing for our dear state and for humanity, congratulations.
We congratulate you, our brother Chief Ambassador Dr. Lancelot Oduwa Imasue.
Special Youth Impact Recognition Award. Congratulations.
The awardees expressed gratitude to the organizers for the honor.
I dedicate this award to my dear wife and my 4 children, and to independent television and radio that has given me the platform to operate, that I am getting this recognition today. Then above all, to serve Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbenedion, the Esama of Benin Kingdom, the Esama of the universe.
I will first dedicate this award to Almighty God, and then dedicate it to the entire journalists in Edo State and Nigeria.
I stand here to declare that this is one of the greatest awards that I've ever been presented.
Prior to the awards, a documentary of the recipients were on display, which highlighted their impact and contributions. A major side attraction at the ceremony was a captivating performance by a young girl, Kimberly Ofoni, whose songs and poetry reflected the theme of the event, Ideas in Motion. The 8th edition of the Best of Edo Awards showcased fashion, entertainment, and networking opportunities. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The federal government has again received commendation for sustaining key developmental projects across northern Nigeria. The Public Enlightenment Movement says the impact of these projects is visible and continues to improve lives across the region. Kano correspondent Abdul Ibrahim reports.
From road rehabilitations to power, education, and agricultural support programs, the Public Enlightenment Movement says federal government interventions in northern Nigeria are yielding measurable progress. The coordinator of the group, Nuh Abdullahi, highlighted several ongoing initiatives, noting that the projects are real active and directly benefiting communities across the region.
We present second phase of our program, showcasing new projects and continued progress. Among these is the 1,068 kilometer of Sokoto-Badagir Superhighway by 2, which is 2,136 kilometer, which will connect Sokoto, Kebbi, Niger, Kwara, Ogun, Oyo, and Badagir in Lagos State. This road with strengthened trade travel and unity among our people, and will open new economic opportunities to the northern Nigeria and beyond.
Nuh Abdullahi urged citizens to remain attentive to positive reforms being implemented nationwide rather than being swayed by the political sentiments. He emphasized that the national development should remain a collective responsibility. The group also reaffirmed its commitment to monitoring and promoting public awareness of the government projects, particularly those aimed at improving livelihood in northern Nigeria. Abdul Ibrahim, ITV News, Kano.
We sincerely apologize for the still pictures in some part of the report. Moving on. Operatives of the Edo State Security Service Corps have arrested 3 suspects in separate incidents involving burglary and the alleged sexual molestation of minors in the Ugbo and Esige areas of Benin City. Crime correspondent Jolade Ojo reports that the suspects have been handed over to the police for further investigation.
The first arrest occurred in the early hours of Saturday at Obomo Street in the Oguwenyi community, where operatives on routine patrol apprehended a suspect who allegedly broke into a building around 11 p.m., cutting away 3 windows, toilet seats, and damaging other fittings. He was intercepted around 2 a.m. and immediately taken to the Ugbo police station.
I followed somebody to go and work there. I was around so that in the evening I'll be able to steal this one.
In a related development, 2 commercial tricycle riders identified as Jafar from Nasarawa State, who claimed he transported 4 men allegedly from Nasarawa to steal the materials, and Monday from Plateau State, were also apprehended at different locations after being cited removing window burglary proofs from an uncompleted building.
keke me the drive. They call me for inside company. Do they lose Almaco? I never come here one day. This is my first time.
Meanwhile, operatives of the SC Gear sector arrested a 29-year-old man identified as Yomi from Kogi State for the alleged molestation of minors on November 3rd, 2025. Although the suspect denied the allegation, he was reportedly caught in the act and immediately handed over to the Ezige Police Division.
At a piece, now this is constant for my front.
Okay.
I want to say, me she ship now. As they can't ship, now she can't carry on and eat my police. I said, why they carry on and eat my police? I was telling me she shipped. She refused. So later on, at the con they asked her for the 9 days, they con they like my say me, I don't say, me they carry on and eat my police.
Acting Corps Commander Richard Balogun reaffirmed the Corps' commitment to proactive patrols, timely interventions, and sustained community protection, especially as the festive season approaches. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
And that's it on the news round at this time. Thanks for watching. I am Philip Omo-Gupon. TMI continues shortly.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Awesome knowing that you're there fully, and basically that's where we draw the curtains on today's episode of This Man ITV. I will continue to bring you interesting stories, of course, spotlight on how to bridge the gap between those who govern and the governed. I am Philip Omogyupo. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.